Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park. I'm Mayor Bianca Motley Broom. We have a full quorum present with council members McKenzie, Karn, Arnold, and Gay. And so subject to my continuing objections to the omnibus bill that this body passed on January 2nd and ordinance 2024-01. I will call this meeting to order at 7:32 p.m. Our first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Chaplain Walker is handling our invocation this evening.
Madam Mayor and council members and fellow citizens of College Park, good to see you. Let us bow for a moment of prayer. O Holy Spirit, you who transcend all of the spirits and breathe life and integrity into each one of us, we know that you have brooded over the waters of chaos for long times, and you have revealed your nature and your purpose to love one another so that we have a feeling that chaos will not overcome our attempts to create order and a more viable community. Knowing that we have been able to express our awareness of you and the sense of life and the meaning of the struggle of power to overcome all of those dark forces within us and between us. As we focus on the matter of this city council meeting, assist us all in being able to listen to one another in our appreciation of them and their striving for honesty and transparency, as well as for our need to be heard and to be seen and to be valued as individual persons and a community. Inspire, O Lord, our leaders with reason, reflection, dedication, and universal compassion. Hopefully, at the end of this meeting, we can look back and see that we have struggled with chaos and we have done our best to create order. Hopefully, we can say at the end of this meeting that our time has not been wasted and we have quickened our hearts and our minds to be as honest, transparent, and compassionate as we legislate for the common good. Hear our thanks, O Lord, for our mayor and council and all of the leadership who seeks to aid and assist us so that we can have a feeling of belonging to an emerging city of concern, compassion, and opportunity. May we leave here with a sense of pride and hope of being a resident of College Park. To be a part of people who love, to be with people who are inclusive and who will not assert their will over the will of all of the people. We thank you, O God, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
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 Next up is additions, deletions, amendments, or changes to the agenda.
Dr. Adediran, are there any?
Yes, I'd like to delete item I from the police department, L from the fire department, and also add an executive session for personnel issue after the completion of this regular session.
So, item I, 8I, delete,
Yes.
and that item is, because there were two different, there was an addition to the agenda, so item 8I, just so everyone is clear.
Yeah, so we're going based on the amended agenda that was sent out 2 days ago per the city manager's directive. And so that's the consideration of an action on the request to approve the purchase of 25 body cameras from Axon Enterprise.
And also delete,
Item L, consideration of an action on to approve the service/repair agreement from Strikers for 6 LifePak 15 automatic external defibrillators, cardiac monitors at a cost of $13,224.
all right, and executive session for personnel. Any other additions, deletions, amendments to the agenda?
Correction, executive session is not for personnel, it's for litigation this evening.
So for litigation, not personnel.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other additions, deletions, amendments, or changes to the agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous.
Next item, approval of the agenda.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Arnold?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous.
There currently are no presentations of minutes. I would just like to ask council a quick housekeeping. When you all are talking, can you please not talk over each other? In this past version, there are a lot of cross-talking and ineligibles, and so I want to make sure that what's captured is actually captured from what you all say. So we can just minimize that, that'd be great.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
No problem. Proclamation, resolutions, and plaque, and announcements, Employee of the Month, Celissa Jefferson, Favorite Track Club, and Juneteenth.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This employee joined the City of College Park in March 2023 and has proven to be an incredible asset to our team. Her dedication and commitment to capturing her moment at all of our events are truly remarkable. Despite being pulled in multiple directions, she consistently goes above and beyond without a single complaint and is always willing to lend a helping hand. Her honesty, outstanding personality, and the positive relationships she has built with everyone makes her a standout team member. She is well liked by all, and her contributions have not gone unnoticed. The All-Star of the Month is Ms. Keisha Gass.
Good evening. Our first proclamation goes to Salisa Jefferson. You want to come up, Mr. Jefferson? Okay. All right. City of College Park proclamation recognizes Mrs. Salisa Jefferson, whereas Mrs. Salisa Jefferson holds a Bachelor of Science in Finance and Accounting degree from the prestigious HBCU Tuskegee University located in Tuskegee, Alabama, and real estate licenses and designations in Georgia, New York, and California. Whereas Ms. Jefferson is a business strategist with over 25 years experience in finance, accounting, real estate, international venture capital, hedge fund management throughout various Fortune 100, 500 corporations within luxury, brand collective fashions, music entertainment, commercial residential, real estate, and risk management industries. Whereas Ms. Jefferson, originally from North New Jersey, her career encapsulates serving over 5,000 clients in real estate, generating over $400 million in revenue sales to manage over $1.2 trillion in capital investment funds. Whereas Ms. Jefferson married to Mr. Charles Jefferson for 17 years, moved to College Park, Georgia in 2001 and served as chairperson and vice chair on Business, Industrial, and Development Authority, better known as Clearly College Park BIDA Board from 2021 to 2023, and continuing as the appointing member for Ward 4 term appointment by Councilmember Roderick Gay. Through her leadership to serve with diplomacy and integrity, the board accomplished the Six Sigma data process and procedure improvements, infrastructure enhancement of the standard operation procedure, contracts and documents, authentication, e-sign, and letter of intent, purchase agreement, and project takers, along with signing and execution of commercial brokerage with Stream Realty, 6 West Land Historical Preservation, and multiple land parcel sales for affordable housing, small business, hospitality, and medical developments. Whereas Ms. Jefferson has been recognized for the 2021 Outstanding Service Award granted by the WAVE, We All Value Excellent nonprofit organization, conjunction with the Fulton County DA office, she will continue to serve as community advocate and stakeholder to improve the quality of living for everyone to thrive within the city of College Park. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor and city council of the city of College Park, Georgia, do hereby recognize Ms. Salisa Jefferson, proclaimed this 7th day of June. Congratulations. And let me just briefly say that Mrs. Jefferson is perhaps one of the best constituents any elected official can have. If I'm fortunate to do 4 more years, I hope this is our next councilwoman. You want to say some words?
Yes. Give honor to God, who's the head of my life, my parents, and to the love of my life, Charles Jefferson. I just want to thank City of College Park and thank our wonderful Councilman Roderick Gay for having the vision to serve and having the heart of service. You know, we agree to disagree, but we never lose our dignity and respect for one another. I want to thank the BIDA board, the current board, as well as the previous board. We had a tremendous task in trying to accomplish data integrity within composing our data, trying to really identify that infrastructure. So we were able to create standard of operation practices, our SOPs, and that was a tough task, coming in, being challenged, you know, challenging the status quo, the way things were always done. But we were up for it, and I want to thank our other BIDA member, Dr. Anita Cadis. She was the other Six Sigma certified member, and we worked quite a lot trying to create and accomplish that task, as well as our Councilwoman Jamel McKenzie for her mentorship and being her successor on the board. Thank you, College Park. Okay, I'm just sitting there. Okay. There we go.
Good evening, everyone. I think I'm going to move over here since I'm so short. I have the honor of presenting two proclamations that we sponsored this evening. And the first one is going to be given to the College Park Favor track team. I'm going to ask at least if Rex and Sabrina will come down. And then we'll have, when we get ready to take the picture, we'll have everybody who's here to come down for this as well. Rex and Sabrina Willis. All right, so this is a proclamation for the College Park Favor track team. Whereas Favor House has partnered with College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts since 2005, fostering a long-standing commitment to youth development and athletic excellence. And whereas Favor House Georgia Favor Track Club, in collaboration with the City of College Park Recreation and Cultural Arts, hosted the third annual Spring Into Favor Track and Field Classic at Badgett Stadium, providing a day filled with competition, community, and team spirit. And whereas Coach Rex and Sabrina Willis, coaches and supporters, have played a pivotal role in the success of the track and field program, demonstrating exceptional leadership and mentorship to student athletes. And whereas the College Park Favor track team had a successful spring season in which the season ran from February 2024 through April 2024, servicing over 100 youth and competed in 5 track meets. And whereas the College Park Favor track team had 25 athletes qualify for the Georgia Recreation Park Association, known as GRPA, Class A state track meet held at Morrow High School on April 26th through 27th, 2024 in Morrow, Georgia. And whereas the College Park Favor track team had a total of 1 first-place state champion awardee, which includes Austin Parks in the 8U boys 200-meter dash. Is Austin here right now? Austin, come on down. Oh, okay, Austin Parks, all right, with an impressive time of 31.27 seconds. That's hot, y'all. I'm a track runner, so that's really, really good. Whereas the College Park Favor track team had a total of 7 second-place state champion awardees, which include Blue Johnson. If Blue's here, come on down. In the 800 and the boys long jump, Amia Boyd. She's not here. Okay, in the 200 and the 8U girls 400-meter dash. We had Amaya Boyd in the 10U girls 400-meter dash, and Maya Boyd, I see her name. Oh, so it was Amaya and Amia Boyd. Okay, Phoenix Foundation. Kamia Stevens, or Kamaya Stevens, is Kamaya here? Okay. And Amina Moore in the 8U girls 4x4 100-meter relay. And is anyone else here from? Okay. And whereas the College Park Favor track team had a total of 2 third-place state champions, awardees include Austin Parks in the 8U boys 100-meter dash and the 8U boys softball throw. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor and the city council of the city of College Park, Georgia, that the College Park Favor track team is recognized for their hard work, dedication, and their accomplishments at the GRPA Class A State Track Meet. Proclaimed this 7th day of June 2024, City of College Park, Mayor Bianca Motley Broom, Jamel McKenzie, Councilwoman, Joe Karn, Councilman, Tracy Arnold, Councilwoman, Roderick Gay, Mayor Pro Tem. Congratulations. Come on, everybody. Yeah, y'all can want to get lined up back there. I want to give Coach Willis an opportunity, and I've known Sabrina and Rex ever since I moved here to College Park, and they have really been working hard with our young people, changing and transforming lives. So thank you, Rex, and I just want to give you a chance to say something.
Okay. Sabrina, you want to say anything?
And Sabrina Lee.
You want to say?
I know Rex always talks, but okay.
Go ahead, Sabrina. You want to say?
There's a lot of things that I get excited about, but I get excited about track and field and the opportunity that our youth, for them to succeed on and off the track. And I'm just so proud. And I thank the City of College Park, College Park, Park and Recreation and Cultural Arts for putting in everything that we need for these kids to be successful. And when you all sometimes see these kids out here starting working out early in January and putting in the hard work, especially after COVID. A lot of these kids were at home and weren't doing, outdoor recreation, so it's a lot of catch up that they had to do. And to see these kids now excel, I tell you, I'm just excited. So thank you all. And thank you also Mercedes Miller for always helping us doing when it gets really, really cold.
Good afternoon. Good evening. I'd like to say first, thank you to God for giving us the opportunity to be here. I want to thank all the coaching, the staff that helped us out all year. Like Councilwoman McKenzie said, we had over 100 kids this year. Probably 80 of them was new kids that never ran before. So to achieve that many, to make it to state was very difficult. So we're very blessed, and I'm so happy for all the kids who made it to state. They worked hard. I appreciate the mayor and council for supporting the track program of youth. Thank you so much, Michelle, Lance, Kirkland, Tanya, for all giving what you give back to the Recreation Department. Recreation Department touches so many areas, and especially our youth. It's so important that we continue supporting our youth. I remember, I'm gonna be not too long, but I remember way back when the late Jack Longino, he always spoke about the youth. It's so important to put our support and interest into our youth, because it is our future. And one thing that Councilwoman McKenzie, thank you for your support, and all the council and mayor that continue giving support. Thank you, Sabrina, and our staff. Thank you all that comes out and continue giving back to this community. It means so much. So thank you so much. We appreciate it.
How should we do this? I want you to get
You can put it out on the sides.
And I need,
You said right there next to us. Let us in.
okay, so that's, okay, I'm gonna get it.
Here we go. That's good.
Thank you.
It brings me great joy to present this last proclamation for the evening, because what this proclamation, what this is about, is showing that our city is truly a diverse inclusive community that embraces all. And I couldn't even think of a better time to give this proclamation while we are celebrating National Pride Month. We are also looking at Father's Day, but this proclamation today is for Juneteenth. And so this is a City of College Park proclamation recognizing the Juneteenth celebration. Whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, setting in motion the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas the Civil War ended with the surrender of General Lee at Appomattox Court House on April 9, 1865. And whereas this news reached Texas when Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston Bay with Union troops, it was on June 19, 1865, that he announced, "The people of Texas are informed of that, in accordance with a proclamation from the United States of America, the executive branch, all slaves are free." And whereas celebration of the end of slavery, which became known as Juneteenth, unfortunately it wasn't until June when we were freed in January, which became known as Juneteenth, is the oldest known public celebration of the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and celebrates the successes gained through education and greater opportunity, and whereas on a larger scale, celebration of Juneteenth reminds each of us of the precious promises of freedom, equality, and opportunity, which are at the core of the American dream. Whereas the legislative body of the City of College Park, Georgia, has determined by a unanimous vote to commemorate Juneteenth for the first time in the city's 133-year history with a parade and festive activities on June 19th, 2024. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor and the city council of the City of College Park that we do hereby recognize the Juneteenth celebration, and we urge all College Park citizens to join in this celebration recognized as the celebration of Juneteenth on June 19th, this 2024. Proclaim this 7th day of June 2024, City of College Park, and all those that we read on the last time. Thank you so much. It's been a long time coming, but change is here.
Next, we have remarks of citizens. First, I have Julie McGuirk to discuss general, well, undisclosed.
Julie McGuirk, Virginia Avenue. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Bill Evans Field has been a dedicated recreation space enjoyed by residents of College Park for decades. That is, until this council voted on the illegal transfer of this property to BIDA. Bill Evans Field qualifies as public land, which is covered and protected by the public trust doctrine. Therefore, your transfer of ownership of the field is unlawful. According to the College Park Code of Ordinances, Chapter 13, Parks and Recreation, Bill Evans Field is officially a public park or recreation ground of the city. This official designation by the city establishes the baseball field, a component of the Conley Recreation Center, as public land. Therefore, the protection of the public trust doctrine applies. Specifically, the public trust doctrine prohibits county governments from disposing of public park land after it is dedicated to the public. Furthermore, regardless of the clear intent of the city's ordinance, the Supreme Court of Georgia decided acceptance by the public for the public use is sufficient to complete the dedication without acceptance by the appropriate public authorities, reference case Smith versus State. The same court also highlights the importance of preserving the interest of the public recreation facilities so needed in urban areas. The transfer of ownership was also illegal and has failed to follow the process specifically mandated by the court in cases where a city wishes to alienate land which has been dedicated to it as a park and which has not been abandoned. Also, reference Department of Transportation versus Atlanta. Clearly, your decision should be reconsidered. The residents of College Park deserve more than a council willing to dismantle public recreation spaces to make a quick buck. VITA holds plenty of property available to create low-income housing for seniors that does not take away any recreation and enjoyment from its residents. I ask you this evening to reverse this action immediately and spare the city from another lawsuit, which we cannot afford. Please, we cannot afford any more lawsuits brought on by the inexperience and insular nature of this council and undue influence from their VITA appointees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, I have Elizabeth Lester to discuss undisclosed.
I'm sorry, Ms. Brown. Who?
Elizabeth Lester to discuss undisclosed.
Oh.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Elizabeth Lester of Cambridge Avenue. It troubles me greatly that we find ourselves as a city in the current position as it relates to our insurance coverage. Due to the numerous lawsuits, claims, and pending litigation, we now find ourselves in a position where our deductible is now $250,000. We are now classified as high risk. And while it may be true that more municipalities are moving towards being self-insured, it is also true that they have a plan in place to deal with the administrative burdens that places on their city. We here in College Park are not prepared and haven't seen anything in the budget that would suggest we are taking steps to address that. Moreover, it appears that we now must rely on the approval of the council for payment and disposition of claims under $250,000. While we may have the recommendations of a third-party insurance specialist, our council has the final word when it comes to payment of such claims. This scenario sets up for potential financial devastation. All measures and actions in the insurance industry are measures against risk, past, present, and future. The actions of this council have given rise to substantial risk factors. The lack of professionalism shown to each other, the inability to solve problems, and a severe lack of transparency has led us to being a high risk. Now we must ask ourselves, are we willing to take on this risk? I'm just very concerned with the council that there will be an inability to act in a manner that's prudent to cover our city both financially and socially, and that we are now going to pay the cost. It's not going to be long before we have to raise the millage rate, raising our taxes to pay for the numerous lawsuits and legal claims headed our way. The increase in the deductible is a terrible indication of where we are as a city. It also means that we as citizens will foot the bill for all claims under $250,000. Not only that, but we will have to pay for the legal fees associated with these claims. And there's no limit to the potential liability we could face as a city. Additionally, because we are such a high risk, whatever coverage we do have, we only get one bite at the apple. Meaning if we get a claim over $250,000 and turn it over to our insurance for disposition payment, they are more than likely going to cancel us. This will leave us uninsured and vulnerable, and additional claims will have the potential to bankrupt us as a city. We must have additional oversight into this potential financial catastrophic turn of events. We are very concerned with the judgment of this council with this responsibility, and I hope this council can provide us with further insights into this troubling matter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Candace Kelsey.
I'm sorry?
Candace Kelsey.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me this evening. As you said, my name is Candace Kelsey, and I live over on Lakemont Drive in Elite at City View Apartments. I provided to the council some pictures and a letter that I had initially written to Pastor Mark, but I've been told that he has met with y'all before, so many of y'all know who he is. It's a sad situation there because the lack of management and the lack of maintenance has really turned it into almost a slum environment. When I moved in there 5 years ago, it was a beautiful place. They had a beautiful lake there. They had a swimming pool. They had, all kind of amenities. The apartment was lovely. Now, only 4.5, 5 years later, it's bad. Those pictures that you see there, that's my apartment. I've had 2 floods. The torn up kitchen is the apartment next door to me, and it's flooded twice in the winter months. And me and my daughter and my neighbor had to sop up water because they weren't answering the emergency phone number. Even the fire department came out and tried to turn the water off for us. And then the next year it happened again. There's mold and mildew on the baseboards, and the floors are peeling up, literally away from the walls, because it's been wet so many times, or for so long, and nothing's been changed. We won't discuss roaches. I've never lived with roaches. I didn't grow up that way, and I understand that roaches are part of, life, but they literally come through the vents in our wall from the adjacent 2 empty apartments on either side of us. So my daughter and I have put mesh up and tape to keep them, and they're like little dead bodies in the mesh over our kitchen and in our dining room. The photos that you see of a hot water heater, that was like that when I first moved in. They had it locked so I couldn't see. And I talked to one of the maintenance men, and he finally opened it up, and they left it open, and that's what is there now. The rust and the funk and the bugs, it's unbelievable. When you turn on the air conditioning and that air blows through that crusty vent that you see, that big, gray vent. My daughter has allergies really bad, and I do too. My eyes water, and it smells bad. But it's hot, so you gotta turn it on. So I'm here today to request that if there's some way or someone or something that can be done to at least come and, I know you guys are really busy, but you've got to have somebody, I think, that could come and pay a visit over there and maybe do a walkthrough. I've never had any of the people that work in the management office come and look in my apartment. They've listened to me.
Ma'am, give me 1 second here, because your time has expired.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
I'd like to hear the rest of you.
I understand, Councilmember Carn. Let me acknowledge you first, so I can. Your 3 minutes has expired. Does
Yes,
anyone
ma'am.
want to make a motion to extend the time?
I just did. Please continue.
Councilman, hold on, ma'am.
Okay,
We
I'm
have to vote.
sorry.
That's okay.
This is my first time.
I understand. I'm just want to follow procedure.
That's right.
So Councilmember Carn has made a motion to extend Ms. Kelsey's time. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That's unanimous. Please proceed.
So, like I was saying, I would be glad to be a part of any kind of movement or any kind of suggestions that could take a hold of the situation over there. I live there now. I'll be 70 years old next month. My daughter lives with me too. She's 30. She kind of looks out for me and stuff, but we split bills and everything. And She lost her job last month, and when I went to the office to talk to them about it and see what we can do, we've never paid rent late, never, for 5 years. We always pay it early. They told me if I didn't pay my rent by a certain day that they were going to evict me and there was nothing I could do. Give us some money or get out. That's how they talked to me. So there's a climate in the office of, they don't mind us not feeling very well about who we are when we leave there because they talk to us so bad. And I've talked to many residents around me, and I could definitely get up a nice group of people to come and speak to y'all or join some kind of group or something. College Park is wonderful. I love it here. I grew up in San Francisco, but my family moved here when I was a kid, and I have always lived in Atlanta and surrounding areas, and now as an adult, I really love College Park. It is a hometown kind of community, and I really respect that. So I don't know how to finish it, other than to say I appreciate your time. I put my name and my email on the last page of that packet, and anybody can please email me or call me. I can give Ms. Queenie my phone number, and you can give me a call, and I'd be glad to come and do anything that I can to help. I also heard that there's a code enforcement officer in this building, so someone suggested that maybe I go and see him, and maybe he will come out and do a walkthrough of some of the places. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, I accidentally reset the timer, so I have it reset to 30 on my watch, so I'll be keeping time from there. Is that okay? Okay. Next, I have Sherry Godfrey to discuss undisclosed. Okay. Next, I have Anne-Marie Obey to discuss undisclosed. No. Okay. Next, I have Novella Tesco to discuss hospital in your home and Novella Care.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and distinguished council members and fellow community members. My name is Novella Tasco. I'm here with my co-founder and business partner, Dr. Michael Young, representing Hospital in Your Home in our innovative program, Novella Care, located on Main Street in downtown College Park. Today, I stand before you with great excitement to announce the addition of new health services by our organization, Hospital in Your Home, and our Novella Care program right here in College Park. Hospital in Your Home is not just a healthcare provider, we're a symbol of health equity, accessible care, and a commitment to providing high-quality health care where it matters most, in the comfort of your own home. Novella Care, our primary care services, is about more than just health care. It's about bringing care to your doorstep, ensuring that health services are not just available, but accessible to all, irrespective of circumstances. Specifically, Novella Care specializes in innovative chronic disease management through remote patient monitoring. This program is tailored to support individuals in managing their health effectively while staying in their homes, promoting wellness, and preventing unnecessary hospitalizations. We use remote patient monitoring to empower patients to monitor and manage their health, engaging them to provide timely support and sharing valuable information with their primary care physicians. Through Novella Care, we seek to partner with primary care providers and the city to support seniors aging in the community and identify early declines in a resident's condition to keep them home and healthy. As we embark on this journey, we invite each of you to be active participants. If you know someone who could benefit from Novella Care, whether it's a family member, neighbor, or friend, please refer them to us. You can find referral information on our website or reach out to us directly. Our website is www.hiyh.us or 844-690-4494. In conclusion, I want to express our sincere gratitude to the College Park City Council for the support and encouragement as we strive to redefine healthcare in our community. Together, let's empower our community with accessible, high-quality healthcare. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you.
Next, I have John Ross to discuss healing time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager, and City Attorney. The High Road, I want to title my sharing as the High Road. It's healing time. It's healing time. Councilman Carn said we're here, we're going to do it together. Councilman McKenzie said it's been a long time coming. Time is to change is here. And Councilman Gay said we can find the good in each and every one of us, just try. Some people ask, who am I? What gives me the right to speak in College Park? My birth name is John Ross. Those who know me from practicing social science and human culture and solving social problems know me as Dr. Von Mulaney, one who allows healing and one who solves problems. I'm a stakeholder in College Park. I'm one of the few people in College Park.
Sir, can we pause for just 1 second? The microphone's gone out. I want to make sure that everyone can hear you. Mr. Curry, the light's still on the microphone, so I'm not sure if that... I apologize for the delay. Can you try again? There we go.
Okay.
All right.
What gives me the right to speak in College Park? I'm one of the few people in College Park in 1986 to work with the noise abatement program, acquiring, appraising, negotiating the property now known as 6 West. I am a business owner in College Park. I've broken barriers to starting a business in College Park by organizing a team of investors and lenders and civic leaders to think outside of the box by repurposing the Bank of America building that was vacant for a long time, turned it into a business center with over 10 new emerging businesses that got started there by Tom Carpenter. I also brought a $280 million credit union here that encouraged Tom Carpenter to revitalize. This also led to Club E growing, extended to 2 locations. And now I'm becoming known for supporting over 100 small businesses that got started right here in College Park. I provided technical assistance to several nonprofits, most recently United Action for the Advancement of Humanity, that works hard to bring healing and love to the College Park area. I have over 15 years of economic development, community service, affordable housing, community engagement, while holding 4 directorship, including community and economic development director. I attend hundreds of city council meetings. Tonight, I come to you as Dr. Von Mulaney to offer a social healing to the criticism, the insult, the internal strife, the baseless notion of a recall, and the perceived disunity facing this mayor and council. May I please offer a healing solution to this elected body? May I please? Thank you.
Sir, this is your time, so go right ahead.
Well, I would like to offer a complete solution in 4 steps. All I need for all 5 of you to see this. If you see this and then agree to it, then do it. It will make a big difference. The mayor and council is not a perfect body. At any given day, you can find a reason to criticize this body if you so desire.
Thank you very much, sir.
A motion to continue.
Thank you very much, Councilman
Hold on 1
Carn.
second, sir. Councilmember Carnes made a motion to extend the comments. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
We have human beings on this body. At any given time, they're not perfect. They make mistakes. And if you decide to play up those mistakes and magnify those mistakes, you can pretend this council is not united. But I submit to you, this, if you take the high road, and you accept and promote that this policy-making body of 2024 is one of the most united elected bodies in the history of College Park. The evidence of this truth is this. How many times has the mayor had to vote to break a tie for this body? My count is 0. Because this council has come together by the majority rule consistently College Park is 70% African American, but conducts 98% of its business with non-African Americans. This council has committed unanimously to increasing that participation upward toward 10%. That's more united than the state of Georgia General Assembly. Our goals are higher than the state of Georgia. For 40 years, the families that look like most of you here have been left out and ignored. But now you can look back and you can see how diverse this is. This council has taken diversity, equity, and inclusion to a whole nother level here than any other council in the history of this place. This council has put in money where its mouth is and provided funding to families that have been left out of the budget, left out of programs. And this council also has provided 3-minute public comment and extended the comment when people criticizing you. You gave the grace of extending unanimously, you extended. This mayor and council has been united in raising the level of diversity, equity, and inclusion beyond any previous administration by sponsoring Black History Month, by sponsoring Women Empowerment Recognition Award, the first ever Juneteenth celebration, and the most successful Black Wall Street event in College Park. It became successful because of you and the support that y'all gave the Black Wall Street. No matter what the disagreement was, they got them to where they were. They were only supportive. They were only successful because of what College Park, associated with College Park. They were able to get one of the biggest sponsors ever in their history. This city council has voted unanimously to extend the time for people who are criticizing you, people who are angry with you. Well, I say to those people, leave your anger at home, bring your passion, but leave your anger at home. There's no place here for your anger. The case can easily be made that this is one of the most united elected body in the history of College Park. This is one thing you can do. Take the high road. Give the unity credit to the mayor. After all, it's because of her that y'all become one of the most united city council in the history of College Park. And in exchange for giving the credit to the mayor for bringing y'all together, she can then agree to promote council unity in each and every ward with the council people in College Park. After all, everything that happened in each ward really becomes credit for College Park and who represents the whole College Park. The mayor does, of course. We can work closer with accomplishing the mayor's agenda and seek private understanding to support compromise when a council person has to dissent or has to disagree. It's okay to disagree. It's okay to agree to disagree. Secure holistic advisor, spiritual advisor to initiate an apology tour, asking for forgiveness and healing, starting with the mayor, who is the leader of College Park, sincerely asking for forgiveness and healing from each city council person and vice versa. City council person asks for forgiveness from the mayor. Then visit each ward with respective council person asking for forgiveness and healing from all the critics, letting the critics know that we agree to disagree at this council, but we will not do it in anger and we will not do it in hatred, and we expect the same from your constituents. And then I close with this. Err on the side of your city attorney. Every government practice erring on the side of your city attorney. Attorney Winston Denmark has over 27 years of litigation and local government experience and is committed to doing everything in his power to keep this city council within the laws. He understands local government. He can be trusted by the mayor city council, and when he does make a mistake, and he does, he knows how to own up to it, admit it, and correct it. If you do these basic things, especially with your city attorney, it will be extremely difficult for anybody who's criticizing you to break the force of the bond that unite you and bring you together as a city council, making you one of the most united elected body in her story of College Park. It's time for healing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I have Melissa Williams to discuss Birdie Trail. Okay, next, I can't read their handwriting. I have Valadina Simmons for undisclosed. Next, I have Grace Lansford to discuss personal conversations.
Good evening. Hi, everyone. I've sent 3 emails in by public comment. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but since they haven't been made, my kids are at Parents' Night Out. Yay, Parks and Rec, College Park, and I am here before you. I've had a lot of personal conversations recently. Jamel, thank you so much for your personal conversation with Kai Leitner. That's transparency, you guys. It was wonderful. Thank you for seeing through also the Bear Park bathroom and giving the mic to my daughter, Nanette, because really, again, as you said, it's about the youth, and I appreciate that. I just look forward to that cherry on top of shade structures coming soon, hopefully. Also, Councilman Gay, thank you for taking the time to speak with me and encouraging me on the Flint project and your support on that. And I had printed out the Camp Truett conversation from the Historic College Park neighborhood page to show you just the enthusiasm around green spaces and our history. But, you know, getting my kids to the gym, I forgot it. I'll get it to you. Also, CPCA hosted a really solutions-focused meeting, and I really appreciated being there and in the midst of it. And afterwards, I had a personal conversation with BIDA Chairman Tracy Wyatt, where he showed me the picture of the PMG group signing, and it's exciting to see 6 West development happening, and I hope that that is in accordance with our plans. I have been in, it's my understanding that it is an advisement of Stream Realty, and I respect them, so I'm fingers crossed, but let's all keep an eye on that, please. And if you could share more than a paragraph and a photo, I think that that would be helpful too, especially out on social media. So for our awesome Keisha, I don't know if Keisha is still here, but a little bit more information will help, again, for those personal conversations going further. We also spoke about a moratorium on development until the Economic Development Office has staff, which we both agreed on. Tracy and I had an agreement on that. And I really think our staff, our city is only as good as our staff, and we have a lot of staff openings. You're doing so much work. Let's give him staff so that he can do it. Bill Evans has been a topic of many personal conversations, and simply put, some revenue streams are not as simple as a profit and loss sheet. And our green spaces, in my opinion, are priceless. And so, as you have witnessed the community appall in regards to the rock wall and the Flint project and staff firings, resignations, etc., this is going to be the next fight. And I really want everybody to bring that and weigh the cost and benefit. We're here to talk about a budget, because this will be a cost and benefit if we go down that route. So weigh it very, very judiciously, please, and listen to put the citizens first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have LaToya McLean to discuss personal.
One more time, Ms. Brown, please.
LaToya McLean. Okay, next I have Brother Stanley Muhammad to discuss public comments.
Assalamu alaikum, which means may God's peace be upon you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful. I want to thank the council and our wonderful city manager. I watched the budget hearings online, and this is the first time in the history of College Park that the budget included the least of the citizens of College Park, the poor and suffering of our community. And it reminds me of the standard of good government, because most of us don't have a standard. But when we swear in office, we put our hand on the Bible, and Jesus was saying, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was sick, you come to minister unto me, and when I was in prison, you visited me. And the disciples were baffled when Jesus said that. He said, well, they would say, Master, when were you in that condition? He said, if you did not do it to the least of these, my brethren, you did not do it also unto me. And this wonderful council, who's the legislative body of this city, have thought about the least in the budget. $3.8 million have actually are going to aid the poor and suffering of our people. And most times in government, the poor have no voice. But be careful those who are not poor. Because if you see all these natural calamities, how God is leveling these mansions, leveling cities because of the evil that's going on in this country, this city council is protecting the city from that because they have the Spirit of Christ and they have the work of Christ on their mind. And I thank God from the bottom of my heart for you all thinking about the suffering of this community. You and Jesus, like these two fingers, you are walking with the Master. Keep walking. Although those who come up here don't even mention the poor. They have an inordinate self-interest and want to critique the ones who have the Spirit of Christ. And I want to thank the city manager. Those who say he's incompetent, you're incompetent because you're not seeing that this budget, he had this.
All right, thank you, sir.
Motion to continue.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you,
Member
Council.
Carn, what is your vote?
Aye.
That is unanimous.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, citizens. Thank you, Mayor. But I want to say about my brother, our wonderful city manager, he's the one responsible for the budget. And he is the one who actually came up with the creative mindset to help reduce each department by 6 to 16%, that we can have enough money that we can aid the poor. But I would caution the plantation politics that's going on right now.
Mr. Muhammad, I would ask.
And I would caution the plantation politics that's going on. I have said nothing wrong. I have First Amendment, freedom of speech. I have said nothing wrong.
Mr. Muhammad, Mr. Muhammad, I would ask that you refrain from inflammatory.
Ma'am, that's not inflammatory.
Because
that's not inflammatory. That's your opinion. That's not inflammatory, ma'am.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Our city attorney had a comment that was not read because the word punk was used.
I didn't say punk.
I understand.
Well, I'm talking about plantation
Mr.
politics,
Mr.
man.
Muhammad, hold on.
Hold on.
Councilmember Carn.
City attorney.
No, Councilmember Carn. Hold on one moment. Mr. Denmark?
City attorney,
Mr.
I do
Denmark.
not believe that we should be interrupting
Councilmember Carn.
public comments when we
Councilmember
approve
Carn, I'm talking.
them to speak.
Councilmember Carn, I'm trying to have a conversation.
Mayor, the
Councilmember
resident was actually talking.
I
You
understand, and I'm
interrupted them.
trying to have a conversation with the city attorney because several months ago, he had a comment that was not read because one of the members of the council was called a punk.
I didn't call in council. I didn't direct it towards.
It was not you.
Well, I'm saying, what did I say? What did I say wrong for you to interrupt me during my time, Ms. Mayor?
Mr. Muhammad, your time has been extended, so I want to make sure.
But why are you interrupting my time?
Mr. Muhammad, I want to make sure.
Why? I'm asking you why.
And I'm trying to explain.
He would have stopped me. He's the lawyer, not you.
And I'm trying to explain.
No, he would have
I
stopped.
am a lawyer, but please hold on one moment.
Mayor, you're really being
Muhammad,
disrespectful.
Mr. Muhammad,
you're violating my First Amendment,
freedom
of speech. I'm not disrespecting
but I also want to
anybody.
make sure that we have an opportunity not to inflame rhetoric.
What flame?
Mr. Denver.
Plantation politics is inflaming rhetoric? Yeah, well, I'm sure white people and House Negroes would say that, but not real black people.
And Mr. Denver.
I'm sure they'll say that. That's right. I'm sure
Ladies
House
and gentlemen,
Negro.
ladies and
But
gentlemen,
I'm saying,
ladies and gentlemen.
I'm
Mr.
saying.
Denmark.
And I'm
Ladies and
saying,
gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to please refrain. Mr. Denmark. Stop, please. Mr. Denmark.
Yes, yes.
That type of language can be construed as inflammatory. If it were someone else who was not African American, we would have some issues. And so I think we need to remain consistent.
Well, Mayor, if you're asking my opinion,
yes.
Under the United States Constitution, the First Amendment guarantees the right of free speech. Of course, that right is not unlimited. The United States Supreme Court has carved out some well-crafted exceptions, one of which is of insulting fighting words. These are words directed at an individual that are likely to incite a breach of the peace.
Okay.
I gave the opinion months ago that the use of a word directed against a specific person would be inappropriate and outside the protections of the First Amendment. It's because it was directed at a specific targeted individual who was referenced by name, and therefore that would have constituted an insulting fighting word outside the ambit or protection of the First Amendment. What Mr. Muhammad is saying is classic First Amendment speech. And First Amendment only exists because speech is unpopular, because speech is inflammatory. If he was going to get up here and say something that everybody agreed with, we wouldn't need the First Amendment. Precisely because he is saying things that people don't like is why the First Amendment must protect his speech. If it was the Ku Klux Klan, I would give the exact same opinion, because all speech, unless it falls into one of those well-defined categories, is fully protected by the First Amendment, and it exists precisely to protect unpopular speech. So it is my opinion that what Mr. Muhammad has said, while people may not like it, it is fully protected by the First Amendment.
So let me be clear. So he can call a number of people House Negroes, but not individuals.
He did not mention anybody by name.
Okay,
he did not
I just want to be clear.
Comments at any human being. He made a general statement. Which
okay, I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. So please proceed, Mr. Muhammad. Go right ahead.
Mr. Muhammad, if
yes, sir.
One quick second, and I hate to interrupt you.
Councilmember Karn, go right ahead.
Say something, and apologies for the interruption, but I have been up here for a while, and I have been, part of being in public office. I've been yelled at, cursed at up here, ridiculed, the whole nine. Part of being up here is dealing with, what people appreciate that you're doing and what people don't appreciate that you're doing. He has the right to speak just like anybody else. There was a resident a few years back in a public meeting that said they honestly do not believe that everyone should have the right to vote. They said they honestly believe that. And it was one of these elected officials' direct relative in a public meeting. And he was an attorney. And you know what? He had the right to say it. That was his opinion, and he was welcome to it. I didn't agree with it, but it wasn't my job to shut him down. And it's not my job to shut anyone down. When people come up here and talk bad about me, I still motion to continue to hear their comments. Either way it goes. So I don't want to ever hear us shutting down someone when they want to speak. The right to be heard and listened to is one of the most important rights of any citizen. Good, bad, complaints, and the like. Folks, that's just par for the course in public policy. You're going to hear the bad things that you don't like, and you're going to hear things that you do like. So all I can say is we got to get a thicker skin and deal with it. This is public policy and this is governance. And that means hearing some things that we may not particularly want to hear. So again, apologies, please continue.
Thank you, Councilman Karn, for the justice. Thank you, City Attorney, for clarifying the principle. And Malcolm said something very powerful, Mayor. He mentioned plantation politics. And he mentioned this because it still exists. White supremacy is still alive and well in College Park. And they always have black people who actually want nearness to them to do their bidding. And those very black people don't care about the field Negroes who are suffering under the plantation of College Park, in College View. I don't hear them coming and talking about what our people are suffering there in the housing projects. They don't open their mouth. But they come up here and they criticize my brothers and sisters who are doing a wonderful work because they're thinking about the least. But those who come up and criticize and listen to them when they come to the budget, they're here. And they got there, but when it was white council, they was nowhere around criticizing Ambrose Clay. Nowhere. Look at it now. Open your eyes. So because they're black, see, this is racism. This is black self-hatred that we're seeing alive and well. I mean, you can't tell me. I know my history. I know a house Negro when I see one and when I hear one. And I know a white racist when I see one and I hear one. And if we want to act like an ostrich and act like it don't exist, that's your business. And Malcolm said, if you throw a brick in a pack of dogs, only one bark is the one that got hit. Why are you barking if it don't pertain to you? Why are you so upset if it don't pertain to you? But I'm standing for my people who slavery have put my people in this condition. And ain't no white person stand up here trying to help to repair the damage that their ancestors have done. But they want to criticize my people who are doing a good job. I refuse for you to do that. Our city manager has been standing under all kind of administration doing a great job. City attorney, pardon me. But you want to criticize him now. I know what I'm looking at. And Mayor, you infringed on my First Amendment. And you know you did. You're a lawyer. You know the law. And you know what you're doing because you're trying to appease them who are here to badge my people. And I'm going to close with this, and this is what you're going to hear. After my words, they're going to come up here. I got a scripture for them. All those who want to criticize unjustifiably my brothers and sisters who are trying to stand up for all citizens of College Park. But you got to start with the least. That's the standard of good government. The book of Romans, chapter 3, and this is my, and I'll close and sit down. Chapter 3, verse 13 reads, quote, "Their talk is foul, like the stench from an open grave. Their tongues are full with lies. Snake venom drips from their lips." See, Paul, this is the Bible, it's not me. Paul is describing a people who will come up here and lie on our black leadership, saying they breaking the law. You got a lawyer right here, and you going up here to act like they breaking the law. You got a city attorney. And so here we got all these people who's going to come up here and lie and make it seem like the budget is not good. And we need to be safe. We need to recall our city councilwoman McKenzie. For what? This is a good woman. She's doing good work. But because she's black, that's why you want, but you never recall Ambrose because Ambrose made mistakes. But I never hear your public outcry criticizing him like you're doing with the black leadership. But you want to recall and you want to get her out of office like she done something illegal. See, this is who Paul was talking about. The lies. And their mouth is like an open grave. Don't do that. Because it's frivolous lawsuits. It's not coming, it's not because of the mayor, the council is actually causing frivolous lawsuits. There were lawsuits under Jack Longino, our former mayor. Plenty of them. But you never came up here and talked about that. But what I'm saying is this. I pray that when you look at this budget, and from what I hear, even a financial representative from this city said this is the best budget he's seen. And he's a white man. And he was honest. And he said it's about black council and the black city manager. So we got to understand that what's your motive here? Your motive is that you're still racist and you don't want to see black leadership because you didn't bring slaves over here to lead you. You brought slaves over here to serve you, and you got a problem with black leadership. Thank you as I greet you in peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Next, I have Sister Ruth. Did you want to speak?
Ms. Brown, do you have time left?
We have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Sister Ruth. Okay. Next, I have Marcia Knox to discuss public comments. Okay. Next, I have Brecca Carter to discuss the 2025 budget.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So, my name is Brecca Carter. I'm the current Director of Airport and Governmental Affairs, which is the only position that is being reduced in force according to the proposed budget. I've spent the last 20 years as a community development and aviation professional in this region, and I have only served this community and represented this community with integrity, professionalism, and grace. That's with any dealings I've had with the airport, any other entities, regional, state, federal, and local. This is happening at no fault of my own, and I've talked to each of one of you about what your feelings were, what your thoughts were, and where you believed I could improve. But I have done my duty here. I'm proud of what I've done, and I appreciate that the support that I've received from the mayor, from other members at different times. Thank you. I appreciate the department heads, the ones that are here and the ones I started working with just under 10 months ago. If you want to know what real support looks like, it's my husband, Cortez, who came tonight to support me and be behind me. That's what real support looks like. But I appreciate the support from the mayor, and I do ask you all for just a little bit of that support in my request for a severance package, as I'm given less than a month to find gainful employment, and I am a professional that has never undergone this process of no fault of my own. But as always, I serve at the will of the council, and I appreciate if you would take into consideration and make a positive action towards my severance. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a minute left, but I have 4 email comments, so just
start one. Tell me when you go first.
For a minute, 1 second. The first email comment is from Diane Claps. I am unable to attend the meeting tonight. Here are my comments. Thank you. I am deeply disturbed by the proposed budget for 2024/2025. I'm wholeheartedly opposed to reducing police and fire dollars and manpower. College Park is the #1 crime-ridden city in the state. If this continues, people will move out, businesses will leave, companies will not want to rent space at our convention center, etc. Public safety should be the #1 priority of this council. However, it appears that this council is only interested in paying for projects that give them more power and access to discretionary slash slush funds where there is no accountability. This is unacceptable. I understand that we are now considered high risk for insurance. It is the action of the city council members that has led us to this point. Every move they make is unprofessional, deceitful, and completely non-transparent. This must stop. There are a dozen of questions I could ask about this budget. I choose 6. I respectfully request that the council answer these questions. Why do we need $15,000 for a backpack giveaway?
All right.
Motion to continue.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion?
Finish up that one.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That's unanimous.
Okay. Why do we need $15,000 for a backpack giveaway? This has been funded privately by donations in the past. Why are we reducing fringe benefits for employees who are already under so much stress? Why do we need a dog park, and where is it going to go? You are trying to sell out parks where our children play as it is. You are then going to fund a dog park. This makes no sense. Why do we need a welcome center? Nobody is going to want to come to College Park because of our crime rates. All of the proposed reductions in the budget appear to be items that are fixed costs, so it seems likely we will go over on most of them. The new administration assistants, who will they be working for and why? These are just a few of my questions. This budget appears to have been made by a preteen with wishful thinking. It is completely unacceptable. May I suggest that the council members ask for the help of the mayor to get this right. The city of College Park needs more police officers and liability insurance we can afford. You are entering into the realm of bankrupting our city. Please sharpen your pencils and get realistic. That is the best comment. Next, we have the public hearing. The public hearing to receive comments on the proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. This is the first of two public hearings scheduled to receive public comments. The second hearing will be on June 17, 2024. This is set by Director of Finance and Accounting, Althea Fuller-Batley. This will impact all wards. Madam Mayor, I turn this over to you.
Thank you. Mr. Wall? Good evening again.
Good evening, Mayor.
We have a bit of a larger audience for the regular meeting than we did the workshop session. If you could give sort of an abbreviated overview of what you shared with us in the workshop, and then we'll open the public hearing.
Yes, ma'am. So will you be sharing the slideshow, ma'am, or you just want me to speak? I'm okay either way.
It's the direction of mayor and council.
Just
if you could share the slideshow, please.
Just to speak.
Just
to speak. I'd like to make a motion.
We've got folks that didn't see the slideshow, so if we can help the public learn, get it a little bit better, I think that would be helpful.
Question, Mayor. Do you want the entire slide for him to go through the entire presentation, or just to give an overview? I mean, to let the slides, because he actually mentioned line items. Is that what you're asking for, or just clarification?
Just a brief overview.
Okay, thank you.
So no. 1 second. Which page is?
So just start with page 2, and I'll hit it pretty. All right, great. Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Your budget for the city is $196 million. And, Coca-Cola and Georgia Pacific and Georgia Power, they have one business, one checking account. But your budget is a collection of businesses. You have electric fund, water and sewer fund, sanitation fund, convention center, BIDA, arena. The general fund's the one that the citizens most associate with. It's funded by property taxes and sales taxes, and it's police and fire and code enforcement and parks and recreation. And so your whole budget with your collection of businesses and all your funds is $196 million. Before you tonight is a balanced budget that incorporates all the initiatives that you all have decided to put in the budget through your budget workshops, comments with citizens, and comments to staff. Dr. Aditiran and Althea Fuller-Batley worked all last week, and they have balanced the budget, and I'll hit the highlights of what they've done, the programs that you have asked for, and how we balance the budget. Page 2 shows that during the budget workshops over the last couple of months, here were the initiatives that you all requested to be added to the budget, and I won't hit them all exactly, but you can see that the departments on the far left side, the description of what's being added or subtracted, and then you'll see the revenue source on the far right. The total of those on page 3, Madam City Clerk, is $2,989,000 of new recommended changes and initiatives that came out from the budget workshops. $2,000,009 is the total. $2,002,000 was for the general fund. $750,000 is for the other funds. All of those things are in your $196 million budget. Next page, Madam City Clerk. We additionally, after the budget workshops, received requests from the governing body for some of these items, and some of these items came up in the last 2 weeks. The first one is the pension cost. Georgia Municipal Association manages your pension fund. The stock market was off about 25% in 2022, and or 2023. And so when they bake those numbers into your actuarial report, a company called Siegel, it required you to have a contribution increase. We had a good year in 23, a bad year in 22. These numbers reflect the actuarial report for 22. Next year, hopefully this contribution level will come down. You can see that it was increased by 1.2 million. The general fund was 870,000. The other funds were 390. That has been baked into the budget. Cost of living for all employees at 4% with a $3,000 cap on anyone making over 75,000. That was $1.2 million. That is in the budget. One-time incentives for employees. It was $250 for part-time employees, $500 for full-time employees. Again, this would be a one-time incentive. It's $206,000. That is in the budget. The insurance premium, self-insured retention funding estimate, it's about $1 million more. Ms. Floyd Bradley had put $300,000 in the original budget as an increase. This is additional $700,000. You all have approved that starting June 1st, and so this new premium is in the $196 million budget. So the total of the new citywide expenses were $3,386,000. Next page. The way we accommodated all of these changes on page 5 is in the general fund, $2 million. We froze vacant positions except for those critical operations, saving $1,399,000, and made cuts to various departments totaling $624,000. Next page, page 6, please, ma'am. The positions that were frozen: part-time custodian, special projects manager, 6 police officers, 5 firefighter positions, economic development program manager who no longer works for the city, so that job just won't be replaced, and the director of airport affairs. So the total savings from freezing positions and a reduction in force was $1,399,000. Next page. Page 7. These are successive pages showing the itemization of the $624,000 in various cuts. The police department is the first section. You can see in red the pieces, the line items that were cut here and there. Turn to page 8. The police department had reductions of $102,437. That also included the E911 services fund. Next page. The recreation had cuts of $204,250. Next page. IT, fire, and inspection had cuts of $172,000. And you can see the public works on page 11 had cuts of $145,000 for the total of $624,000. Next page. This is the, remember I told you a collection of businesses. These are called the governmental funds. In the top line in the pink is the beginning fund balance, and then the revenues are below it, and the yellow line shows budgeted use of reserves. The general fund is not using any of its reserves. It is a balanced budget, revenues equal expenses. The hotel motel tax and car rental tax, the 2 funds next to it, those are funds that the revenue that is generated goes to, as a revenue to one of the other funds. And so it's okay to use all of that revenue and all of the fund balance to fund the other funds, because those 2 funds don't have any expenses in and of themselves. On to the right, you can see the confiscated funds and the state drug fund. Again, that's all appropriated out to other funds. And so there's no appropriation of general fund balance, and the budget for governmental funds is balanced, revenues equal expenses. Next page. Here were the expenses for each one of those governmental funds. You can see all the expenses match the revenues. Next page, page 14. Enterprise funds are what governmental accounting call funds that have revenues, like water and sewer and airport and electric and gas. And your funds, as you can see across the page there are 2 that I wanted to highlight. The golf course fund, if you look at the very top in that pink, it starts out with a negative fund balance of $15,008 negative. You can see it has $424,000 in revenues, and it has $351,000 in a transfer in. That's coming from hotel motel tax. And so on the next page, you'll see the expenses of the golf course are that $776,000. So it's been subsidized. I had talked to you before, for years y'all used to have private entities manage it, and they paid you a lease payment, and they were responsible for revenues and expenses, and you actually made money off of the golf course. The next one over is the sanitation fund. I'll get to it in a minute. It starts out with a negative balance of $19,903. Without a rate increase, it had an $85,000 deficit, and it needs additional funding for 4 or 5 garbage trucks and additional expenses in the fund. And so later on, I'm going to recommend to you a 15% rate increase for sanitation. And then if you look at the convention center fund, you can see a transfer in of $5.2 million. Nearly all of that is debt service for the building itself. And then the next one is the arena fund, the $4,897,000. That transfer in, that comes from car rental, and that is for debt service and operations for the arena fund. If we would go to the next page, this is expenses for the enterprise funds. All the expenses match. However, the sanitation fund has that 15% rate increase baked into the number so that it would in fact balance out. Next page, page 16. Here are our capital projects fund. You have 2 funds from sales tax that are directly related to capital projects and can only be spent on capital projects. And one is a SPLOST fund and the other one is a T-SPLOST fund. And those expenses are balanced to the revenues. Page 17. This is just a pie chart showing your $196 million budget in broad categories, which are the major funds, what percentage they make up of the budget. Next page, sanitation fund. Next page again. I wanted to give you, Ms. Althea for Lord Bradley, and I wanted to give you a 5-year history of the sanitation fund. If you look in 2020, you can see that the revenues were $2,834,000. We had a slight rate increase in 2020. You can see that that rate increase did its work in 21. The revenues were $3,060,000. You can see the revenues have eased up a little bit each year, but they haven't eased up at the rate of the expenses. And look down at the bottom, you can see the expenses. Cost of sales went from $737 in 2020 to $831 in 24. Personnel services $1.4 million to $1.8 million in 24. And so you can see that $85,000 there. The sanitation fund needed an adjustment to rates. The next page, we delineate exactly why and how much. So the first bullet on the right says that we had to use $85,000 of reserves in order to balance the budget, and we shouldn't do that because if you remember the reserves were negative $15,000. Additional funds required to cover the essential recurring expenses, $149,000, and then we need 4 or 5 of those big garbage trucks. They cost $1.1 million. You will finance it with an annual lease, and that's about $250,000 a year in debt service for those trucks. And so we need an additional $484,000 in revenues from the sanitation fund. Next page. The next page shows a 15% rate increase. What it would do, apartment and complexes will go from $8.15 to $20.87. During our work session, we decided that that number would be 25, or at least that would be presented to you next Monday. The single family is 18 to 20, and the light commercial was 1925 to 2214. There was a request from the governing body that we present 25. Again, tonight is just our way as staff of telling you how we have balanced the budget. You don't have to vote on it until Monday, June the 17th. And you all can give feedback to me, feedback to staff, any changes you want to make, but you will vote on it on June the 17th. Next page. These were, the governing body had specific projects that they would like to see incorporated into the budget. The total is $3,820,000. All of those have been incorporated in this budget and balanced without a tax increase. The one thing I'd like to highlight, Councilman Gay wanted to change the next to the last line item right above contingencies. to call it Ward 4 Community Enhancements, Green Space, and Park Improvements. And then the last page, as I said earlier, tonight you're hearing this, you're hearing comments from citizens. All of that will be baked into a final presentation to you on Monday, June the 17th, and hopefully for your approval.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
At this time, I'll declare the public hearing open for anyone who wishes to speak on the proposed 2024-2025 budget.
Good evening, John Duke, Hardin Avenue. Wow, it's not often you get to look back on some things in the past and get a little bit of not vindication, but just a little bit of, you did something right. But I just dig at Ed Wall a little bit too here. He's my friend, though. He is my friend, but I just want to look at page 18 in the packet here. This is the enterprise funds. And if you'll notice, the Gateway Arena has an interfund transfer in of $4.9 million. And the total revenues there is $7.2 million. So what that means is that 68% of the operation of the arena is being subsidized. And this is why I fought so hard back in 2017. And this is why I hired an attorney for $1,500, and I objected to the bond in Fulton County Courthouse. I think the arena is a beautiful thing. It's water over the dam. I'm not angry, I'm not mad, I want to make a point though for today, that's why I'm bringing it up. But sticking on the same page here, I just want to also point out that the Convention Center has a interfund transfer in of $5.2 million out of $17.4 million in revenue. So it's about 30% subsidized. It's not paying for itself. And this is another reason why I fought so hard in 2017, because I felt that the Convention Center complex was already overbuilt. And so if we look at the golf course, so just to put this in perspective, if you look at the golf course, which Ed Wall brought up, and how it should be profitable, you're only subsidizing it by $351,000, which is a whole lot less than $4.9 million to the arena and $5.2 million to the convention center. And it's also a less of a percentage of its total revenue. So all of this is debatable. The point is, we can argue over how to spend money, and we should, and we don't have to be, angry to each other or whatever. It's just every household's going to debate how to spend money. But what I do want to say is, in relation to today, a lot of that is water over the dam, is that this community enhancement list here is one of the best things that I've seen in this city. This is why I was fighting so hard against the arena, is because I'm like, well, wait a minute, where's the budget for the people? And it was an excruciating battle, and that's why I took it up. But this community enhancement list here, this is amazing. I'm probably not interested in everything on the list, and I'm sure there's a lot of people in the audience who may not be interested on everything on the list. But this is an advancement, and it's $3.8 million. and you're subsidizing the arena for 4.9. You're subsidizing the arena $1 million more than this list right here. And one of my arguments back then was, okay, so we live by the airport and we get all this, we have to deal with airport noise, and we get all this hotel motel tax though, so that's good, and we get all this car rental tax, so like, hey, let's use it for us, you know? And that was the thing, but so that's one point about today on the community list that I wanted to make. The other one, just down the line here on page 19, is if you look at the electric fund, that's another enterprise fund that we run. Look at what it does. It does the opposite. It actually makes money. It helps subsidize other things. If you look at the interfund transfer out, it's $2 million a year. And the Federal Aviation Administrative Building is $1.1 million a year that it makes profits off of. But as far as electric fund goes, in connection to my presentation at the workshop session a couple weeks ago, you know, let's use the $2 million that the electric fund makes to help people, to help with insulation, to help electrify, because this is where the world's moving. We do have a climate emergency, and we do need to be electrifying as fast as we can. And besides, it does protect your franchise to electrify, that you own and operate. On page 20 here, I just want to point out that the T-Splosh revenue is $3.7 million a year. That's awesome. So we have that for 5 years, and we pulled out Ed Wall. I'm going to give him credit here, even though I battled him in 2017. I'm going to give him a hand because he actually formulated a bond that paid for itself. And it paid for itself with the T-Splosh money. And so, and the bond that he wrote is the one that built the pedestrian bridge that matched the funds that we got from the federal government to build it, which the federal government paid for most of it, but we still had to match some, and it also paid for the infrastructure at 6 West. And so that bond was for, I'm going to just do a rounding number here, about 12 million, give or take. And so we're going to pay that bond off with 3 years of T-Splosh funds, and that means we have another 2 years of T-Splosh funds to use on transportation projects in the city. And if I had a say into it, it would go toward sidewalks and it wouldn't go toward roads, but that's me. Again, we can all have these discussions. The last thing I'm going to say is page 13 on the pension fund that you have. I just want to throw this in, and that is, I feel that your pension fund should be divesting from fossil fuels. Take the profit and run, and put it somewhere else for a sustainable future. It's going to reach a tipping point one day where you don't want to be the last man out. I know that's a long way off, but we need to be making steps now, and I would suggest putting it into an S&P 500 fossil fuel-free ETF. And I think that's all I got. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Thanks, John. Good stuff.
Don't want to cut in front of anybody. Good evening, Tom Coleman, Cambridge Avenue. Let's just talk a little bit about the big picture on this budget and the process. So I looked at it closer than is healthy for any individual to see that kind of stuff. I know you sat down and went through line by line everything as you went through it. You added a number of things back into it. Okay, now's the time to look at the priorities of things. Councilmember Arnold stated earlier that she was dissatisfied with the level of information that was coming in packets because of changes and ads and that sort of stuff. There's some misinformation that was that was on the website in the package. The slides that we saw right there that showed what cuts were made to the individual departments was not on the package that was available to citizens. That package, unless I'm reading it wrong, and I could be, showed a deficit. Not a balanced budget. So I'm just pointing that out, that it's hard for citizens to follow along when there's misinformation there. So putting it in big numbers, a year ago the budget was $180 million. Okay, the budget that was brought in May, the bogey budget by our interim city manager, was $184,000, and that showed a deficit. That showed going into reserves. Okay, the budget that's before us tonight, again, it's flexible. You can change it. Is $196 million and is balanced. Okay, that's a neat trick to come up with that money. There's more revenue in there from some source, and I can't delve it out in there. So it boils down to now priorities. You know, what is the most important thing to do, and how can you get something the most effective way to it? We have balanced this budget. Well, to back up a little bit, certain entities can do things more effective than other entities. Some people are better at doing one thing than another. Some things are in the realm that the city needs to handle. Some things are in the realm that the state has to handle. Some things are in the realm that the county has to handle. Some things are in the realm that charities ought to handle. Some things that individual citizens need to handle. Councilman Karn pointed out that if you're looking to come to the government of College Park for your every need, you're going to be disappointed. Okay, so we need to look at what's in this budget and look at the priorities. The things that only the city of College Park can do are, among others, fire and police. Okay, what have we done? We've cut policemen, we've cut firefighters. Okay, nobody else is going to do that for us. We have to do that in our budget. Okay, we've also, it seems like we've got a minimum amount of infrastructure money put in there to handle things. You know, you can see what's happening with the city of Atlanta, with water pipes breaking and that sort of stuff. It cripples the city when that happens. We need to be putting money aside and changing things as we go along, as our infrastructure ages. I'm concerned about the day-to-day cuts in just running our city. Okay, the interim city manager's budget to start with cut 6% from day-to-day operations. Okay, we've come back again and cut another, whatever it was, I have to look here. We've cut another $625,000 in round numbers from the day-to-day operations of the departments. I can't tell what that is because I didn't have the slides that were shown there, and my eyesight's not good enough to read them off the thing. So the question is, that seems like that's something that we needed to do, or we wouldn't have been doing it all along. So I'd like to look harder at that and make sure that what we cut is not something that's critical. So where did that money go? What's the other thing? Well, there's some non-essential things. That list of the community enhancements, they're all good things. They're nice. It'd be great to have that. You know, it'd be great when I can go to a restaurant and order steak and lobster every time. But I can't do that. I look at it and say, no, you know, I'd rather take the money and put it somewhere else than spend it on X. I want to spend it on Y. Okay, what we need to spend it on is police and fire. We can't cut that thing because nobody else is going to do it. Okay, the police and fire in that page there was ballpark $1 million. Okay, you got $3.8 million of community enhancements, again, all which are nice things. Be great to have them, but not at the expense of the core job of the city, which is public safety, police and fire. Okay, you can cut 25% out of that thing, ballpark, make the numbers work, and still get nice things to have and still fulfill the core duties of the city. We could go through those community enhancements. I could be glad to help you on that. I was confused with a number of them. A counterexample is there's $100,000 in there for the Brady Trail. Well, we just had a great presentation that says, here's where your $100,000 is going to go. Okay, I can look at that and say, yeah, that's good, or no, that isn't good. Okay, we've got, and we see if I can. So when your house is burning down, do you want a fire person to come? A firefighter, or do you want to have community assistant engagement initiatives? You know, if somebody's breaking into your house, do you want the police to show up in a hurry because they're fully manned, or do you want supplemental community engagement funds? I mean, these things are too nebulous to look at and decide, is that a good thing or isn't it? Might be, could be a real good thing. I can't tell from the nebulous information here, and I would ask that you'd come up with something better on that. There's items on that community enhancement list that are better done by other entities. Okay, we've got, and I don't want to pick on too many of them, but there's a literacy program in there. That is not the job of the city of College Park. Education is a county function. Okay, why don't we go to the county, talk to our people there and say, we've got a problem with adult literacy, which I suspect that's what that is, and we need your help on that. Okay, that shouldn't be throwing city money at that. So when you look at effectiveness on organizations, there's a term called tooth to tail. Are you looking at what is actually doing the job, the teeth that's biting off and getting the job done, or are you looking at the tail, which is the administrative stuff? An example that everybody could equate to would be in the educational system. The teeth would be the teachers that are engaging with the students on a day-to-day basis. The tail would be the administration. Okay, we have, in this budget, we've added a duplicate position for an executive director at BIDA that duplicates what our economic development people do. We've added 2 legislative assistants to help you guys out. Well, wait a second, we've cut 6 firefighters and 5 cops to do that. We've spent more money on administrative stuff than we are on what actually does the core functions of the city. Now, it was alluded to in your earlier workshop presentation about that list of community enhancements, again, which are all pretty nice things to have. Is there not alternate funds for that? Can we not get them somewhere else? I submit you absolutely can get them somewhere else. You can get them somewhere else, or you can get the citizens to do it. You know, we used to have an arts festival here. You all remember parts of it there. That was, in its initial days, totally run and financed by the citizens. The city's commitment to it was letting us use the park, loaning us some tables from BIDA, and picking up the trash at the end of the day. That generated money that we gave to College Park Elementary and a number of other things for their arts program. Okay, you don't have to take money out of the taxpayers' fund to put on there. You can get community fired up to do these kind of things. There's grants. You know, that's how the Flint River got funded, was outside grants We had to do a little bridge thing to get it done, but then we got the money paid back through grants. There is money out there. Do not take it out of the core services that the city needs to do. I'm concerned about the reserves. As we've stated, the budget doesn't dip into reserves, but it's a dangerous world out there. Okay, we are one plane crash away, one derailment of a hazardous material freight car, one fire at the lithium battery storage facility that's getting ready to be built, or another dang pandemic, and we will be out of money. Okay, we need reserves. We need to be building them up, not keeping them level. Now, I talked about the process in the beginning, how you went through everything and all that. You still have the ability to do all this. This is in your hands. You can adapt to what's going on. You can sit there and say, you know what? I want to take money out of here and put it back in police. I want to take money out of there, put it back in fire. Hey, that airport development person can make money for us by getting in money here. It's worth putting money in there and taking it out from somewhere else. So that's my soapbox discussion for today. Go with the core things that only the city of College Park can do. Don't do the things that were not the best things to do. Shuffle those off to people that are better able to do it. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm not going to be long. I just have some brief comments about the budget. There's a lot of criticism about cutting fire and cutting police, fearing that we're not going to be safe. And we have our deputy chief here. We have our fire chief here. And when I listened to the budget hearing, that was not their top priority. Their top priority was to get the police chief, police vehicles, and prior to Chief Rogers being here, we had a shortage of police, but it's increasing according to what I heard her say. I wonder why some of those who come up here talk about safety, they didn't speak about any crime incidents in their personal life. I think the chief of police is doing a great job with the staff that she has. I think that the fire chief is doing a great job with the staff that they have. Now, if that's a concern, they never raise that concern. Why are we raising the concern as though we're the expert? And I hear they're talking about cutting illiteracy programs. There's a saying, a question was asked by this wise man, and the answer was given by this wise man. Why does the devil keep our people illiterate? And he answered, so they can use them for a tool and also a slave. He keeps them blind to themselves so he can master them. Illiterate means ignorant. And the Bible says, my people destroy for the lack of knowledge. Slavery, we talked about Juneteenth. The slave master deprived our people of reading and writing for over 400 years. Why did they do that? They did that because what separates us from the beasts of the field is knowledge. So those who actually say that government is not responsible for literacy programs, I beg to differ. This is an 85% black community. And we are still suffering psychologically from the remnants of slavery. And here you have a council trying to heal a problem that someone else created. And some people just want to keep our people illiterate so they can use them for a tool and also a slave, so they can be controlled. But here council is trying to bring them from that condition, because the more knowledgeable you are, the less you do things that are bestial. Bestial mean you rob somebody. A beast sees a piece of meat on the grill. They don't care that it don't belong to them. They're hungry and they eat that meat because they don't have the knowledge that human beings have. But because of this country have deprived 85% of this population, black people, of reading and writing, I think it's a good thing that the council is coming up with a literacy program that will now raise our people up from this bestial behavior. And there you got the problem solved with crime. Because if you have an ignorant person, they're going to follow their appetite. But when they're knowledgeable and they're wise and they have knowledge, then they can use that intellect to have creative ways to do productive things instead of destructive things. So this, I think that we need to look deeper when he says that this illiteracy program is not a need. Knowledge is a need. And especially when we have not repaired the damage, this country have not repaired the damage of black people that the slave master have done. So I think it's kind of, short-sightedness to see that. But I want to say that everything I saw in the Community Initiative program is good. Now, we can all give our own personal view on things. But I caution us because you're telling me that my people who right now are without food, without clothing, without shelter, and this community initiative is going to solve that human need? Because every human need is a human right. Every human being has a right to eat, have a right to clothing, have a right to shelter. But here you talking about, oh, I feel unsafe. Why do you feel unsafe? And I have not heard not one of these citizens come up and say, my house has been broken into, or I have a problem with crime. No, you don't have that problem. I'll give you a solution. The Nation of Islam in Mayfair Manor, during 1988, we had the dope busters in the housing projects in Paradise Manor. High drug market, high crime, right? Elderlies would fear to go out and come out in their community. Children couldn't come play. And so the brothers in the Nation of Islam, when we went out into the community, the police noticed that crime went down. And so we was approached by HUD to do resident patrol. Do you know people from all over the world came and wondered how we reduced crime? And what we did, the police was not able to do? You have that presence and you have that blessing right here in College Park. I was a part of resident patrol down in Florida. And we did the same thing in the housing projects called Ponce de Leon and College Hill, Ponce de Leon particularly. And Janet Reno, when she was the Attorney General of this country, she came and congratulated us for reducing crime. I would propose that we are willing to partner with our chief and do resident patrol. Because one thing we believe in freedom, justice, and equality for all, regardless of creed, class, or color. I'll be no better than the Ku Klux Klan, as a man, someone mentioned, the city attorney mentioned the Ku Klux Klan. I'll be no better than them if I treat white people the way white racists have treated my people since they've been here. No, I don't believe in that. And so here we are offering our life to make our community a decent, safe place to live, but don't make up things like safety and crime is an issue. Not unless you heard it from our fire chief or our chief of police or deputy chief. And certainly I feel safe in Ward 4. I feel safe in Ward 1 and Ward 2 and Ward 3. I travel this community and I don't have any problems. And I think that they're doing a good job. And I'm not saying you can't make any constructive criticism, but make sure it's genuine. Make sure it's not because you don't like who they are, that you want to just critique them just to be critiquing them, because I've been through so many budget hearings in this city, and the mayor knows this. And I have fought for this $3.8 million community initiative to help our community, and this is the first time. First time. And I don't hear no one, and I hear critiquing of it. Why? Because you don't know what my people are going through. See, you don't understand who come up here critiquing, aiding black people. You don't know what it's like going without food, clothing, and shelter. And you probably, what you're saying in your window, you don't care. You care about yourself. But 85% is black, and you ain't black when you're coming up here. So we got to think about 85% of the tax money is coming from black people. So here they're talking about looking out for their constituents, and they hear the voice of their constituents, and you're saying, no, don't listen to that. That's all they're doing. So where's the balance? Where's the justice? I'm not in that condition. I was. And I feel the pain of my community, and I love you, Council Gay, Councilwoman Arnold, Councilman Carn, Councilwoman McKenzie, and our wonderful city manager for the decisions you made. You're not perfect, and every one of us have shortcomings and flaws. I've been married for 34 years to my beautiful wife, 9 children. I'm the only breadwinner. She hasn't worked in 34 years. And we have budget meetings like this. And we have, sometimes should we do this, should we do that? But we come to a consensus for the sake of the whole. Let's do that. But please, let's don't come up here absent-minded that we don't understand the culture environment that we're in. We're in a black environment, and there's black people suffering. Our sister who talked about what she's going through in the apartment complex, that's a reality. That we got to address that. These slumlords who come in our community and don't care about the condition of our people. I felt her pain. And I thank the council because I feel that you're going to do something about it. But the previous administration, I don't know. Because they never put the community first, the poor, the suffering first. So I really thank God for you all, and I want all of us, please, give them a chance, because to expect perfection from them, you better expect it first from yourself. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, I want to thank you guys. We're here tonight to thank you guys for considering us in your budget, to continue to doing the work on the Black history of College Park, where it was a displaced community, and as of now, there's no history of the black community even being in College Park. So we are here tonight to thank you guys for considering us in your budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Celissa Jefferson, Ward 4. Just wanted to commend City Manager and the Finance Department, Ms. Thea Bradley, for the wonderful job that you guys did on this budget, and also to Mayor and Council, given the constraints that you were under. It's amazing what you were able to do. I would just like to add value is as you move forward from this budget and you're balancing it, that now you move into a risk assessment on how you need to implement and utilize the activities that you guys have approved within your budget. One of the risks that I have always been open about with College Park is the lack of revenue resources that you're missing in your community. For instance, parking. Parking is the most vital real estate that every city never gives up. But for some reason, City of College Park, everyone can come here and park for free. Now, that may be an added value to bring people to our city. However, we have a huge transient population. And with that transient population, we get taxed very heavily when it comes to cleaning, sanitation, and safety of our community. So I do think that it would be advantageous to look at where you're missing opportunities to generate more revenue, so that, for instance, the recommendation was to increase sanitation, and that's going to be increased to the residents. Well, you can offset that by implementing these missing areas of revenue. One, the golf course. Definitely privatization of management of the golf course. Got to get it back. Because it's a great revenue generation area. Also, with the Gateway Arena and the GICC, I think that where revenue is lacking there is in your branding and in your marketing. The way those contracts are written up, they're very stringent as far as how much money we're making there, and then how much we have to exhaust. And so I think that you can make a difference there if you expound on your branding and marketing for your GICC and Gateway Arena. When it comes to public safety, I know that you have a reduce in the public safety area. However, I don't necessarily agree with the reduction, but I would like to see a restructure as far as the different districts that we have and how they are policed. I do think that on Main Street, there can be a more bicycling or more on-foot pavement police traffic there. And within each district, you can create a zoning area for each area to try to really hone in on the issues that may occur. As we know, summertime is approaching. We have so many parks in exposure. I do think that moving to a police zone in each district would help us when it comes to safety there. As far as the amenities, I agree wholeheartedly with everyone as far as increasing that budget for community participation and involvement and improving our amenities. Those things are the things that they're priceless. They have an intrinsic value, and that goes along with our golf course. We're in a very unique situation with our city being less than 11 miles, but we have the opportunity of having so many parks, so many recreation, and the golf course. Those items, and the Gateway Arena, and just full of hospitality, all those items as a whole, put City of College Park in a very unique space. However, we are still in post-pandemic, catch up because prior to the pandemic, our budget was pretty good, but we're still trying to come through that post-pandemic. So I would just ask that the community think about that as well. You guys, for what you have, you've done a very great job of trying to balance it. My last comment would be the elimination of the airport affairs position. I don't know what studies were done and why that position was eliminated, but majority of airports utilize that position to also generate revenue for the city, as well as they really hone in on overall safety measures on the close proximity of the airport. Since we are on the front line, for instance, I'm involved right now in a a safety budget for 2035 for the airport in Malibu, but that comes from that executive airport affairs position where they really tie in the public safety of how airports are exposed and how do we prevent that. So I don't know necessarily what that position held here in the city of College Park, but I do think that it should be really looked at again and really thought about because we definitely need it, because city of College Park is on the front line, and should anything happen at that airport, we're going to be the first ones impacted. Last, I know in the past the local option sales tax, I really think that in your risk assessment valuation, that you include how other counties utilize that loss option. Because as we know, North Fulton of us, they utilize it to lower the taxation on the properties owned by the residents. So I don't necessarily know how it's itemized here at City of College Park, but I think that that should be an opportunity to look into so that it's not so tax burden on our residents due to the trajectory of the increase in values in property taxes. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Brad Bardlaven, and I reside on College Street. I want to discuss concerns in balancing the budget by freezing open positions, especially those related to the safety of the city. This includes freezing the hiring of 6 police officers to save $491,000 and freezing the hiring of 5 firefighters to save $449,000. This is a total of $994,000. If you Google the most dangerous city in Georgia, the first result is College Park across every website I could find. Currently, the governing body is looking to build a battery storage facility, which we believe was illegally passed without public comment. And to cut public safety resources is a bad look when trying to convince us you're doing the right thing and have the residents' best interest in mind. If I look at page 26 of the workshop session packet, the community enhancement priorities total $3.82 million. Many of these lack any sort of detail. I was going to speak about the Brady Trail, but I'm glad to see the presentation during the workshop session. There is a plan. But earlier, the mayor asked about the Supplemental Community Engagement Fund. I have the same question. What exactly is this and what does it entail? The lack of detail in this list should alarm every taxpayer in the city. And while I'm up here, I want to read a letter from Julie McGurk, because she had to leave early. But Julie lives on Virginia. Please consider removing the $15,000 for book bag giveaways. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry. This is a ridiculous amount of money that can go towards first responders' vacant positions. A nonprofit such as Ignite should be sponsoring this. As for the 6 vacant police officer positions and the 5 vacant firefighter positions, the last thing our city needs is to freeze hiring for any and all first responder positions. If in fact a battery storage facility is to be built in our backyards, we need all hands on deck if a fire were to break out. Just this week, there have been multiple car break-ins in Ward 1 and Ward 3, and leaving a police department in a deficit of 6 officers is putting all the citizens of College Park at a safety risk. I urge you all, please, to leave these positions unfilled. I urge you to please not leave these positions unfilled to save money in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I couldn't help but to get off the expressway and come here from a night out with my family. When I heard this gentleman talk about Ward 1 Negroes, I'm that Ward 1 Negro who went to Morehouse, who went to law school, who pulled myself up. And I dare you talk about us like that. I dare you. The budget right now, and I'm that man who was harmed by the lack of police officers in Ward 1, brother. I had people who came to my house, their car was broken into. I had a movie. The set, the council, the people on the movie set had the house, their cars broken into. A person broke into a car at Barrett Park and drove into my front yard. Me.
Sir, please direct your comments towards
because we didn't have enough police officers. The cameras weren't working. So I dare you cut public safety. I dare you cut our firefighters. I dare you take away what is essential to the life and the breath of a city and place it in places like book bags, where we have eliminated our grant writing positions for people to go get money to have those things taken care of. Our life and blood is our public safety. Our police, our firefighters, our EMTs, the people who take care of the residents, who pay them, who pay the salaries, who pay you guys to protect us. I dare you come up here and preach and quote scripture and be hypocritical. When the last time have you been over in Capital City to help those people? I had a book bag drive over there, brother. I went over there and fed them, brother. So do not tell me that we don't take care of our own. We do. All I see is you sitting up here bashing our people in Ward 1, bashing our good people, our white brothers and sisters, our Latino brothers and sisters. We are one College Park. We are not black, we are not white, we are College Park. And the minute we stop acting like that and stop this divisive racial rhetoric and start talking about what brings us together instead of what divides us, maybe we can get somewhere. And let's talk about this insurance. Let's talk about our deductible being $250,000. Let's talk about that, okay? Since when did we become such a risk that we have to almost be self-insured? I tell you, we are one lawsuit away from being bankrupt. Is that in the budget? Did you account for the numerous lawsuits that we're going to have where we are now basically self-insured up to $250,000? I don't see that. Now, city manager, you've been doing the best you can right now. And I understand what you have to work with, but I don't see us putting into our reserves. I don't see us accounting for what could potentially become a disastrous position for our city. With the lawsuits that we have, the pending lawsuits, and the ones that are to come, I don't see us prepared from a risk management standpoint, right, that we can absorb that. And if we have a deductible of $250, and we are going to decide how that gets paid, who's going to make those decisions? Council? Who? Do we have a risk management person on staff? No, because you know what? We're cutting employees. We're cutting people. We have unfilled positions that are critical to this city. How can you justify book bags when you have critical city positions that remain vacant? How can you justify certain community enhancements while they might be good with our money that needs to go to public safety? We don't have a grant writer. We don't have grant writing positions. It's money out there to get. Why can't we source that from a third party to get those funds so that we can take our tax dollars to go for things that are crucial to the life and breath of our city? All that is important. What is not important is this divisive rhetoric that wants to divide us and call us house Negroes. I'm an educated black man who lives in Ward 1 who has gotten there by being educated and by doing what I have to do. And I reach back to make sure my brothers and sisters are trained like me. So until you sit there and bring somebody up where you want to be, do not tell me that we're not doing our job. And the reason why I came here to speak, because you know why? My white brothers and sisters can't come and say what I say. Because they'll be deemed as racist, and they are not. If you spent one moment talking to them, you would know that they have more compassion in their pinky than you have in your whole body. So do not give me this. If you come up here, speak facts. Don't preach to us. Don't come up here and try and make us feel less than when you have a glass house yourself. I will not stand for it. And for you guys to sit there and let this hateful speech be, I get it, I'm gonna turn too. I know about First Amendment all day. But what I do know is what is happening here is dividing our community. So somebody say something.
Mr. Denmark, are you awake? Okay.
So somebody say something. You guys are elected. And what you need to understand is that if this budget fails for public safety reasons, and something happens to one of our citizens, that's malfeasance. That's negligence. That is a lawsuit. So you cannot, as a city manager and a city attorney and council, understaff our public safety men and women and expect us to feel safe and expect us to be okay when stuff just happens. No, not anymore. We are sick of it and tired of it. And these little games you play with funding your own personal agendas, no more. You've heard all the statistics. You've heard all the numbers. When are we going to stop doing what's right for you and start doing what's right for the community? Fund our public safety men and women. Give them what they need to do the job to protect us. And the next time somebody comes up here and talks about house Negroes, I'll be right here standing behind them talking about this. You talking about me? Because I want you to understand that there are more people in Ward 1 who are more concerned about our black brothers and sisters, our men and women of color, as one College Park. We cannot be divisive, and this rhetoric has to stop, council. You cannot allow this to happen without saying something and speaking up and trying to have a voice that unifies our city.
Good evening, Council. I want to thank y'all. You know how difficult it is to pull a budget together for any entity. So I appreciate your efforts. I do want to talk about one line item where I think we can find some common ground. So I am a Grady baby, right? And I was offended by the brother calling anybody who has some disagreement with you house Negro. Right? Maybe I am, right? Maybe that's what I am today, because I have a disagreement. But I think we can find some common ground. In fact, I think the brother will actually find benefit in what I'm about to say. The line item is for $500,000, $500,000 for dog parks. I don't know how many of you have ever been to a dog park, but it's a very simple affair. It's chain link fence and wood chips. Often, neighbors bring plastic chairs to sit in while their dogs play with each other. Spending $500,000 would mean that you have the most complex, the most superior dog park in the history of dog parks. Let's take an example. Half acre of land, which we have plenty of, 500 feet of chain link fence, maybe $13,000. Wood chips that we throw away. There's no need to pay for it. We throw these away every day. We have people that chip wood and then have to pay to get rid of it in our neighborhoods every day. There is no reason that we're spending $500,000 on dog parks. I offer to the brother that that money can be used for multiple things, including taking care of some of these public safety issues that you've heard so much about. I guarantee you there are people in our community who would staff the dog park. In fact, I offer to you the City of Atlanta's website. When you want a dog park, they tell you, find 5 or 6 people in your neighborhood, fill out a form, and then make some agreement about how that dog park is managed. There is no need for $500,000 for a dog park. Find something else to do with it.
Hi, everyone. For the record, I do take offense at plantation politics, and I believe that we are one College Park. And I am discouraged about public safety. I have had a brick thrown through the window of my house. I've had a crowbar taken to my refrigerator. I've had my breast pump stolen out of my house. Dumb, totally, but it happened. Also, there's been a spate of car break-ins in the cul-de-sac behind our home as well. Just a couple months ago, I had to inform Public Works that there was a bullet hole in our historic College Park sign at Rugby and Washington. We do hear gunshots. And just last week, a neighbor off of Rugby and Harris had her scooter, her only and last mode of transportation, stolen out of her driveway. People have hard times, and we need to be protecting our community. So, I echo everyone's sentiments that have been said about leaning into that. And having spoken with officers even tonight, they all said they could use the help. Revenue, I just want to talk a little bit about additional ways to find revenue. I think it's actually kind of interesting that the dog park was brought up, because in my tenure with the CPMSA, the College Park Main Street Association, we actually started generating revenue for the first time ever. One, by doing parklet. And that has now a rental fee that's coming in and supporting that organization. Since last fall, Hattie Marie's has wanted to pay us to put in another parklet. And nothing has been done because we have had so much staff turnover, et cetera, and not just in the last few months. Really, this kind of goes back. Since 2017, I've seen 4 city managers and 2 interims, if I'm counting correctly, and I may be counting incorrectly. But I wonder how much revenue is being lost. Like CPMSA is losing money each day. We do not have good staff guidance to help us get through the navigation through GDOT to put in exactly what we have done before, another parklet, when we have a restaurant wanting to help pay and pay rent. So there's probably revenue models that we are missing. The Main Street Association also talked about building a dog park to be paid for by sponsorship behind drip through. And again, this could be something that we are missing, sponsorship dollars. I know Councilman Gay, you have expressed concern about why we aren't having more naming rights on some of our assets that we have. We talk a lot about grant writers, but where is the person to also sell the contracts for sponsorships? For a number of things, dog parks included. Special project manager, I don't know what that is, and that we're moving away from it, but perhaps a special projects manager could be somebody who does that sponsorship.
Jackson Myers held that position last.
Oh, Jackson Myers, the one who got the major grants for like the bridge.
Yes.
Okay, so a revenue generating position, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Also, real quick, one more CPMSA experience. We did a festival during pandemic called Rekindle. And coming from outside of College Park, I chose to live here. I feel like I won the lottery. I love it. I love my house. I love my neighbors. And I didn't know how things were done, so I naturally was like, well, let's get a t-shirt and sponsors to pay for this festival. And we did. And as I was calling around to local businesses and asking for money, they were like, you're the first person who's asked me to sponsor something. I've been waiting. So maybe the Fourth Ward Festival can be sponsored by local businesses who've been waiting to be asked. Maybe the Backpack Drive can be sponsored by local businesses, and then we can find ways to put that money back in. And if there are sponsorship conflicts within the city, because I know discretion and things like that with a government agency is very important, perhaps there's another organization that needs to be formed, Friends of College Park. I don't know, but there's a lot of really creative people here who clearly are giving you loads of hours of their time and effort, and they would probably be interested in helping make this happen. Also, Councilwoman Tracy Arnold, I appreciate your comment specifically about looking for those little places, because it is amazing how the dimes and the pennies can add up. When you look for, especially just multiplication of software, it gets really tricky. And also, kind of wild idea, but I spent $700 on compost this year. I would have loved to have just gotten it from my backyard, because I've actually even tested the compost, and it is remarkable. The compost that we have off of red wine is amazing. You could cube that, you could sell that. There's another revenue generator. Maybe we're just not thinking outside the box. With Parks and Rec, the families under $50,000, Councilman Karn, getting free service. I am all for it. I have advocated for other kids to participate in camps when their mother had cancer, when their family was declaring bankruptcy. Like, we should absolutely be advocating and making sure those kids can have opportunities. But also, maybe we should follow some of the models that we see in other communities where a College Park resident gets a $15 discount, and an outside College Park resident signing up for something, they pay $10, $20 more. And maybe some of this revenue, like, just, again, little things that maybe we could be looking at and are missing. Revenue lost, again, the staff, I believe that we have definitely lost revenue. I know we have heard comments about not wasting money on recruitment, but I think we are overdue. I think we need some of these positions hired yesterday. It would have been probably better if we could have kept some of the good people, but resignations happen, and I get it. Okay. Residents first. Again, if you could just bring us in. More transparency, more of those conversations about what that money is going towards. On that note, the Artsy Cycle Station, right behind here, the sign has been crooked for weeks, and loads of people are driving by it. And as I was driving back from the McDonald's, because I went and got our security officer dinner, because he wasn't able to get it, he's gonna be here a while tonight, I passed 2 cyclists. Also, Atlanta's about to do a big e-bike lottery. There will be more cycles coming to the road, and so those pedestrian initiatives need to be really given priority in the budget, please. Okay, thanks. I got a little concerned. Yeah, Dr. Adediran, you're doing too much. If you were just the public works director, maybe that sign would be straight. We need to really, let's take that as a canary. It's a tiny canary, but a canary. I echo John Duke's sentiments for our retirement fund and divesting from the fossil fuels. I really absolutely lean into that as well. If things that I didn't see in the budget, but I hear talked about during meetings, and then I see dollars being spent on are sidewalks. Sidewalks spent a little here, a little there, a little here, a little there. And we literally, right over there at Princeton and Maine, we have a crosswalk that leads to a drain. A drain, y'all. Like, and I've been complaining about that for 3 years. As a crosswalk, just repaint it where it leads to a sidewalk. So if we could have a sidewalk study, a prioritized thing, yeah, with the residents. Again, bringing them in, and they'll feel more engaged in communication. 6 West. Again, we should be making money there. We should, and we could. And also, I believe you have a load of resources in your community who also want to see the best there. And to do a 6 West walk run, there was a whole plan put together with the Tasha and Michelle through the Economic Development Office to also bring attention to the College Park Historical Society and the barber shop. And it was potentially this whole great thing to bring more positive attention towards 6 West. Because that's where, that's like our bag of diamonds, you know? Main Street definitely needs continued improvements. And again, and I feel like we're losing revenue not having that parklet there. E-bike lottery, thank you guys, it's late. So I'm just gonna end with this. Money is always left on the table, apparently. So maybe, wild idea, but what if everybody's stipends were increased between 250 to 500%? I think you would see way more people interested in running and getting involved. Additionally, stipends for board members could be raised, and I would love to see a sortition model used for board.
What model?
Sortition. Sortition is where basically, like, Mayor, you would run, there would be one annual election, but then everybody else would literally throw their hat in the ring for these different positions, which would be drawn by lottery. There would be certain qualifications need to be met. Belgium does this. There are a variety of small towns that are actually starting to consider this. And where it comes to board appointments, I mean, you just might not know somebody who's ready to do Main Street, but there are people who are ready to do Main Street. And they would throw their hats in, and you'd have a sortition model. So those are the other wild ideas, but good luck. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Sherry Godfrey. I reside at 1966 Lyle Avenue. I come here to express opposition to some things in the current budget proposal. That includes freezing hiring vacant positions, reducing the number of police and fire personnel, and allocating funds to new parks while we sell off other recreation facilities. These measures pose a risk and shortcomings that undermine effective governance and safety of our community. Several key department head positions are either vacant or filled by interim personnel who lack necessary qualifications and experience, such as human resources, procurement, interim economic director. Freezing the hiring on these positions exacerbates inefficiencies and hampers the operational effectiveness of our city and the departments. I understand the freeze impacts all but critical positions. However, I think this council has already proven they're inept to determine what functions are critical and those that are not. It's imperative that we prioritize filling department head roles who are industry qualified to ensure our safeties administration runs smoothly and effectively. The proposal to freeze police and fire personnel is particularly troubling, given that we're already understaffed. This is especially concerning in light of the upcoming battery storage facility, which presents new safety and security challenges that our fire chief has acknowledged that we're ill-equipped to handle in an emergency. The safety of our residents should be paramount, and reducing emergency response capabilities at this time is dangerous and short-sighted. And Thirdly, the development of community spaces such as dog parks and new parks is commendable. However, an allocation of $500,000+ for parks and green space and $700,000 for a new park is illogical, given that we're under financial pressures already and we're selling off recreation facilities like Bill Evans. By the way, someone mentioned not supporting Black history. Bill Evans was a Negro League baseball player, and that park is an acknowledgement of him while we're recognizing Black history. It's contradictory to spend millions of dollars on new recreation spaces while we divest from the others we already have. The inconsistency calls into question the prioritization and planning behind budget decisions, and frankly highlights council's incompetence in making decisions without the collective benefit of knowledgeable personnel department heads. Our charter requires a committee, including participation for residents, to oversee administration and functional changes to parks and recreation, and to date, we don't have that. So in conclusion, the budget undermines our effectiveness of our city's administration, it compromises our public safety, and it misallocates our resources. I urge the council to reconsider some of these proposals and seek further guidance. Instead of freezing hiring, let us fill the vacant positions with qualified personnel. Rather than cutting critical emergency services, we should be enhancing them, especially with the battery storage facility on the horizon. And before allocating large sums to new parks, let's ensure that our current recreational facilities are preserved, maintained, and effectively utilized. Thanks.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Lester again. I appreciate the need for the city to invest in the community, and I also appreciate that perhaps in the past, different parts of the city may not have been invested in equally. That's not okay. I don't think any of us are saying that's okay. But there's also choices being made that simply don't make sense. You're eliminating positions that are revenue generating, like the vacant economic investment role in our airport director. You're holding positions empty for public safety officers. And the reason that they didn't have to advocate for those is because they weren't on the line. It wasn't an issue because they thought they had the funding for it. Now you're taking it away. That's a problem. We're also taking away the public safety officers that are essential to keeping our community safe and attracting investment into our community. That's a big problem. That investment in our community is going to help us generate the revenue that we need to be able to give back to the individuals in our community that need it the most. At the same time, I'm also concerned that the city council and the city manager have failed to account for the significant increases in legal fees that we are seeing, and that we are going to continue seeing as a result of the increase in litigation that we're seeing. I'd like to focus on the question of our legal fees specifically. In 2023, the executive department spent around $726,000 on legal fees. Of that, at least $324,000 was for Mr. Denmark's firm, which at the time was billed at a flat monthly rate of $27,000. And at least from the records I saw, his firm billed anywhere from 100 to 160 hours per month. This rate was a relic of the pandemic, and I appreciate that we needed to revisit it after the pandemic was done. The city moved to an hourly fee of $195 per hour at the October 16th meeting last year. Again, I don't disagree that it was appropriate to revisit the fee arrangement, but I also don't think sufficient consideration was given to the impact this was going to have going forward. At the time the fee change was agreed to, the mayor expressed concerns that this type of thing would happen, and there were assurances that the city attorney would work with the city manager and make sure that the fees were kept in check. From October through April, the average amount of time the city attorney's firm has been spending on matters has more than doubled to around 345 hours per month, such that our invoices have averaged nearly $64,000 during the same period. That's an issue. Given the significant increases in fees we're seeing, the complexities of our city, as everybody's recognized, I think we need to consider alternatives to help keep legal costs in check. This is also important as we're exploring self-funding insurance for disputes less than $250,000. My suggestion would be to consider hiring an in-house city attorney that would likely work the equivalent of 1,400 to 1,600 hours a year, with the salary ranging from $100,000 to $250,000, depending on their experience level. The in-house city attorney would effectively serve as the general counsel of the city of College Park and would be on the front line to work with the city managers, city employees, council, and mayor to more effectively identify and mitigate risks. An in-house city attorney also would not be charging us for incidental items like time spent in transit to and from meetings, and would be in a better position to actually oversee outside legal counsel than non-attorneys. They also would be more effective at prioritizing what work requires the specialized expertise of outside legal counsel. I am an attorney. I oversee outside counsel every day because I work inside a corporation. And I'll tell you what, my clients internally, they would send everything out, and they don't understand the way to prioritize it the way an attorney would. Support services for the in-house city attorney could be contracted out to outside counsel or other legal service providers at a flat rate, or a paralegal could also be brought in-house. The reality is the legal profession is actually moving away from hourly billing, as the financial incentives for attorneys doing the work directly conflict with the client. More often, outside counsel are moving to flat fees, value-based billing, or even hybrid fee arrangements to more fairly reflect the value that they provide to their clients. Given the complexity of the city, it's more important than ever that we have an attorney in-house, and I would expect that you would see significant cost savings, or at least a flatlining so that it doesn't keep jumping within the first year of hiring an attorney. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, Council, Mayor. I want to say something, and I thank the gentleman that came before us that asked us to Google the highest crime in Georgia, and I did that, and it reads, the Atlanta, Sandy Springs, Alpharetta Metropolitan Statistical Area, MSA, has the highest crime index in Georgia. Okay, I Googled, thank you, sir, for giving me that advice. I just want to say that, you know, people come up here with allegations, beating on all of you. I grew up in College Park. I went to elementary, Avery Elementary. They took that school like that gentleman was saying about illiteracy. It shouldn't be our problem. Guess what? They took that elementary school from College Park. My aunts, all my aunts, went to College Park High School. Guess what? It's gone. So everything that was here to educate College Park was taken away. So I know what racism looks like. I come from white and black. So I see the racism in my own family. I know what racism looks like. So Mr., you know, whoever wants to play that there's no racism, we live in a society. You go to the Capitol, you don't see no black faces on the wall but one woman. What does that represent when black people built America? It was slaves that went and built the Capitol of the city. Let's look up the history. That you don't want to talk about Black College Park. I remember Black College Park, and there was a lot of racism in College Park when all this was white. I lived it. So don't come here saying you don't see racism. You came up here offending these newly elected black legislation. You never did that, not one time. All them council meetings that my husband and I have been a part of, we never seen not one of y'all criticizing them for stealing money. The news talked about $1 million that went missing when we had a different mayor, when we had Caucasians council. Did one of y'all complain up here? No, you did not. So now you want to complain because yes, we know that there is black on black hate. That's a part of the Willie Lynch syndrome. So history is best to research so that you can know the damage and what is really going on today. And my husband never called everybody black and wore one Uncle Tom's. So if you see yourself as an Uncle Tom, that's your personal view. We never call no one out. If the shoe fits, wear it. So the thing is that we're seeing, because we lived here, we are homeowners here, we were raised in College Park, we're seeing the difference. And no cry out was ever done when this council was Caucasian. This city attorney has been here for as long as, I don't remember somebody else besides him a long time ago. But now all of a sudden you want to beat on him. But when the white council was here, you didn't beat on him. So it's like you got to look at yourself. Look at yourself. Stop beating on, let them do a job. The financial man came up here, talked about the numbers, spoke actual facts, not know what I think, my opinion, what's going on, or how I see it. He spoke facts. And you can't even accept those facts because you're so racist in your mind, you can't accept greatness coming from black. That was a great budget. But you want to still criticize. And guess what? I'm not a dog owner, but my daughter is. She lives in LA. But guess what? We have taxpayers here in College Park. They own dogs and love their dogs. So they should be able to have a nice park where their dogs can be safe, not be ran over or harmed or whatever. They should have that same opportunity that everybody else does when they want to go to a park and enjoy themselves. If my daughter was here with her dog, she would have loved that, to go to a park, talk to her, neighbors, and while their dogs play together. There's nothing wrong with that, if there's other ways to make the amount less, that's fine, let's do it, but don't knock the park because you don't own a dog. We got a lot of dog lovers in College Park that pay taxes, and they deserve the same thing that we deserve, to have a park where we can enjoy ourselves. They should have a park where they can enjoy themselves with their dogs and be safe. So that's what I want to say. Thank you, gentlemen, I forgot your name, for telling me to Google the highest crime in Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know if Google is black or white, but when I Googled 10 most dangerous cities, College Park comes up as the first one. So that's what I got.
Hold on. This is a public hearing. Everybody has an opportunity to speak.
Point of order, City Attorney. With all due respect, and this is nothing personal. Now, we want everybody to have a turn to speak. Now, if you have 2 turns to speak here, I'm just asking if we please let anyone that hasn't spoke, give them an opportunity to speak. And if there's time left over, that we can look at having another round. But it's 10:30 right now, and I just want to make sure everybody that hasn't had a chance to speak gets an opportunity to.
So are you asking me to sit down?
Hold on. Nope. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker, no, wait, hold on. Councilmember Carn, you're out of order because I'm presiding over this meeting.
Well, he asked
this is a public hearing.
And I was speaking to the city attorney.
But hold on one second.
City attorney.
This is a public hearing lasts for as long as a public hearing lasts.
Yes, it does.
And so
I understand
we can stay here until 4 o'clock in the morning if people want to talk about this budget that long.
And I would like to hear from everyone that wants to speak.
We will. Mr. Walker came up. Go ahead and speak,
again,
Mr. Walker.
With all due respect. And Mr. Walker, I'm not asking you not to speak again.
Sure.
What I'm asking simply is if everyone that wants to speak gets a turn to speak initially. That's all I'm asking. Okay?
May I proceed, Madam Mayor?
Fair enough, but that's my request.
You may proceed, Mr.
Thank
Walker.
you. The last time I checked, Google had College Park as the #1 city for crime. So again, I tell you and I ask you, please fund our police, fund our fire, fund our first responders, because if you don't, and something happens, knowing what we know and what the facts say, that is malfeasance. That is negligent. That is actionable. And we know it. So while you're sitting here organizing and rearranging the budget, well, I have a dog and I'm a dog lover. Love my dog Chewy. I want a dog park too, but not at the expense of our residents. I've had a gentleman drive up into my front yard and run over my mailbox because of crime. In the middle of the day on Saturday at Barrett Park, a car stolen, cameras not working, and he runs up into my yard where I have to spend $500 getting a mailbox to get my yard replaced, grass replaced. Cops were there. They did a fantastic job. But that's me. There are other citizens who have not been as fortunate, and we can ill afford to not fund our police and our fire department. That's all I'm asking. And when we come up here and quote facts that are on Google, and Google that doesn't have a color, we need to make sure we do what the facts and the statistics dictate. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Court Reporter, do you need a break?
I'm good.
Okay, all right. Does anyone else wish to speak for the public hearing? Okay, so Dr. Adediran, so back to the questions that I had. So on page 2 of the presentation, the legislative reduction due to personnel fringe benefit changes. What's going on with that?
I haven't had a chance to go up there to my office and take a look. I mean, we finished the workshop. Rather, not even 7 minutes later, we were back in there. I have not made it upstairs to see, the full details. But whatever it is, I'll have an answer for you on the 17th.
Dr. Adediran, I would really like to take a break so we can get the answer. I mean, I told you that I was going to ask you when the public hearing came up. Do you have answers to any of the questions that I asked you at the workshop?
I answer all your questions in the workshop, except where you were asking the community enhancement.
Yes,
And
what is
I
the
don't-
Community Assistance Engagement Initiative?
I don't have the full list that each council member, instead of directing the question to me, you should be directing the question to the governing body. Because I did not create the list. The list was sent from the governing body, and that's where the question should be addressed. I didn't create the list.
Dr. Adediran,
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that you didn't create the list, but this is your budget, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm asking you because this is your budget, that you would have an understanding of the items within that budget.
But the list was given to me as a community enhancement, and that's what it states.
So when we are looking at is there any detail to some of these community enhancement projects are self-explanatory. The Brady Trail improvements, we talked about that. That makes sense. And I don't have any questions on those. But other parts of these community enhancement priorities are quite vague.
So it should be addressed to, I don't have the list of what item came from in front of me. I would have asked you to go ahead.
I don't have a full list, but I can speak to some of the things and some of the items and some detailed examples if you want.
All right, so I'm just going to go down my list, and if somebody can answer the questions, great. All right.
Can I ask the question, Mayor? Is the public comment period closed?
I'm part of the public, so I'm commenting. Can anyone answer the question about the legislative reduction due to personnel fringe benefits changes.
What is it?
It's packet page 11. We're taking away $40,485 in personnel fringe benefits changes.
Packet page 11. Now, I may be wrong, but is anyone from HR here?
No.
Ms. Gilbert is here. But
If I'm not mistaken, I think part of this is if we're looking at part-time legislative personnel, we would be reducing full-time benefits, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's pretty much what that is.
So are we getting rid of one of the full-time legislative assistants?
Well, if you remember in the budget sessions, what we talked about was putting a certain amount of money in for legislative assistants in our offices. Now, we hadn't decided what the configuration of that would be. We put in enough funds where if we were going to do part-timers or a hybrid mix of part-timers and full-timers, we would have enough coverage for whatever it was we decided that we needed to cover the 5 of us. So that was essentially, I think, where that reduction was coming from.
I don't understand. So are we getting rid of one of the full-time admins in, are we taking one of the full-time admins that is in the mayor and council offices right now and making them part-time?
Mayor, I just answered your question. I'm sorry if you didn't like the answer.
I don't understand it. So is that a yes or a no? Are we taking one of the full-timers and making them a part-timer?
That's the answer, Mayor. I already answered all of that. I went through all of it with full-timers and part-timers.
Dr. Adediran, I mean, this is your budget. Are we taking one of the full-time legislative assistants and making them part-time?
City manager. Excuse me. Order, point order. Okay. I'm about to make a motion. The public comment is going to end.
Public hearing stays.
But ma'am, let me finish talking. Now, this is disrespectful for a couple of reasons. One, your questions could have been answered. This is their time. You've had an opportunity to get all your answers answered. But tonight, you want to be a spectacle. And I'm going to make a motion that you stop talking and allow the public to talk. There are people here who have contracts to talk about.
I'm Bianca Motley Broom. I live at 1886 John Calvin Avenue. The public hearing is still going on because we have people in the public who want to comment.
But ma'am.
And so my question remains. Thank you. My question remains. Are we getting rid of one of the full-time positions in the legislative assistants?
Y'all just go sit there.
I'll look at the notes from the when we had during the budget work session, and on the 17th I'll have an answer for you, ma'am, because it was different scenarios that came up in the budget work session that the governing bodies were looking at different scenarios as far as the legislation. And that's why I say I have to look at my notes.
So in regard to the $40,485 that is set here, if we're still looking at different scenarios, how can we count on that particular number? What is the rationale? What are we basing that upon?
I have to check my notes, ma'am, and I can let you know exactly where it came from on the 17th.
I need to know before that, because this body is voting on the budget on the 17th.
Well, you will know before then.
When will I know?
Today, Friday, by Tuesday, you know something by Tuesday.
All right.
Mayor.
I'm a citizen. I'm Bianca Motley Broom. I live at 1886 John Calvin Avenue, and this public hearing is still going on.
I'm the mayor. I'm the mayor pro tem. The mayor has left the podium. As the mayor pro tem, I am making a motion that public comment is closed. Is there a second? There were nobody else that wanted to speak.
I want to speak. I am a resident.
Mayor, you can speak, but you can't question our
You
city
absolutely
manager.
can in a public hearing. There is a back and forth in a public hearing. Public comment does not.
Mayor Pro Tem, point of order. Okay. Now, city attorney, before the mayor left the dais here, she asked, was there any more public comment from anyone? No one answered.
I started speaking because I have public comment at this public hearing.
Understood.
I am a member of the public and I deserve to be heard.
Yes, you are.
And so I will continue to be heard, sir.
Okay, Mayor.
Respectfully, sir.
All right, Mayor.
I recognize that you don't want me to speak, but I have something to say.
Mayor.
And I'm going to keep on saying it because I believe this community deserves to hear it. I believe this community has spoken loud and clear about the fact that public safety is a primary concern.
Well, Mayor,
I believe that you keep on interrupting me, and I recognize it, and I recognize I am the woman you just want to cut off every single time. But I am here as a resident, and I'm here to speak.
Speak your voice.
Our special projects manager.
I'm the mayor pro tem, and
our
I
special
call for
projects
a point
manager.
of order that the mayor has left the dais. Public comment is closed.
Our special projects manager.
The motion died for lack of a second.
Thank you. Our special projects manager is an important position. Jackson Myers worked diligently for years to secure federal funding. You heard that earlier. Freezing that position and not finding someone who can do that work, who can support our community in all of the really, truly important community initiatives that we have engaged in, that we want to engage in, that we are using our general fund money for, and not planning for that rainy day. One of the things that was so concerning to me, being here during COVID, we didn't know if we were going to be able to pay salaries. We didn't know if we were going to be able to make sure that people were able to feed their families. We have to think about the people who serve our residents. I look at the list, and I look at the Director of Airport Affairs. And I said in the workshop, and I'll say it again, in regard to Brecca Carter, she has done this job with grace, distinction, and does not deserve what's happening to her. Our Economic Development Program Manager, Ben Camber, has moved on to the Atlanta Regional Commission, and we are certainly happy for his success. But he was instrumental in coordinating much of the 6 West work. These people matter. When people pick up the phone and call 911, they expect a prompt response. And someone said it earlier, I believe Ms. Lester said it earlier, that I'm sure if our public safety professionals had known that this was the plan in order to balance the budget, they probably would have said something during their time. But now, their silence is being taken as acquiescence, and I don't believe that that's how it should be taken. I believe the public has a right to know about the details of these community enhancement priorities. Every single line item in our budget is detailed. If we have priced out a Ford F-150, we know how much it is down to the dollar. Right now, you're going to tell me that a community assistance enhancement initiative is $100,000. I do not know what that is. Councilmember Karn, would you like to tell me?
Well, that's what I was trying to do 15 minutes ago before you left the dais up here. I said I don't have a full list, but I can explain some of the items in a little detail. That's what I said.
You mumble, so I couldn't hear you back there. That's probably what it was. You mumble a lot.
Well, I apologize
Thank
for
you.
the mumbling. I'm not perfect, but I did say that, and the mayor did hear me.
But you mumble, so we didn't.
So what is the Community Assistance Engagement Initiative?
Well, again, I can give you some examples. I don't have a full list here, but community engagement initiatives. From parts of my request and some of the things that I expected to see and was hoping for over the years in this community, I'll just give you a few examples. A citywide blood drive, something that is sorely needed in this city.
So let me ask you about that, because
you asked a question. I'm going to finish.
I did, but I want to give
If I could finish my
specifics
answers,
on
I'll
that.
let you finish. Please respect me and let me finish this list.
Yes, sir.
Thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much. I appreciate that. Citywide blood drive is a good example. Multiple community outdoor art projects. That is another example of something that is sorely needed in this city. Ongoing citywide voter registration is sorely needed in this city. Out of all the cities in Fulton County, we have the lowest percentage of voter turnout of all 15 cities. Why is this so important? It's because when our federal delegation, our Congress, our senators take a look at College Park, there's only so much money in the federal pot. And part of that calculus includes where the voters are. And I'm just being frank in terms of any politician, they're going to look at that. Is that the only determining factor for who gets the money? Absolutely not. But it is a factor. And if we raise our voter numbers, we raise our profile, and we raise the respect that we get from all of our intergovernmental partners. So citywide voter registration is very important, and particularly being the fact that we're 75% rental. We are a very transient population. And that is not, that's something that has to be ongoing, because we're ongoingly losing folks, and week in and month out, new people are coming in. A couple of other examples. Free residential self-defense classes. That is something that a lot of communities have done throughout the years, and that's something that I would like to see, and I'm speaking for myself in terms of some of the enhancements I would like us to consider. I would like to see that happen as well. Most of our residents are women, and I think it's something that's very important, even for men as well, but women in particular. Collection of hygiene products for low-income residents. That's very important. That's something our state representatives have been pushing on a statewide level. Well, I support that initiative as well, and I think it's something that's overlooked in a lot of communities, especially in the low-income areas of the communities. A couple other examples. Small home repair program. We have a lot of residents that can't afford to repair their homes and housing and whatnot. Need not to say. Also, I would like to look at including multifamily. And I think there is a mechanism, City Attorney, that we can look at possibly doing something along those lines with a lien being incorporated. So those type of repairs are sorely needed. This would include unacceptable living conditions like this at Lakemont. Just because they're renting doesn't mean they should live in unacceptable conditions at all. A couple of other examples. A neighborhood field trip program and schedule for our seniors in particular. I used to, every couple of months ago, I don't know, y'all weren't up here then, but my seniors would want to do some stuff. And I'd ask them, well, what y'all want to do? And I'd go get the city van, and I would take them out, and they would have a good time. We would go to a mall or an outing. I've done movies with our seniors. I've done movies with our kids. They wanted to go to Golden Corral once. We took them to Golden Corral. They had a great time. In our apartment communities, half of our residents don't have transportation. So these are important things that we're talking about. The city literacy program that's something
I'm
that's
not there
sorely
yet.
needed as
Wait,
well.
I'm still on this one. Community assistance engagement.
Oh, I got some, well,
No,
there's
it's
some other
100,000.
examples I can give you.
Well, I mean,
The ongoing safe social media initiatives. This is something in terms of young people and social media and the dangers of it as well. And it's something that would cost, but I think it would pay dividends for our young people in the future. I'd like to look at a residential birthday program with birthday cards, community residents recognition. I think it's important, and I've heard from residents that think it's important. Now, whether you all feel it's important or not, my responsibility are to the residents' request, and these are they. I'd like to look to create and conduct training classes for our kids, again, while being safe alone at home. We have literally thousands of latchkey children home alone after school. And that's where the kids get in trouble the most. That's where the pregnancies happen the most.
And we got rid of 6 police officers, right?
A neighborhood medical support system. This would be something along the lines of figuring out a concept in terms of arranging pickup for medicines for our elderly neighbors. These are the type of initiatives that I am supporting and pushing towards. The College Park Healthy Cities initiatives. We've started that with Fulton County. We're working with the fire chief on it. It started very well. We're going to expand on that. I want to incorporate walking clubs in our community. Why is that important? Walking clubs not only helps the health of our community, it also helps the public safety of our community. Because when folks are out walking, they're watching for things, and they're watching for cars that they're not aware of and other things like that. So there's an expense to it, but I think it's worth the stretch. Senior fitness projects. I want to make sure we do that and have senior fitness equipment in all of our parks. We have them in one, but we've got 4 parks. About to be 5. Hartsfield-Jackson employment, job opening tracker system. I want to create a system for those 60,000 plus jobs available where I can throw a rock to the airport. I want to build a system that's so integrated into our city, in particular with our working class residents who find it hard to find a job. There's plenty of work at that airport, 60,000 plus job and positions.
it sounds like
Being
airport
that our
affairs.
proximity, I'll let you finish, please let me finish. With our proximity to the airport, if we initiate this jobs program the right way, I want to make unemployment a thing of the past in College Park. But it's going to cost a little money to get it going, but it's going to pay dividends. I want to initiate a College Park recipe book using residents' favorite recipes. These are community event things that my community is requesting. And you can laugh all you want. You're laughing at the citizens because they asked for this. And I'm reading this list because I've gotten these requests. I'd like to initiate an establishment of a citywide yard sale program as well. So we're looking at a lot of different things that we want to put together in this city. I want a city-sponsored type of a thrift store because we're 75% apartments and multifamily. There are a need for things that some folks cannot afford to get on their feet. A young family comes into the apartment communities, they may need a baby crib, but they may not be able to afford a brand new. We're going to get donations from our community residents that do have and are doing pretty well to help some of our community residents that are most in need. These are just some examples of some of the plans and some of the things that I think we would all like to see at the end of the day. Now, that's just a small example of my list of some of the things that I would like to see. And from everything that I've read off, anybody that don't like that, does not like chicken on Sunday, I don't know what to tell you. But these are things that our community need. I've seen it year after year. I have asked about these kind of programs, and I've gotten laughs. That's right. That's crazy. That's not what city government's supposed to do. That's not proper. It is proper, and it's needed. Because what's proper and what's needed and what's appropriate for a city government is whatever the residents say they need, that we can legally provide for them. And we're gonna continue to try to do our best. So I don't know what to tell you, but those are just some of the examples of what we do, what we want to do, And I have lots of details.
Well,
the community
sir,
has, excuse me, if I can finish, I'll let you finish. You wanted to hear it, you're going to hear it.
Well, this is next era's list, isn't it?
Again, the community enhancement budget in whole, these were just some examples. Now, contrary to popular belief, this is not the steak and lobster version, as somebody said. This is more like the Frank and Beans version. This is not the wish list that I would like to have. I got a lot of other things I'd like to see happen for this city. But we're going to start with those. We're going to start somewhere. And from my residents talking to me, and I knock on a lot of doors, they're telling me this is a good start. And they told me to get as many of these programs implemented as I can. And I told them, well, I can't do it by myself. I am hoping, and I am wishing, and I am praying for support on these programs. Will we get them all in? Maybe not. I'm gonna shoot for all of them getting in. City manager, we are gonna be counting on you, and we're gonna get you whatever you need to make sure that we are successful in implementing this. Has any city implemented all of these programs perfectly? No. We don't expect perfection. But folks, whether you believe it or not, everybody up here, the mayor included, truly has the best interest for the city residents at heart. And we're going to keep working towards making progress in this city. We've been making progress, and we want to keep the progress going. So all that we ask is that you bear with us, you support us. You know, we're still under construction right now. If you ever pass by a construction site and you see the big wall up and it says, "Excuse our mess, currently under renovations." Well, this city is under renovations right now. So excuse our mess. It's not perfect. But renovations and advancing and moving beyond what we've ever done before in this city, there's going to be a little turbulence with that. City attorney bills are up. I told the city attorney in December, what did I tell you? I said, December 23, I said, now, next year, I wanted to arrange where the city attorney was in City Hall two days out of the week, because I knew it would be that much turmoil because of two factors. Number one, staff was going to have to raise the bar to a level they've never raised it before. And a lot of staff has done that. And those that haven't have moved on. The second reason was because of the makeup of this council, I knew litigation would be coming from everywhere. And true to me saying it, here we are. And by the way, every litigation issue this year has been upheld by courts so far. So are we doing the best that we can? Yes, we are. Is it going to be perfect? No, it isn't. But speaking for myself, I'm going to keep moving forward with all of my initiatives because I have my community's laundry list, and I'm going to do my best to get every item checked off. So,
all right. So the questions that I have in regard to that Community Assistance Engagement Initiative, those are the same list of things that I heard at the Next Era presentation. So I'm not exactly sure if that's a Next Era list or your list, but regardless, in regard to a citywide blood drive, I don't know that the City of College Park is the best facilitator of such an event. The American Red Cross would be happy to come in and do that for free. And so some of the things that are listed and some of the things that the community has raised concerns about don't necessarily seem like core governmental functions, as certain people have said. And I don't think, I want to echo Mr. Walker's comments, because I certainly do not believe that because someone questions how we are spending their money, that they are a racist. I do not believe that someone who has the best interests of this city at heart has to be black. We are all committed to this community. And the level of rhetoric that is missioned in this community to inflame people, and it happened just there. We're not getting sued because we're black. You know that. You know. And when you were talking to Mr. Denmark in December and not showing up to meetings, we're still getting billed for it.
He knew that too.
But I have some more questions about the budget. The supplemental community engagement funds, another $100,000. What is it? And in regard to, I understand that the $450,000 listed. I support a dog park. I've got 3 dogs. I'm here for it.
Ma'am?
The dog park.
Oh, I would love to talk on that one.
I'm here for it.
Direct-
I've got 3 dogs. The question that I have is that parcel that Fulton County deeded us is less than an acre. So how much do you think is actually going to be needed for the dog park, and what else is going to be needed elsewhere, and what's it going to be used for?
All right, Joe, I'm on this. This is my question. Okay. At the end of the budget presentation by Ed Wall, I amended may I finish? I amended it. He acknowledged that we amended it to not just the dog park. But ma'am, on last Sunday, before I went to church, I went on YouTube and Googled dog parks because I wanted to get an idea of what they look like and what they could cost. Ironically, I didn't even know this, but there are cities around the country that spend millions of dollars on dog parks. I didn't even know that. So, but that's not why I budgeted $450. But so for anybody to say that dog parks can't go up in price, that's not right. The second thing I want to say, Mayor, is that we got about a 40-cent apartment community, and we have a no-leash law, a leash law in College Park. So your dog can't run free in College Park without you being cited. So what we came up with, particularly where the dog parks is supposed to be, is giving apartment dwellers and some homeowners an opportunity to safely bring their dogs to it. And then the other thing I learned is that, like when you go down to Piedmont Park, I thought it was just about dog park, but it's a community. And it's people that go there and they congregate and they talk about other things. But let me just set the record straight. I agree with you. It may not cost $450, so that's why I decided to use the money for other things like a stage at the 18 acres, which now is generating about $5,000 an event. We talked about using the money for a chess program at Phillips Park. We've already been out there. We've drawn it out. We want to build that culture in chess and put it next to the basketball goal. As all y'all know, I'm the one that started all these beautiful streetscapes. So we want to look at using some of that money for more streetscapes. If you go on Riverdale Road, we got 70 trees, right, Doc? We got sidewalk. We would love to have benches, lights. We would love for that to be a walkable community. So no, I agree with you, but I will tell y'all this. So if you know where the Chevron is on Riverdale and Global Gateway, the Chevron on Riverdale and Global Gateway, next to the Chevron, Sonia owns about 7 parcels of land, which used to be Henwood Apartments. So what we've been looking at is, Sonia and Ellie's been in my office, we've been looking at, should we maybe talk to our colleagues about renting this land, as the man said, fencing it. And by the way, you can't put chips in dog park. Them dogs got allergies and all kind of stuff. They swallow. You get in a lot of trouble with that. So you can't do chips. But anyways, my point is, I concur that $450,000 could be a little excessive. But one thing that nobody isn't acknowledging is that Fulton County government gave us this parcel of land on a corner. Nobody's talking about, a $400,000 parcel that was free. That this guy right here negotiated at $0. We just talking about the dog park. Now, last thing I'm gonna say, Mayor, is that I agree with you. It may not cost $450,000. That's why I amended it. And everybody, may not, have a dog when they get it. But let me tell you something, man. I just watched the AKC dog show.
Isn't it the best?
Dogs, is a $1 billion business. These people got design. I got a $2,200 Labradoodle. $2,200 Labradoodle. And he gonna run in somebody's dog park. And let me tell you something else. People in College Park let their dog out at night. Y'all may not know that. People in College Park let their dogs out at night because they don't have fence. Those dogs get poisoned. People set out poison in my ward and kill dogs. So, and I got a degree in animal science from Tuskegee Institute. I was gonna be a veterinarian. The people spend millions of dollars learning about dogs. Dogs are like humans. People go to prison for misusing dogs. Michael Vick went to prison for misusing dogs. People care about their dogs, so don't knock dog parks, y'all. And they could cost, the dog park, listen, one last thing I'm gonna say. When I was on YouTube, I seen a city with a dog bar. They had a flat screen for dogs. And then they had a pool. And then they had the people were drinking. And I was like, for dogs? Really? And so last thing I'm gonna tell you is, we would have to grade that parcel. There's about 4 trees it's across from Exxon, at Hershey Road and 29. We would have to grade it. But then Hubert, the civil engineer, told me yesterday, Councilman, don't grade it, save money, and keep it the terrain, because dogs can exercise. Then the second thing is, we've got to introduce parking for about 9 to 15 cars. So that ain't cheap. And then I didn't want a chain link fence. I did, because it's on our main street. When people come on Old National, I want them to see College Park has a dog park. And then we got to have water. They got to drink. And then I was going to partner with the Park and Fly people and see if they would like join in for naming rights or bring, let the people bring their dogs over. I was going to get, I was listening to Chairman Pitts last night on the radio, and they asked him, why you don't want to buy a jail, Chairman, but you will spend the most money for Fulton County Animal Service? And you know what he said? Chairman Pitts said, well, first off, the only mandated service we got is for rabies. That's the only thing Fulton County is required to do. But for some reason, we have the most expensive animal control program in the world, in the whole world. So I felt a little okay about the dog park. So let me just say this to you all. I agree. We may not need to spend $450,000 on a dog park. I want to build a stage, Mayor, at the 18 acres. I want it to be 60 feet, 80 feet wide, and 60 feet deep, so that we can start bringing events over to the 18 acres. And Hubert told me the other day, he said, look, man, I think that's more important than a dog park. He said, could you imagine bringing thousands of people over here? Those people buy houses, they buy gas, they go to the restaurant. So I'm with y'all on this dog park thing. We all on the same page, but we just ain't had the time to have this conversation till tonight. Got it?
Can I say something to you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, me and you, we have some history, but I'm gonna stand here and tell you tonight, if you chose to articulate yourself more transparent, I think a lot of your issues will go away. People just wanna know, okay? We just wanna know what the $450,000 is gonna give us. Now, Parking Ticket, you say Park and Fly, Parking Ticket owns WAG. They would be more inclined to offer some support for another dog park. Parking Ticket right across the street.
I know, you work there, that's how I met
right.
you. I know,
but
you got history.
You know, you catch more flies with honey, okay, than vinegar, and you have the potential to be a decent person. I would appreciate more of this Roderick Gay. I'm serious. I just sat here. I don't never come to these things because I see y'all craziness on TV. But you have the potential to be a decent person if you choose to allow yourself to be. Tell people what we want to know. We all live in the same community. I love dogs, my black friends love dogs, my white. Talk.
Well, Marcia, let me tell you something real quick. I got to tell you this. You're going to love this. About 3 years ago, we're going to build a dog park. 3 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. Winston, you remember when we were going to do the dog park. So there was a group of people in Ward 1, they were white, and they were coming down here demanding a dog park. They just kept saying, we need a dog park. So Tracy and Joe and Jack was listening to them.
Not the Tracy.
Not this Tracy.
Right, the other one, the Bida Tracy.
And so
the
one
man.
Sunday, I went to the guy's house and I said, hey man, you want a dog park? Come over to Ward 4 and I got this parcel for you. So I showed him the parcel, and I ain't gonna get too deep in it, but the point is, he got excited about the parcel. They liked it. He started talking about Purina, getting grants and everything. So then I went and talked to my community. Oh, we don't want no dog park by our house. We don't want over now, want a dog park, blah, 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 blah. And then we got the infight with my colleague. We just back and forth. So we had this parcel of land that was gonna be a dog park. We would have already had this dog park. So then they said, put the dog park where the basketball court is. If you go to the minutes, we already approved to have a dog park right where that basketball court is. So, Ms. Marcia Knox, this ain't really nothing new. They just asked me what I want for community project. I just said a dog park. They ain't tell me to write no dissertation.
Right.
He just told me what I want. I just wrote dog park.
Let me ask you a question, Rod. Let me ask you, right? Did you drive the same car that you drove 10 years ago?
Huh?
Do you drive the same car that you drove 10 years ago today? Anybody? Y'all got the same cell phone that y'all used 5 years ago?
Yes.
Anybody got you wear the same underwear that you wore 10 years ago?
No, but I do have the same cell phone.
Right.
And the same car.
All I'm saying is the neighborhood demographics have changed, okay? And for you to hold Ward 1 or whomever hostage to that particular incident is not fair to the people.
Which incident?
Whatever you just described, and whoever didn't want it, whether it was your colleagues,
No,
whomever.
I was saying that the conversation about the city having its own dog park is not new.
Right.
I think everybody would embrace it. I think y'all will come on the mayor, you need to bring your dog over there.
Yeah.
What kind of dog what do you have? What are they? What are the breeds?
They're at home right
But
now.
what are the breeds?
Oh, they're all Heinz 57.
Oh, you got mixed up.
Look, all I'm saying to all of y'all guys are.
But Councilmember, my mutt's not named Judy, okay?
Ma'am?
My mutts aren't named Judy.
Oh.
You said that last time.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I just say one thing?
Yeah.
Now, in fairness, Mayor came off the dais as a resident. When we're not supposed to respond when we're having a public hearing. It's a hearing to hear from us.
I mean, but
Now,
you know.
again, I extended that to the mayor because of the pressing question, but we're supposed to listen in terms of a public hearing.
Right, and you know what? We are.
So in fairness, I would just suggest we go back to listening so we're in line with policy. Does that make sense, City Attorney?
We actually respond to public hearings.
Okay, we want to hear from you all. So
Right, and
we
I'm
can
just.
dialogue and back and forth all night, but we want to hear from.
But see,
the one-way conversation.
that's what we're here for, dialoguing back and forth. That's what a public hearing
public
is.
hearing is not back
But see, and that's what I'm talking about.
Only hearing from you all.
That's what I'm here. That's what I'm talking about right there. You are stuck on the rigidness of your role. We are here facilitating understanding and communication with Roderick. We can do that with all of you guys. But you have to be willing. And it's like you'd rather sit here and fight and argue about stuff that really don't matter to anybody but you instead of facilitating the meeting. We've been here for 7 hours. Right. 7 hours. And the last 2 minutes have been good dialogue. Right. So you might need to rethink how you want to engage with us, because again, you don't wear the same drawers you wore last year, you don't drive the same car, you don't use the same toothbrush, and we are different. We are a different community, whether whoever, Ken and Ward 1, they're gone. You guys have a chance to do something totally new if you let go of what has happened that we ain't had nothing to do with and move on into the future of College Park. Everybody can get what they want to get if you Negotiate, compromise, bend. Don't come up with ridiculous things to spend money on that you don't. You right there would do a whole lot better if you would prepare yourself for these meetings. Because you are never prepared, sir. You sit there and filibuster and talk just to hear yourself talk for hours. Get prepared to come to facilitate the business of the city. That's your job. That's what you were voted to do, not sit there and hem and haw and scratch your head and fumble your papers all night. Nobody wants to. I sit on TV and watch and wonder what the heck is going on with you. If you want the job, be prepared to do the job every time you show up, period. That's all. And everybody in the room will agree, you are a bag of wind. Talking loud and ain't saying too much of nothing, period. Do better. Or get out the chair. Let somebody else have a shot.
I'm gonna do my best.
Thank you. And Roderick, next time I see you up at the brake pad, yeah, I might buy you an Arnold Palmer, you and your wife, because that's what y'all drink. But be nice.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know where your cloth went or your collar went, but be nice. Be Christian-like, because that's what Jesus would do. Okay? Don't sit up there and smile and 3-4 faces. Put your collar on. Or remember the vows you took when you got the collar. Be Christ-like in your interactions with people. All the time. Now, good night. I work for a living. Thank you.
I had some additional questions. In regard to the senior facility community house renovations, what house is that?
It's one that we don't have yet.
Oh, okay. All right. Are we trying to buy it? Or is it?
We're still in negotiations. We're still talking about how we may acquire it.
Okay. The contingencies number is very specific. How did we land on that number of $162,366? All right, I'll take the silence as no one knowing the answer on that one. So the Tracy Wyatt Recreation Center renovations, that's also a very specific number. So I presume that the renovations actually are rooted in particulars, that $68,218. Councilmember Arnold?
It is, and the number actually came from the finance director. As a matter of fact, all of these numbers did. So the list was provided to the finance director, and she came back with the approximate numbers for each of those items on the list, from the development of the new park on Godby Road to the installation of the 4 flashing crosswalks on Godby Road, the Tracy Wyatt Recreation Center renovations, the senior facility that we haven't acquired, but we think we're in a good place of getting it from a donor, and enhancements to Zup Park. And actually, that should say a part-time legislative assistant, because half of that salary is in another part of the budget in economic development.
All right. I think that concludes all of my questions. I don't know if anyone else wants to participate in the public hearing.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I am Josie, and I am 19 years old. I state my age because it is important to my position today, and I also feel it is important to say I am a Native American woman because it has been perceived that it is hard to speak up here without a mention of race and its role in what people are saying regarding their concerns for the community. And being a Native American woman, I believe that I can provide a more diverse perspective from College Park on tonight's agenda and public comments regarding the budget. Being a youth member of College Park, who is involved in the community in a number of ways, I have heard everyone talk a lot about what the youth want and need, and I believe there should be a representative of that group, which is why I believe it is important I speak tonight. I believe that all desires of the community are so important. They heavily talk about dog parks, trails, and number of programs you have spoken about, Councilman. And I also believe that our law enforcement is so crucial and important to the development and sustainability of our community, which is why it is disheartening to hear about the desire to push either agenda more than the other, having that they are both so important to have. As a member of the youth community, I do wish that we could meet in the middle and find a way to nourish our law enforcement and community initiatives in a more balanced manner, and most certainly a more respectful manner, having that you all are the community leaders for the community as well as the youth myself. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Renata Civils. I'm off Princeton Avenue, 3624. I've been looking over the budget. I'm just curious if we are looking into like more lighting and for safety reasons in the Princeton area. Our neighborhood is very dark at night, and we're trying to see about that. And also with the public safety situation, it's a lot of break-ins in our neighborhood, and so I'm definitely against us not having the budget for the police and the fire, because ever since we've had more College Park presence in our neighborhood, we don't get them as much. So I can understand that we could use more money for our police and our fire if we could. I'm keeping it short. Just wondering if we're looking into that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And did you want to respond about the lighting? Oh, you can respond. Yeah. Ms. Renata.
Mayor,
we absolutely can. We absolutely can respond in public hearings.
In public hearings, generally, we do not respond so that we can hear from the public.
It has been the practice of this body.
It's the practice of this body.
And if you would let me finish, I know.
Not go back and forth with the public. That's the practice for all of our public hearings for every budget that we've had. So we're really getting a little bit off kilter here because of the fact that you stepped down and relinquished your role as mayor and came as a citizen, and we shouldn't have responded then. But we afforded you that. Now, I would recommend that we get back to policy that we have in hand that we've had for years so that we can move forward with the public hearing and hear from our residents. That's a one-way conversation. If we go two-way, we could be here until the morning, technically speaking.
We could.
So, again, this is a hearing. We want to hear from the public.
And I'll talk to you if you ask me a question. So, and I'm presiding. So, if anyone else wishes to speak during this public hearing, they are more than willing, or more than able, or to step up.
Hello, good evening. Tasha Hall Garrison, 3265 Low Street. I just want to take this opportunity to ask Mayor Motley Broom.
Yes.
What are some concerns that you may have regarding this year's budget?
Concerns regarding the budget. I really wanted to make sure our employees got a 5% cost of living raise because I think that having the list of initiatives is great, but we need people to implement them. We need qualified, trained staff, and we need to support them at every endeavor. And we recognize, and I think that we are looking at doing another compensation study in the new fiscal year, but we need to remain competitive. And we need to recognize that even 4% for those making $75,000 or less is still about it's a less than 1% increase in pay after you incorporate inflation. So That would be my primary concern. My secondary concern is we need to get a permanent city manager. And we need to ensure that we go on a national search to find the most qualified candidate, because leadership at that position makes a difference for everything else that we do in this city. So making sure that we're doing that expeditiously, because I understand the argument that other folks have been in the interim position for longer periods of time. Those folks also served in our city for decades before they were in the interim position. And I appreciate the fact that Dr. Adediran has stepped in. But we also need to make sure that we have permanent leadership at the helm and that the community is involved in that process.
Do you have any concerns about, with a city that's 11.2 square miles, taken up primarily by Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport, which is the largest economic engine in the state? Do you have any concern about us getting rid of the Department of Airport Affairs department?
I have grave concerns about it. As I've said twice already in this meeting, I believe Ms. Carter's doing a very good job. And the downsizing of her position was, the elimination of the position was something that was brought up by my colleague in Ward 2 during one of our budget hearings. And I still don't know the rationale for it because we still have an airport. Mm-hmm. And Ms. Carter is intricately involved in the securing of federal funding. And we have pressure on us from Washington, D.C. when we get awarded money to pull it down. But it is not a process that is easy. It is a process that for some of the awards that we've been granted can take several years. And because of the inconsistencies in leadership, we're almost starting at ground zero every single time. So I think it is imperative at this point, since we've got some funding that needs to be pulled down in relation to stormwater and our sewer lift station, that we have people in place who are already knowledgeable about it, don't have to get up to speed, and we continue to make those gains. Also, I think the budget overall lacks collaboration. I think so often in College Park, we think about the pie being this big. And everyone says, I want my piece of the pie. When the pie is infinitely large, if we think bigger, if we think broader about how we do our work. Like a lot of the initiatives that are the community priorities might be funded by the Safe Streets and Roads for All program that the Department of Transportation is doing. That deadline isn't until August. $250 million for that program was left on the table in the last fiscal year. We could be at the forefront of getting some of those funds so we don't have to burden our taxpayers with some of these initiatives, and that we can pour more money back into some of the things that we should be doing as a community. Because I know it may not be the most popular view, but I think if our role in government is strictly handing out backpacks and turkeys, then we're missing the mark. Because what we should be doing as a government is supporting people so they're not going to need a backpack from us or a turkey from us in the next year. That we should be partnering with our nonprofits, our community foundations to ensure that our kids they've got IEPs at school, so they are thriving in the classroom. So we are doing things like the Promise Career Institute and making sure that kids who are walking out of there are gonna be making $55,000, $60,000 a year and changing the trajectory of their lives. That doesn't mean that we get everybody with that, but we start to change the arc. It doesn't mean that we don't have a place for it at all, but I do think that we need to think bigger.
Thank you.
City Manager, with all due respect, and City Attorney, during the legislative portion of the council meeting, I don't believe that the mayor should be participating in discussions. Now, we set and established a policy regarding discussions many, many, many years ago. That policy was challenged in court and still is in the judicial process. Additionally, our policy and the city charter was verified as appropriate and in line with other cities. We received these recommendations from a federal judge in the federal courts. I'm recommending and asking that we at least try to follow the policy that we set, in addition to not getting crossways with a federal judge who is in the midst of looking at these things and has already released a 29-page opinion on some of the guidance and recommendations in terms of how we're supposed to conduct ourselves up here. And that means discussion of legislative issues be only limited to the council, which sets public policy. So I'm just asking if we could get back in line with policy. I think that'd be a good idea.
I would refer you to page 20.
I'm speaking to the city manager. I would just recommend that we get back in line with policy. We've all gotten outside of our lanes here. But I would just suggest that we try to at least follow the policy that we set and try to follow the judge's guidance. That's what I'd like us to do. I think that would be the best thing to do at this point. So I'm going to make a motion to that effect, that we get back in line with our policy. Everybody strayed from the policy, and we have to have some give and take. This is a public hearing, and traditionally we're supposed to hear from the public. So I do make a motion that we try to get back in line with the policies that we established. That's my motion.
What policies are you referring to? What specific policies?
I made a motion that we get back to policies regarding discussion per the city policy and per the judge's recommendations and the judge's guidance.
Page 24 says that I can talk when you're not deliberating.
We are deliberating. This is deliberations, and this is the legislative process of this section. Yes, it is. This is an agenda item.
It's a public hearing. Ms. Jefferson, you're next.
It's a public hearing and agenda item, and we hear from the public,
I have another comment to make. How can I say this lightly? If anyone understands the history of College Park being a little over 100 years old, right? When we look out into this audience that the residents are participating in, that's less than 20%. More than 86% of your residents that live here does not make $23,000 a year. So when I hear some of the residents come up and they speak about the quality of life, of engagement, to increase social engagement and to assist these families that are probably working between 3 and 4 jobs, they are looking for free access for their children to stay engaged. Now, a very long time, this city has remained silent on moving that poverty line. This is current. And Mayor, for you to be the mayor of this city and that poverty line hasn't even moved a needle under your leadership?
It has.
It has not.
It has.
It has not.
It has.
You have more than 80% of this community that cannot even afford a meal on Main Street, but they can buy meals on Old National. So where's the balance? And that's what this council is trying to do, is to create order and balance within our city by increasing the quality of life, by having access to amenities, because our youth don't have jobs. How can they enjoy our city for free? So when you speak about not giving out turkeys or not giving out book bags as just a pass away, like, oh, that's your city, Mayor. That's more than 86% of the people that are living in these dilapidated apartment complexes. And even though more than 86% of them are living in these dilapidated apartment complexes, they still contribute to the revenues of this city through an electric bill. This city makes majority of its electricity on residents from renters. So how can you sit here as a mayor of a city and denounce, demean, disenfranchised people that this city has been paralyzed under for over 100 years? There hasn't been no balance. So when my brother here speaks about this plantation politics, he's talking about a system infrastructure. Because whether or not you was a house slave or a field slave, you still was a slave. That's a systematic infrastructure. And there were laws that were created in order to provide access to opportunity. From the Emancipation Proclamation, from the 13th Amendment, from the Bill of Rights, in order so that we can have access. But see, that's a balance of poverty. So don't sit here and try to put a rose-colored lens on, oh, we're not impacted by that. Yes, we are. When the majority of your budget and your city employees, your directors, I may add, make close to 6 figures. But the average income of a 4-person household in the city of College Park in 2024 doesn't even make $22,000 a year. And you're gonna tell me that this budget, that this council has worked hard to try to create a just balance, to provide some sort of quality of life and balance to help these people, is meaningless? I can't even fathom that. And then the fact of the matter is, there comes a point in time, and I have discussed this several times, we have to reach a professional maturity. You have to have the ability to have a conversation with the person that disagrees with you and come onto one accord. Start from a place of resolve. I don't see solutions from you. I don't see them. I don't see engagement from you. The majority of our residents right now, you may not see them living on the streets because the hotels are subsidizing that homeless impact of our residents. And that's not a problem for you? It is. And I don't see no one out of the 100 years of existence from Ward 1 to come here and speak about that inappropriateness, that imbalance, let alone the diversity, let alone the inclusion. That's the ramifications and the consequences that people who have grew here, not flew here, who have grew here, are trying to explain to this city. We have been impacted. I handle $1 trillion budget on a daily basis. And the first order of business for any transaction, what is the impact? How does it impact the market? How does it impact our services? And how does it impact the community? 3 major impacts. Well, this city has been paralyzed by poverty a very long time. And you have put on your rose-colored glasses and you have ignored it. And you have provided the handouts. So now that you have a budget that's having more, you're still complaining. Where's the resolve? Where's the balance? We have the Promise Institute, right? Councilman Gay just gave the review of it in the people who have participating in that Promise Institute school is not of our city. Why is that, Mayor? Where's that population? Where where's that participation? You know why? Because they're underwater. They're drowning. They can't even fathom to look out and say, well, what access do I have? I'm just trying to maintain my schedule to pay my light bill that College Park receives revenue on a monthly basis. But no one speaks about that 86%. But as soon as when a giveaway is done, you want to question it.
That's right.
But no one wants to speak about you drive down Main Street and it's the homeless sleeping at the depot, sleeping on the park benches. It's seeping through. No longer can you hide it. So this council has done their due diligence to try to create a movement of that needle. And I commend them for it. But for you to chastise it, I had a meeting with youth a couple of years ago. And I asked you, what was your vision for College Park? You couldn't even explain it to me. I'm saying to myself, wait a minute. You have a whole population that actually decreased because we went from 15,000 to 13,000. And of that 13,000, less than 20% of home ownership. Majority renters. You don't have a vision?
Are you asking me?
All I'm saying is, we had a conversation, person to person, and you couldn't explain to me in one sentence what your vision was for College Park. You don't need to answer that. That's not the purpose here. But the purpose here is to bring balance and to bring resources. You know, I'm a product of public school system. Although it was in the Northeast, our taxes are much higher, but we had council people that was considerate of our development. My high school class was over close to 2,500 students. High school was designed from us to get to the west wing to the east wing, we had to pass through this courtyard. This courtyard was a social engagement as we're going back and forth to our classes. But it also was surrounded by what we call a window of opportunity. And there was these glass rooms that surrounded the entire courtyard. And in those glass rooms, there was every extracurricular activity that you could name. Racquetball, tennis, fencing, debate club, commerce club, economic club, every extracurricular activity you could name, we could participate in. Now, whether or not everybody took advantage of that opportunity, it wasn't about utilization. But what it was about was teaching us, in order for you to be successful in this world, you have got to learn how to compete. You have got to be comfortable in those dynamics. You have got to condition your mind and your body to learn how to compete. But in order for us to have that opportunity, we had to have the access. And the access was free. There was nothing limiting us in a public school system. So I know what it's like to be a coin heir, $100 heir, $1,000 heir, to a multimillionaire. But that takes cultivation, it takes process, that takes vision. So when you speak about the poor, that your city is the majority of. The majority. And they can't participate because of their schedule and what they're trying to afford and maintain. And our seniors, our legacy owners that are burdened. Anything that's geared towards them improving their quality of life, there's always an issue. And I have to ask myself, what's the motive? What is the motive? When I met with you that day, I talked about Calabasas, California. I said, City of College Park, the way it's made up, exact same way. Calabasas is only 11 miles long. And there was a point in time that too was considered below grade living. But they changed it around. How they changed it around? They provided more free access to increase social engagement, to have access to opportunity. That's how you turn it around. So you don't complain about when you have a budget of $196 million and you complaining about $15,000 going to a book drive? Right. And you are the mayor? Something is wrong. And I just need this council to really come together and pray. And I'm going to leave you with this. Our good book says, love thy neighbor as thyself. But see, what my parents taught me, don't everyone know how to love each other. Right. You see? So you don't know how to project love. But what they did say, how you recognize someone as a neighbor, and that doesn't mean someone that lives next to you, that means someone that you connect with. And that's what our good book says. How do you know who's a neighbor? Those who are merciful. And for you not to have mercy on the majority of people that live, that make up your city, it's a sad day. But I thank God for this mayor and council that have seen it, that have lived through it, that's experiencing it, and they have taken the initiative to try to make some difference to move that quality of living for those people who are more greatly impacted. Because they don't have no choices because they can't afford it. See, they don't have that option. There's a difference between someone having a choice and having an option. And for too long, the city has relied on people who have options. Now it's time to even this balance field and create affordable housing, not only renters, but having that access. A dog park, $450,000. They spend close to $3 million in dog parks where I'm from because of quality of life. That's what matters at the end of the day. And access to those opportunities. But I will leave you, you as the mayor of this city, you have to reach a professional maturity. You have to. Because it's becoming very disruptive. I mean, it's just, it just does not look good. And some of these questions and things that you can obtain, you could obtain that behind closed doors, behind our meetings. You could be proactive instead of reactive. They're not trying to silence you. They're just following the charter. And I've always said that. But it's been a courtesy that this city has allowed it. So deliberations are not needed. The city manager, if he doesn't have answers for you, he can get back to you, or he can delegate to his staff. You have to respect that and not demean him in being confrontational. Let's reach a professional maturity, work together. Everybody has passion and compassion for this city. Let's bring it together and work as one. But don't ever discount those of us who cannot afford to come here due to their conflict of time in their schedules, in their means, because they need someone to speak on their behalf too. Thank you.
Ms. Jefferson, I want to have the opportunity to address.
Done by a community partner. I'd rather us go to Chick-fil-A and say, will you get the backpacks for us? And we set up an after-school program.
this budget, but I do think that we have partners that we are not locking into. That in terms of streetscapes, like I said, Safe Streets and Roads for All is a program that we should absolutely positively tap into, as opposed to using our own general fund money, and we can offset some of that development. I just think that we have the chance to think bigger, to think bolder. And I apologize if you think that in any way I was discounting any member of our community, because my vision for this city is that every kid, no matter where they live in this community, has the same opportunity to thrive. And they have that access. I mean, that's why I think some of the things coming up on the agenda after this are so important, because access opens doors. This community is amazing. We have absolutely beautiful residents that make up College Park. I don't think that we are serving them in the fullest way possible if we're just giving them turkeys and backpacks. We got to think bigger. We got to work with everybody. We can do more, and we should. And by the way, our median household income in 2022 dollars is $47,706. And 18% in poverty. That's per the Census Bureau. Anyone else wish to participate?
I want to just comment real quickly, just to respond to what Ms. Jefferson said. I have been quiet through this meeting. I've been trying to follow the order that we have for meetings, but I do want to make this clear about this budget for everyone. And I have not only been a business owner for most of my life, I've also run nonprofits. I've been on the end. I've been the organization that provided the book bags. However, when my organization provided book bags for the city of College Park over the past 4 years, we always received money from the city of College Park. The council, the previous council and mayor, put it in the budget every single year to give book bags. Okay, I want that to be clear. Putting money in the budget for book bags is nothing new. The city of College Park, when I first moved to this city, the city of College Park made grants to nonprofit organizations. Every council meeting practically, I remember. If you can go back in the minutes and you'll see that money was always given until things changed in 2020. But up until that time, because even in 2020, my organization, which I'm no longer affiliated with financially, however, I care about that organization because I founded it for the city of College Park. I founded an organization for the city of College Park under the leadership of Mayor Jack Longino. Ambrose Clay helped me to put that together. Tracy Wyatt. And the council unanimously, just the council, they never objected every single year to funding the Ignite Resource Center. They went into a contract with Ignite. We started with $35,000, and then in $20,000, the mayor did not want to continue the organization. So they went down to $30,000, but the council, I thank God for Councilman Gay, because he's the only one up here who was there at the time. And he fought. And then the rest of the council agreed to continue to fund Ignite. And then Darnetta Tyus, when she became the city manager, because she had come from other cities and she had seen other cities that did this, that gave back to their people, she put it on the agenda and the council never even discussed it. It never even got discussed. She added on to that $30,000 for Ignite, $20,000 additional dollars. And the city of College Park contracted with a nonprofit organization to make sure that our residents were connected to the services that they need. Now, why is this important? Because even myself, when I looked at these community initiatives, I would be a hypocrite to have been elected to serve the city of College Park and not bring my heart and my soul into this position. And if I served this city as a nonprofit leader and I raised hundreds of thousands of dollars, I know it can be done. The city gave us $50,000, and I took it to, the last year I took it to $800,000. You can look at our tax papers, okay? And I did that, but it took a lot of energy. It took a lot of asking. And there are people sitting in this in here right now. Some of you gave me $5,000 and $10,000 for this organization, and I appreciate what you did. But the reason that our organization had the legitimacy it had was because they were backed by the city of College Park. People had no problem giving to Ignite because they knew that Ignite was backed by the city of College Park. When I ran for office, I had to step away from it because of the things that are going on even right now. I knew in 2022 that if I ran in 2023 that I would be accused, which I was and still am being. There have been charges filed with the Attorney General's office saying that I was the president of Ignite, the owner of Ignite, and I entered into an agreement with an organization right here, sitting here, and I haven't been affiliated with Ignite in a year. And I took money and I didn't recuse myself. And I knew that that was going to happen, and for the sake of the organization, not for myself. My last year, Ignite decided to not take a dollar from the city of College Park, and then I resigned. So the city of College Park did not give any organization last year, to my knowledge, any money to help the people in the city of College Park. But the moment that I got into this seat, and the moment I had the opportunity to make sure that the city of College Park resumes giving back to the people who, look, every single person up here who is receiving a check, every single employee, you know how we get paid? The people of College Park pay our salaries.
That's right.
Okay? I'm not the boss. I'm not the one that provides my own paycheck. Every employee of this city. So yes, I'm in favor. And you all know, if you watch the budget meetings, I fought every single meeting for livable wage for our employees. Fought for this beautiful woman over here, this deputy clerk, to get paid. She's still not getting paid anything what I think she deserves. But at least we were able to get her a $12,000 raise. It's still not enough for the work that she has to do dealing with us. So I will continue. And when I got in this position, I said we're going to make sure that College Park does what the four. See, we forget, and if you haven't been involved, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't have the numbers of how much money the city of College Park has given back to the community in the past. But it was never in the budget. It would just be an organization would come, they would need help, they would say they're going to give back to the community, and we utilize it. So it's kind of like playing dice. And now I hear all the beautiful people that have come up tonight, and you suggested, well, we should do this. We could get a grant. We can do that. Why haven't we been doing it is the question. And right now, that doesn't solve the problem for this current year. My hope is that the community that has the issue with the initiatives that have been brought forth in this budget, and I'm going to say something again about that. If you have a problem with this, help us this year. Those initiatives, grants, I've been writing grants for 10 years. And the mayor even mentioned it. When you get grants from the government, you don't get that money right away. So even though we're talking about, oh, we can write a grant, we can get an organization, where are the organizations that we're going to partner with right now that are going to provide these services in 24, 25? Where are they? Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Cal. There are a few. But he still needs funding. He's come and asked us for help. Okay? We didn't support him like we could have. So these initiatives will allow us now to contract with organizations such as his. Let me get this clear. The City of College Park is not going to run a literacy program. The City of College Park is going to take whatever that money is, and I didn't ask for that, but I'm going to tell you how that's going to work. No, we can't run that program. We are going to find an organization in this community and contract with them and let them do the program. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're just making sure that the wheel can roll. So I ask every single citizen that has a problem with these initiatives to get on the ball, get on your mark, get set, let's go. Let's start working in 24 and 25 to identify organizations like the sister who says that I'm mean to everybody. Praise the Lord, hallelujah, amen. I've spent my Christian life being accused of not being a Christian. But I keep on being one anyway.
That's right. I bear witness.
I keep on being a believer. I'm a Muslim, I'm a Jew, and I'm a Christian.
Come on, sister.
And I live by those principles.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm still speaking. I'm still speaking.
I'm trying to make sure that people hear you.
I'm still speaking. So what I'm saying is that I challenge every single one of us who feel that the city money should not be spent for these initiatives in this next year. Now, my initiatives, I'm working with city staff. I talked to Michelle Johnson. We toured the Conley Rec Center. The things that I asked for was because I knew that there were budget cuts, but I knew that there were going to be things that my community needed in Ward 1. And so what I did is I put that into my initiatives to make sure that we had the money. So now, yes, Badgett Stadium the track needs to be resurfaced. City Hall, the lawn. Yeah, that should be in the city budget, but making sure that we have the money so when these things come up, it's there in the budget. It was foresight. But yes, there were still things that have been put in this budget to give back to our community. And who deserves this? Yes, the employees. I love what this young lady is beautiful. I just think everybody's beautiful. Even if you're ugly to me, I still think you're beautiful. Josie Lee Whitehead is my intern, and I put in the budget $1,000 a month so I can pay a college student such as her. She is going in her second year at the University of Alabama. She is there on a full ride scholarship because, yes, she's just that smart. And she is interning with me this summer. And I will do that every single month to open up the door of opportunity to some college student. And if I get one for the whole year, fine. If I get somebody for 2 months, because that is opening up a window of opportunity for someone. And this girl is brilliant. And you know what she said to us? She said, a 19-year-old had to come into our adult discussion tonight. Our adult foolishness, our embarrassing foolishness, in my opinion. I'm embarrassed as a member of this governing body that we even let this get to this point, but I had to say something now. But a 19-year-old had to get up here and tell the adults, can we do a Rodney King and find a way to get along? Can't we take some of this and take that? Why does it have to be this one in order to have against that one? And that's what I feel I heard. Ed Wall, the chief financier of this city, who's been it for 3 decades or more, and Althea, who is our finance department director, put together this budget. And the reason the city manager doesn't have the breakdown is because we didn't sit with him on that. I sat with Althea, and I told Althea what I wanted. I didn't tell him what I wanted. Yeah, he's copied on the emails. He's present. But the conversation was with a person who's not even here right now, and to continue to ask him for information that he just doesn't have isn't fair. And I find us getting into the sticks and all this other stuff when we're missing what this is really about. What is this about? This is about us being able to take $196 million and put it back into a city. It is about making sure that our employees not only get paid properly, but they do get a cost of living. Joe Karn, even though people have been laughing and talking about him tonight, he let us know that when we gave this increase to our employees that we are putting into this budget, it is still more than what the government is saying for a cost of living increase. Nobody's given the city of College Park credit for the fact, yeah, we couldn't get it to 5%, but guess what? We've got so many things on the table in this city. If we could just act right and stop putting ourselves in the news and start embracing our community, start taking all this energy that we have and put it into not bashing this community, not bashing this council, which I happen to be a member of, not suing the city of College Park, but finding a way. Do you understand? I won't even begin to tell you how much money we have to pay out of pocket because this city has been sued by a member of the governing body. Nobody's talking about that money. And we will have to continue to pay that over the next year. Because until this lawsuit against the city of College Park gets settled, we're being sued. And the insurance doesn't cover that. And let me tell you, if you look back at the packet for the insurance incidences that we have had as a city, which is going to come up later for those of you that are still around and still want to know. Last year, the problems that we're having with insurance, it's not from the last few months. It's not from 2023. It's from the past 5 years. And I can go back, go look at 2014, go look at 2015, and see all the monies that we have to pay out because of lawsuits and all the kinds of car accidents and everything that was incurred by this city. It is nothing that this new herstory council has done in the past 5 months. So I think that we need to stay focused on the things that matter. And let me just say this, when we make our city look bad, when one of us look bad, we all look bad. When we talk about this council, you're talking about, when you talk about negatively about your elected officials, and I'll take anything you gotta say. But when you talk negatively about us, you are also talking about the people that elected us to this position. When you damn your council, you're damning the 3/4 of the city that voted for these people as well. And in my case, the 50% of Ward 1, the 51% of Ward 1 that chose to put their confidence in me. So let's watch what we do and let's start protecting ourselves. Let's look out for what counts. What counts, Jamel McKenzie? What counts is that we can pay our police department. And let me tell you, y'all, I've been here for 5 months, but I've been watching meetings for 8 years. And you know what we do? You know what's going to happen if we realize that we need more police officers in 2024, 25? You know what we're going to do? We're going to hire them. We're going to add it into the budget. But what we've been noticing is that we've had all these open positions and we put it out in the budget, so then you don't have room to put other things in the budget. But if Ed was here, he would testify to the fact that at the end of every single budget year, we end up with additional money that did not get spent. But if we allocate this money and say it can only be used for this, there's no room for that. So what we decided, not I didn't decide it, the city manager decided, and I rolled with it. He decided to say to every person that's a department head, find a way to cut the fat by 6%. Because there's, in his mind, I don't know what was going on in his mind, but I know that as a legislator, when Althea and I had the conversation, she asked me what my initiatives, what I wanted to do, I had a laundry list of what I wanted to do. And they found a way to make it work. And I declared to you as a people, give it a chance. Let's stop bashing ourselves. You ever have a child, your child might act a fool. But you don't keep telling your child, you a fool, and embarrassing your child in the street everywhere they go, because otherwise your child's gonna grow up all messed up. What you do is you try to look at the positive things. Well, you know Johnny does smile a lot. Johnny is polite, and you keep on harping on the good things. And then you end up with a child that matures into an adult and becomes a great and a successful person. The success of the city of College Park is within our hands. We have a golden opportunity here, folks. Let's not blow it. I asked you all several meetings ago, give me a chance, have some grace. I'm just learning my way. I've been bashed since before I was elected by members of this city. But I continue to do the work. I continue to focus because it's bigger than me. It's bigger than what somebody comes down here and tells a lie. It's bigger than false allegations and frivolous lawsuits that have been filed against me. I know that I'm in this seat and in this place because there's a city that deserves what I can bring to the table. And I'm nobody big, but I've got a big heart. And I just believe, I'm just stupid enough to believe that there's a brighter day for College Park. I'm stupid enough to believe that there's good in every single person that's here and those that are watching me by Facebook tonight and commenting on what we're doing here. I'm just stupid enough to believe that we can change and we can make things better. And I'm stupid enough to believe that some way, somehow, somebody's gonna look back at the last 10 and 7 years of what they missed that went on in this city government and realize that this is probably one of the best governing bodies that this city has ever had. There are decisions that were made behind your backs, and you all have no idea what went on before we came into this seat. The decision to put the Gateway Arena in to fund it was done while you all were sleeping and didn't even know. And decisions are made every single day. And we're trying our best to let everybody know what we know. There's just some stuff we just don't know. So back to the budget. It's a good budget. Is it a perfect budget? No. But it's a balanced budget. This budget doesn't take a dollar out of the reserves. And I guarantee you that this budget is probably more money than we're going to spend, because the record that we have in this city is we never spend it all. We spent it, yes, we went into trouble in 2020. We had a rookie governing body again, like we do right now. And we had a pandemic. And we spent money. We didn't make the best decisions. I cried over the things that I saw happen in this city, and I was involved. I saw money just being spent like water. I saw an interim city manager that was hiring folk left and right and never had to explain to anybody about a dollar that they spent. I've seen the inequities. I see how Dr. Adedarian is doing the best that he can, but he's damned before he does. I see the injustices that exist, and I'm not making this a black or white. I'm saying let's give it a chance. And again, if you can find a way to raise $3.8 million over the next year, this is a one-time shot deal. These are not continuous dollars that we're going to put in the budget every year. This is called a Band-Aid. This is just a way to get us a couple of steps ahead. And my hope is that in this year, our community will begin to stop focusing on what's not right and begin to focus on how each of us, if you got contacts, let us know. If you know millionaires that want to donate to the City of College Park, if you know nonprofits that want to partner with the City of College Park, come on, let's get together, let's do this. But right now, there is an emergency in College Park. We got homeless people, as Salissa's already said, sleeping on Main Street. And my BIDA member, she reminded me yesterday when we had a meeting a couple of days ago, do you know that we have people sleeping in the 6 West Corridor? We have people sleeping in those properties where they're overgrown. They have tents. We probably have over 100 homeless people right now staying in the city, but you don't see them. Let's try to get aside from ourselves. Let's get out of ourselves. And my final statement is, yes, I am a minister. I'm not just a Christian, I'm not just a Jew, I'm not just a Muslim, I'm also a minister of the gospel. And I truly believe that when you give to the least, when you give back, you will receive. As a pastor, I say to my congregation, I don't say it anymore, but I used to say, you can't be God-given, no matter how hard you had tried. The more you give, the more he gives back to you. Just keep on giving, because you know it's true. And let me say that goes for any situation, any circumstance where you give back to those that are less fortunate. When you give of your substance, when you make a sacrifice of some kind, it's always going to come back. We call that investments in the business world. When you make an investment in community, when you make an investment in those that cannot take care of themselves, it always comes back. College Park, try it. Try the goodness and the grace and the mercy that God has given us. And they're going to say, oh, she's preaching. Well, I can't help but to preach. That's who I am. But I hope that somebody listens to this message tonight and that it resonates, and that rather than you reject what the Spirit of the Lord is saying through me, that you will receive it, make the change, decide, I'm going to love my city enough to give the people that we have elected the opportunity to prove themselves. And at the end of this budget, if our city is in a mess, get rid of all of us if that's what you want to do. But for right now, I think we've got a plan that can't fail. And it's backed by people who have financial backgrounds that are stellar. Who are we to tell the experts that they don't know what they're doing? And I'll leave it with that.
Woo, 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 woo. In the name of Almighty God, I pray, Almighty God, that you guide every word that comes forth from my mouth tonight. Not to allow one word to be taken from its proper place. I'd like to greet the city, the citizens, and the greetings of peace. I was here earlier. My name is Larry Brady Evans. I lived in College Park for 65 years. And as I look around, I don't think nobody have lived here in this city for 65 years. And I've never seen a show that I saw tonight. I was at home in my robe in my bed. I couldn't take it no more. I got up out my bed to come back up here to say to you all, I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, but I've seen a show. It was one of the greatest shows on earth. To see everybody showboat. Everybody came up here and showboated. Then you had those who were so educated. I've been here, I've been there. But all due respect, I heard a singer song say, you all sound like educated fools from an uneducated school. So I said that to say this. History had taught me. It wasn't what this brother said. He didn't call no citizen out or no European American out as a racist or a house Negro. He said, there are those who are that. And then he said, he heard if you cast a brick and a pack of dogs, who the brick hit gonna howl the longest. So, again, it's a lot I want to say, but nature is calling me right now. I can't say everything I want to say, and I'll be back the 17th.
Thank you, sir.
But I want to say this. History have taught me that there was those African Americans who fought on the side of the rebel army of the South. There was those who fought with them and thought slavery was right. And then there was another European American. His name was John Brown. And he took his family and said, this ain't right. And they hung him. But he was willing to die for what he thought what wasn't right. And there was those African Americans who fought on the side of the South. And they say, well, master, it's right for us. And I'm not making mockery, and I'm not calling nobody no house Negro, or I'm not calling nobody no racist. I love all of God's people. But till the next time, because nature won't hold no more, I'll be back. And may God take a liking to you.
Does anyone else wish to speak at the public hearing? Hearing none others, the public hearing is closed.
Okay, item 8A, consideration of action on the rock climbing wall at Tracy Wyatt Recreation Center. This item is sponsored by Councilman Roger Gay, Ward 4.
Is there a motion?
I have a motion, Mayor, but it's not that motion yet. I'd like to make a motion at this time in the meeting for the remainder of the agenda items. My motion is that we allow discussion before we call a motion and a second. Before we have a motion and a second, I am actually saying that I want us to allow discussion before the motion, before the second, and this is according to the policy of the City of College Park. Those of you that would like to turn to your website, the website right now for voting that has been posted in the City of College Park since 2018 specifically says that we hold that the agenda item is called, then there is discussion, which is followed by the mayor calling for a motion and a vote. This is the practice of the City of College Park. So my motion is that we adhere to the policy that is stated on our website for voting in the City of College Park, whereas we held discussion first, which will be followed by a motion and a second.
Point of clarification there, Mr. Denmark, that would be superseded by Ordinance 2024-01 that prescribes that this body follows Robert's rules, correct?
No, this council has the authority to create rules as they see fit. And I think that it would be very, very difficult right now, given the flagrant violation of that very same ordinance, to insist on adherence and to cherry pick it. So I believe this council, as the governing body, has the authority to make the motion that Councilwoman McKenzie made, and if the majority sees fit to pass it, that's what it will be.
Okay, so is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carney. Any discussion?
Yeah, the discussion again, why I believe this is important, especially at this time. Over the past few meetings, we have called a motion and a second, and then we start trying to discuss our items based on the motion and the second and not necessarily the agenda item. Several times, and if you would like to look back in our minutes and our previous meetings, it even becomes very confusing. The last meeting, we had several instances where it was even confusing for the clerk, because we would start with a motion, then we get into a discussion, the motion gets changed in the middle of the discussion, and then we're back again. And Queenie, you know what I'm talking about. And then we're trying to figure out, where did we even start here? So the best thing is, and I think that this is a practice that was given by the persons that were in office prior to us, because they realized that this would bring more order in terms of our meeting, to have the discussion, and then after we've discussed, we will be able to determine what that motion should be.
I think Mayor Longino spoke during that as well.
Excuse me, ma'am?
So we're good?
Okay.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. So, rock climbing wall. Discussion? Is there a motion?
I have some discussion.
Oh, Councilmember Arnold?
So I definitely, I want to read a statement in reference to the rock climbing wall. Because I want to make sure that I clear up, I think I heard the word earlier, misconceptions. So I don't think that is any secret to anyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is that better?
Oh, I can hear you.
That I am a strong advocate for all staff. I think that has been on display quite a few times with my statements, especially when they step forward with information about city concerns. And I believe in listening to those concerns and to investigate them when it is warranted. And that has always been my stance. That's what I do day in, day out on my day job. And also, that's what I did when the city manager and I took a tour at the TWRC when staff brought up concerns to us. And those staff members work day in, day out. They are close to the daily activities of their jobs, and they understand what they see going on in those daily activities. So because of who I am and what I believe in, I brought my concerns to my colleagues. Those concerns that were raised by the staff were they believed that there were safety issues and underutilization of the rock wall. And I shared that information with each one of my colleagues to get consensus on the best step forward. So at some point in time, because of the fact that we wanted to do the best thing, the right thing, to uphold our fiduciary duty as a city council, it became political. And now that it's political, we need to make sure we have the facts straight. Each one of my colleagues understood the concerns that I shared with them, which is why they provided support on May 6th. All but one. And that one was the one that I talked to about us relocating the wall to one of their facilities. That was Ward 1, because it was Ward 1 constituents that were demanding that we preserve the wall, and they wanted to use it. My constituents, however, in Ward 3, want something different. We put out a survey. We asked. In the meantime, the city manager was supposed to be holding an investigation to understand, to get better understanding on why the information that was shared with us was different from the information that was shared with the media. Still, the data that I have from my constituents say they want other services. They are not going to use the wall. The councilwoman of Ward 1 and I came to an agreement where the wall would be preserved and moved and utilized, relocated. Again, now it's political. Because someone decided that they wanted to make it so political and put so much pressure on my colleagues that the wall shouldn't be moved. And that's okay. It's not going to stop me from still serving my constituents and doing what they are asking for me to do. So if the decision today is that, oh, well, you know, the wall is going to stay in place, even though my constituents, and I think I heard up here earlier today by everyone that said that what the residents want in their area. My residents have made it clear that they're not going to use it. No matter how much you decide to promote it, market it, that's not what they want. They want jobs. They want extension services when it comes to utilizing a computer lab. They want to be able to get extension services for educational opportunities. That's what they want on Godby Road. So with that being said, those are my comments. I do certainly hope that my colleagues will support what my constituents want, because I'm sure that they will want me to support what their constituents want. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Anyone else?
I just want to say, yes, Councilwoman Arnold and I did discuss this, and it's my residents in Ward 1. I don't know of too many residents outside of Ward 1 that that had an objection to the wall being taken down from the Tracy Wyatt Recreation Center. But I heard from several residents, and again, this became a national situation, and it did become very political. So I do want to say that Tracy Arnold, Councilwoman Arnold, and I definitely did discuss this. And I was willing, because my thing is, if my folks want it, I want it. All right? I mean, and I had enough folks. Now, I didn't have folks telling me in my ward that they didn't want it, okay? Because a lot of times I have folks that you hear saying things, but then there's a whole bunch of folks that are not being heard that are saying things, and I got to kind of juggle. But I had more people in my ward that wanted that wall. And so I agreed with Councilman Arnold. Put it in my ward. But then I began to find out from there was a couple of issues that where would we put it? From my understanding is that the wall was too high. If we take it down, we don't have anywhere that we could put it in the Brady and the Conley. And then the next piece was not only that, but we found out that there could be some very serious issues if you take the wall down and you try to put the same wall back up somewhere, that the safety of the wall would be compromised. And so with that being said, I know that this is something that several of my residents have expressed that they want to have in the community. And it's just important to me. And I also spoke to Mr. Lightner on several occasions. Him and I have been conversating since May 5th. And so that is the perspective that I'm coming from with this today.
Any further comments? Councilmember Gay?
I'm going to make some comments and then I'm going to make a motion. I respect my colleagues. I'm excited to be working with them. I think they all are amazing people. They bring value and perspective that this city has never seen before. A lot of people don't realize that the Wyatt Center used to be called Bobby Road Rec Center, which used to be Ward 4. It was one night like tonight that it got annexed into Ward 3 with no debate from the public. I don't even think one person came and said anything about it. So I'm just, from a recreational point of view, personally, and I was telling this, WAEB this last week, from a recreation point of view, the rock wall is really low priority. It really is. It's about as on the same level as our other attractions. But because of the outrage from the city, the media, I decided that I would have to make an unpopular decision so that we can move on and focus on other business of the city. So the motion I'm going to make is not in any reflection against anyone, because when they took Guyby Road from us, we just had to live with it. That used to be Ward 4. I never even experienced the pleasure of any of that as a councilman, so I can't think about wards. I have to think about the betterment of our community. So my motion is going to be that the rock climbing wall should remain intact at the Tracy Wyatt Recreational Center, and the remaining funds directed should be for investigation. The remaining funds directed for investigation shall be utilized for programming and safety initiatives. And Madam Clerk, I read it again. My motion is going to be that the rock climbing wall should remain intact at the Tracy Wyatt Recreational Center. Remaining funds directed for investigation shall be utilized for programming and safety initiatives.
Ms. Brown, you got it?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Councilmember Carn, what did you vote?
Abstain.
All right. So Councilmember Gay and Councilmember McKenzie are in favor. Councilmember Arnold is opposed. The motion passes.
And may I say, nature is calling me, so I've got to step out for a minute.
Yeah, let's take a quick break.
We will resume in 15 minutes. All right, we're back. It is 12:54. We have a quorum present with council members McKenzie, Karn, and Arnold. We'll take the next item on the agenda.
Mayor, point of order, Queenie. I'm going to recommend that we put the remaining items with the exception of what I have as C, which is incorrect, restructuring of citizens' comments. With the exception of that item, I'd like to put everything else on the consent agenda so we can get on out of here at a decent hour. We have an executive session after this. That's my motion, Queenie.
So for clarification, that's all items but public comments restructuring, right, correct?
That's correct. And minus the items that were taken off the agenda, of course.
Of course.
By the city manager.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Arnold?
I had one that I wanted to talk about, and I'm looking at two different agendas, so wait a minute.
That's the one that we were going to leave so you could talk about that.
No, it wasn't that
Oh, it's
one.
another one? Oh, okay.
What's the other one?
I've got to look at my agenda that's online now because the one that's in my book is outdated. Okay, did we remove, which items did we remove?
We removed 8I and we removed 8L, the 25 body cameras and the defibrillators.
There was an item that I thought that wasn't budgeted, and I wanted to ask about M. Can we just pull M? I just want to know where the budget is coming from.
Okay, modify my motion. Queenie, we're going to modify that motion I just made to exclude M, the prime engineering invoice, out of the consent agenda as well. So there were two items removed out of the consent agenda.
So M, that's the two
right.
ladders?
This is the prime engineering invoice.
Oh, M,
No,
okay.
no. You're still looking at
Okay, I'm
the
looking
other
at which one
version,
is-
right?
What's the
M,
description? Which one is it?
yeah, M is the, according to mine, it's the truck ladder.
Okay.
It says it's not budgeted. I just want to get an
ladder.
idea where
Okay.
the funds are coming from.
So we're removing that one,
Okay.
both of those. I modified that motion to.
Yes, sir, one.
All right.
So with the modified motion,
I
then.
made the motion.
Yep.
I modified the motion.
Okay, I second that modification.
Ms. Brown, you good?
Okay, I got it, thank you. I'm sorry for the sidebar.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous amongst those present. So you read the motion for me one more time, please?
Councilman Carr, motion to move the remaining, to have a consent agenda for all the items except for 8D and 8M of the consent.
All right. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I could not hear you.
I'm sorry. I said, any discussion?
No, we're having discussion before we do the motion, so I guess the discussion would have been before the motion.
Who seconded? I didn't hear.
Councilmember Carn did.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous.
Okay, so the ones that excluded is just 8D, consideration of an action on restructuring the citizen comments, mayor and council comments, and closing remarks. This item is sponsored by Councilwoman Tracy Arnold, Ward 3.
Councilmember Arnold, anything to add?
Yeah, so the whole purpose of this conversation, or we had the conversation a few weeks ago in reference to making some adjustments to the public comments and making sure that we were being equitable and inclusive of individuals who don't necessarily come to the chamber for their comments, and that was for the email comments. And I think we came to a consensus on splitting up the 36 minutes. The proposed minutes that we have inside of our book is to make sure that we give more weight, which is what I think I heard from everybody, for citizens that come in person versus those that email their comments. And so right now, what's proposed is to provide 24 minutes to individuals that come in person, and of course that would still be the 3 minutes per person, the max, and then 12 minutes allocated for email comments to be read. And then we also talked about putting a cap on our comments, the comments that both mayor and council makes. And I guess there's a point of clarification here, because it should be the 5 minutes on the debate for council, but then for mayor and council on the closing remarks. So there is a correction that needs to be made there. We had consensus on those minutes as well, but I think I've heard since that time that there probably would be an appetite for a discussion on our minutes being shorter than 5 minutes. Open it up for, or Mayor, if you could open it up for discussion.
No, I think I can live with 5 minutes, it's fine. But any other discussion? Councilmember Carn? Did you? Councilmember McKenzie.
I love what Councilwoman Arnold. See, I'm tired. I'm calling her McKenzie now. Is saying, and I would like it if we could even table this and kind of talk a little bit more about it, because I guess the concern is, and I know we didn't have anyone in the community, which was interesting to me that we didn't have any community input on this, because I guess my concern is now, if we cut the time for the persons that actually come here to 24 minutes, and then we allow 12 minutes for, is that really enough for those persons who have come? I mean, I just feel like we're going to have a lot, and I see some heads shaking, right? My concern is if somebody comes and they take the time to get dressed and come down here, and now we are only allowing 24 minutes for in-person comments, that's going to cause a lot of issues, because that means less people will be able to comment. I do believe that it would be great to try to find some way to be able to get more of the email comments, but I'm in this strait right now to say, but do we do it at the expense of the persons that come in person? So that's my, in terms of limiting our comments, I have no problem with that piece, Councilwoman Arnold, to, especially tonight, mine are going to be 5 minutes or less. I've already talked enough. But that's my concern, really, if we can kind of maybe we can even do a survey. I think that because it's public comment, that I really would like to hear more from the community before we make a change on limiting the in-person public comment.
Any other discussion?
Well, a couple things. Well, first of all, I think the priority for public comments comes to the folks that are going to take the time to come down here in person that want to speak. Obviously, we want to try to hear everybody's voice. Ever since I've been up here, anytime somebody wants to make public comments, I've always said give them all the time that they need. I've always supported extending time, whether they were talking about something that was going on that was not great, or bad-mouthing me, I still say they got the right, and we want to hear them out. It's important. Email comments, that would be second place for me for a couple of reasons, and not just because I'm a dinosaur and I don't do many emails, but email comments, I always say to myself, it's electronic, and someone put together a set of comments, and it says coming from so-and-so, but at the end of the day, we don't know where those comments are, how they were created, or who actually sent those comments, or whatever have you. Not that I don't believe in the integrity of our residents, but in this electronic age and cybersecurity and the whole like, something may come across less than genuine, possibly. So I would put email comments there. I think it's a requirement for it. I think we can reach a compromise, though. City Clerk, what's the total minutes we give everybody
36.
right now?
36.
City Clerk.
Hi, Deputy. 36.
36 minutes.
Yes.
All right. I would recommend a compromise. This is what I recommend. I would say 35 minutes for public comments in person and 5 minutes for emails. And we extend it by 3 minutes. 35 for public comments and 5 for emails. And a lot of the times, we never get to that 35 minutes for in-person public comments anyhow. Let's keep that in mind. So I think that would be something that covers everybody and would make it fair. And folks that are sending the email, they always have the option. If a neighbor is going to the council meeting in person, they can, hey, read my email in person for me. So they have an option that an in-person does not have, and I think that evens things out and makes it fair, in my opinion. So that's my suggestion.
I'm sorry.
My suggestion would be 35 minutes for public comments and 5 minutes for email comments.
The 36 minutes incorporates 3 minutes per person. If we go down to 35.
I was gonna. Okay, so what I wanted to say, since it's us in the discussion, is that we just go 36 minutes.
And then what? And we
3 more
do.
minutes, so we go to 39.
36.
Why don't we just do 5 minutes or 6 minutes for email comments? Because that's 3 minutes.
I would take it up to 39 minutes then. So with 3.
That's what I.
I thought our original discussion was that we weren't going to change the time. We were going to keep the 36 minutes.
Well, I think this is a reasonable compromise that does not infringe on the in-person residents, but gives some to our email residents as well.
So how about this? We continue with up to 36 minutes for in-person. This way we're not infringing upon, if it does happen that people are here, but that we have the liberty to extend 6 minutes. Like if we use the entire 36 minutes up here, so we don't have to say every single meeting that it would be, that we would go to 39 minutes. But let's just say that because sometimes we have had time for email. Like today, we got to 30, you had 1 minute for an email comment. So we don't always go to the 36 minutes for in-person, but perhaps we can just say that if that expires, that we take the liberty to add 6 minutes on for email comments. So it won't be in stone.
I go for that.
Okay.
I think that makes sense. I think that's fair. 36 minutes for public comments in person, and an optional 6 minutes for email comments.
But again, if we only have 24 minutes of in-person, then you do have your 12 minutes left for email.
Right.
So we're not saying we're going to cut email back, that we're only going to have 6 minutes for email. I mean, we might have a meeting where we have 12 minutes, and then you have 15 emails that have to be read. So, and I mean, we don't have to vote. I mean, if you want to.
I would make a motion for that. I'd like to get it resolved for the next meeting so that we're squared away. I'd make a motion for that.
Could you repeat the motion?
Queenie, you got the motion?
You're motioning for 36 minutes for in-person comments and an optional 6 minutes for email comments.
Optional and/or additional.
And/or additional.
Yes.
So it actually would be, I want to clarify your motion, that we would extend to up to 36 minutes for in-person. I mean, we would have up to 36 minutes for in-person, but extended 6 minutes if we don't. Go ahead and say what he said, then forget about what I just said. It's getting late.
Repeat what you said. I'm sorry. No. I was thinking of something completely different. Go ahead. Repeat what you said, Master.
The motion is that we would keep the public, the citizen comments at the 36 minutes with an option
yes,
for an additional 6 minutes for email comments if we need it.
That's Councilmember Arnold's motion. Is there a second?
Are you okay with that?
That was my motion,
I'm fine.
actually, but that's fine.
There's more to the motion as well.
Right, because it's two parts, right? Because we still have to deal with, our comments.
We want to make a
Gotta do
separate
one at a
motion.
time.
We can do
I'm
separate?
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, so can we
Okay.
take care of that one first? And then we'll take care of the other one.
All right. So Councilmember Arnold said the whole motion, so I'm taking it as her motion. Is there a second?
It's fine. I said the same thing, yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous amongst those present. In regard to our comments, Councilmember
In
Arnold?
regard to our comments, council member comments, when it comes to debate and closing remarks will be at 5 minutes. Mayor's closing remarks will be at 5 minutes.
Well, I'm not necessarily in favor of that one. And I heard two parts in that. I heard closing comments, 5 minutes, and I heard.
Closing remarks is what I meant.
Right, but did I hear debate? or
You
discussion
did.
As well. That I would not be for, and I qualify my reasons.
I kind of figured you wouldn't be, but we had a consensus, right? Everybody, I mean, I'm not sure what's going on with y'all, but we had a consensus. Y'all said that you could stick with the 5 minutes. Now,
understood. Well, Councilwoman, just like when you take another look at something and you change your mind, I think we all have that right. I took another look at it, and I don't agree with that. And the reason why is, being up here, some of the best decisions that we have come to over the years has been from a little lengthy debate on a particular agenda item and discussion. And sometimes it takes some round robin back and forth. I know me and Chuck used to do a lot of it, and then when I came back, me and Ambrose went round robin with a lot of discussion. And a lot of times that's how you come to the best happy medium of a decision and a good compromise. I need the time, and I'm just speaking for myself, I need the time to discuss this stuff up and down to make the best decision for residents that I possibly can. Some of us may not need more time. I need more time. Some of us need more time getting up the stairs. Some of us don't. I'm one that needs more time, and I want to make sure that I'm accommodated because these decisions are important enough. And if I go over 5 minutes and ask for a bit more time, I hope I would be granted that if the vote does not go that way. But this stuff is important. And it's important enough that sometimes it may take a little more than 5 minutes to get it across.
So Councilmember Arnold, you made the motion. Is there a second?
We're still talking. We're still
I know,
discussing.
but she did make the motion,
But we're not doing the motion yet.
But she put the motion out on the floor.
We're
So
discussing right now.
I understand, but she made a motion.
We're still in discussion.
I just wanted to say something, that's
Wait,
all.
I will absolutely let you speak,
Okay.
but is there a second to Councilmember Arnold's motion? Because she did make the motion. Okay, the motion dies for lack of a second.
Well,
we can continue to discuss. We can continue to discuss.
We're discussing before we do the motion,
Okay,
so
all
that's...
right. I have no idea how the court reporter's getting all this, but
Well, the court reporter getting the fact that city attorney went through the policy, and Councilwoman McKenzie did, that our policy is to have discussion of items before we take a vote.
The only point, though, is that a motion was made. I mean, so, if you want to have discussion first, then don't make a motion. But a motion was made, and so that there it is. So.
Well, if someone wants to reconsider the motion, that's fine, but I think we need to discuss these things first before we start motioning for votes, per the policy.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, the policy specifically says that you discuss that the council members, that I guess it would, after the...
You know what? I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you. That's good. That's good. Because the policy basically does say that after the discussion, after the council members complete their discussion, then the mayor will call for a motion and a second. So, and I know we're kind of maybe getting thrown off, but we're being asked to make motions now before we actually have a chance to discuss.
Exactly.
I didn't ask for it. She made it. So once she made it, I call for the second. That's all.
Well, when I would make a motion, you would say, I haven't even recognized you, and we're not going to make motions. And then you would say, we're going to discuss first. And it's on videotape several times. You do it both ways all the time, depending on how you feel.
So, okay, let's discuss it then, Joe.
Councilmember Karn, if I have been inconsistent, I apologize.
Yeah.
I was trying to recognize the fact that Councilmember Arnold had made a motion. And that's it. But please, feel free to discuss.
Yeah, I just want to continue the discussion, Mayor, if that's
Councilmember McKenzie, go right ahead.
Yeah, so I did actually text Councilwoman, we didn't speak on this, but I think that like I said, we're looking at two different things. We're looking at our closing remarks, which is one thing, and maybe we can break all this into two more different separate discussions. So the first discussion was during the deliberation or the debate to limit it to 5 minutes, and that can be a little bit more difficult. And I guess the challenge for that, not that I don't feel like I can limit it to 5 minutes, but who's going to time it? Okay, are we going to ask our clerk to, every time we start opening our mouths in a debate or a discussion, to start the clock, and for each of us? So I think that this is, I think that even though we had consensus for it, that it was good in theory, but in practice, it is really going to possibly become burdensome. Now, maybe once we get Granicus or we get some other device up here, but at this time, I think that we may be reaching a bit. The other option that I mentioned to Councilwoman Arnold on this earlier was and I hope I texted, if not, I texted it in my brain.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, that maybe instead of limiting
you didn't text it to me.
I didn't?
No.
Okay, the other piece was instead of limiting it to 5 minutes, we limit the entire discussion time, because that's easier. I mean, we could decide that per agenda item that we don't spend more than 30 minutes per se. Or remember what I said? I didn't say anything about 20 minutes? Okay. That we limit the time of an agenda item. This way, meaning if you got to set your clock, you're only doing it when after you sound the agenda item, and then after 30 minutes, you're going to just say, okay, time is up. But I still think that we gotta kind of work. We are still struggling right now with the order of our meetings, and this meeting tonight was another example. I think if anything, what we need more than limiting ourselves to a time frame, we need city manager and city attorney, we need somebody to come in here and do a workshop with us on how to conduct meetings, meaning determine, first of all, the basic, meaning based on the ordinance that we have, because I think adding all these additional things on right now, we can't even get the basics right, that we might be taking on more than we ought to choose. So I like the idea of putting a time limit on it, but I'm just looking at the practicality of putting a time. I would say, if anything, maybe we just need to be mindful at this point rather than actually voting to make a determination.
Well, I'll say this. City manager, obviously, I don't think that, realistically speaking, we cannot set any parameters regarding the restructuring of comments until a couple of things happen. One is just going to be based on how the mayor conducts herself. That's number one. The second thing is one of the things we talked about, and there was some discussion on, if we were allowed to freely discuss most of the agenda items, the four policymakers may not have a comment on every specific item. The problem is, if they're prompted to, in a rigid and restrictive way where we have to follow a certain protocol, like and before, if someone had a comment, they had a comment. If someone didn't, it was fine, and things went a whole lot faster. Allowing this council the freedom to discuss things freely is probably one of the best things we can do to save time. The other thing is follow the policy where the policy makers have the discussion, and when we're in the legislative item, the council deliberates. I think that would help us out a whole lot. So I don't think we can set up anything until we get ourselves together.
Let me tell you how the mayor is going to conduct herself. In the manner in which her constituents expect her to conduct herself, which is to participate in making the decisions of this city. I was not elected to sit here and be pretty. I was elected because the constituents felt that I was the best person for the job. And it is amazing that the level of just, I mean, how the mayor chooses to conduct herself. You know what? I'm going to choose to conduct myself like every man that has sat in the seat before me. I will choose to conduct myself in the way that every man since 1895 has led this city. No one had a problem with Jack Longino talking. Nobody talked with the city attorney before he got into office to figure out ways in which they could strip him of power and make sure that he didn't have appointments to things while they weren't coming to meetings. It is amazing the power of a woman's voice. It is amazing how people are so threatened by a woman's voice. You know, I have to say, when I saw those 18 amendments or 14 amendments on January 2nd, I was slightly flattered, because I was like, you're that scared of my voice. This mayor will continue to conduct herself in the best interests of the citizens of College Park, day in and day out. If that means that I have to send 6 or 7 emails to get a response from folks that don't want to talk to me or ignore me, I'll do that, because the residents deserve answers. If it means that I have to continue to talk about the things that don't quite make sense, or that we have questions on, or that deserve further detail, I will do that. I'm not going anywhere, and neither is my voice. Any further discussion on this?
Councilwoman Arnold, yeah, I have a
Yes, I have a comment to make.
Councilmember Arnold?
Clearly, this conversation is not going anywhere. So as far as I'm concerned, we can table this for another couple of meetings? Well, we only had, no, we voted on one, right? We took care of the citizen comments.
You still have.
And we still have our comments to
Debate and.
Report of mayor and
and
council at the
after.
end of the meeting, but also the time limit on debate. So they're two separate issues.
Gotcha.
In a sense.
Well, actually, it ended up being one split into three, right?
Right.
So we have two items that we need to talk about.
And it sounds like you may have consensus on one, which is limiting the time for the report of mayor and council, but there's disagreement as it relates to the.
All right, well, let's go ahead and move on a vote.
Well, Council, I do want to say something before you move on the vote. I wasn't finished with discussion.
Well, I want to go ahead and move on the vote for the closing remarks, and then y'all can keep talking as much as you want on the other part.
I have some discussion on that one. That's the one.
Well, okay, so basically, Councilwoman Arnold, I just wanted you to just refer to the text that I sent you at 2:03 earlier today. I didn't want you to feel like everything that I'm saying to you now was what I texted you earlier today. So if you look at your phone, you'll see at 2:03 that I sent you a message, and you did respond to my messages, and the message was basically, that I think that I said I'm cool with limiting each legislator's debate marks to 5 minutes per instance, or limiting each item debate to no more than 20 minutes overall. So
I didn't get that.
Okay, you did respond to me in that email
I
thread.
responded to the picture that I received from you, but I didn't get those remarks.
Okay, but I didn't want you to think that I was bringing something up that I had not shared with you previously. So that's all. I just, because that was what was in my mind earlier today, was if we didn't, because I started thinking about the practicality of, not that I have a problem with 5 minutes, it was just the practicality of how we're going to actually get that going with our deputy clerk, and who was going to be the one doing the timing, that it might just be easier to just time the entire amount of discussion. So, but if you want to table it, that's fine.
We can table that part, and we can go ahead and take the vote if you don't mind. I'd like to make a motion that our closing remarks will be capped, limited to 5 minutes, and that's for mayor and council.
And there's a second.
I've got some discussion on that
All
before
right.
we second it, if it's okay.
The motion's been made, so I will get to your discussion, absolutely. But is there a second on that?
I have a second with a modified amendment to it.
Okay. So you've seconded the motion. Councilmember Carn seconded it.
I second the motion with a friendly amendment, so that that's clear.
What is said friendly amendment?
All right. Generally, 5 minutes is enough time in terms of our closing remarks. And I understand what we're trying to do, obviously, compress things where we can get out of here at a reasonable time. Understandable. However, there may be some time when someone may need 30 more seconds or another minute onto that 5 minutes. We need to put together some kind of mechanism where I don't want anybody up here giving public comments and all of a sudden, bang, 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 you're out of order in that type of thing happening. So what do we come up with to accommodate if someone truly needed to just finish that thought and it runs a little beyond 5 minutes?
If I may, Madam Mayor, Councilman, at any point, a member who needs more time can appeal to her or his colleagues for additions. The same way we do with citizen remarks, we could certainly do the same thing. So you could just kind of bake it in the motion that you reserve the right to appeal to your colleagues for additional time.
Councilwoman Arnold, would you be amenable to that friendly amendment?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Queenie, you got it?
You had discussion during the motion, so I'm like, I get what you're saying, but like, closing remarks will be capped at 5 minutes for mayor and council with extension if needed for additional
correct?
For additional time, yeah.
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that is unanimous amongst those present.
1 second. Okay, the last item of tonight, well, for other business, consideration of an action on a request to approve the emergency repairs for Truck 2 ladder truck in amount of $35,586.12. This item is being requested by Chief of Fire Wade Elmore. This will serve all wards. This is not a budget item.
All right, Councilmember Arnold, I know you had a question.
Yeah, just one basic question. Do we know, have we identified the source of funds?
Yes.
Okay.
It's right there. It's salary and operating. We had some savings in salary and operating.
Okay. All right. Okay, that was the only question that I had.
Any other questions or any other discussion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous amongst those present.
City Attorney's report.
Nothing this evening.
City Manager's report.
No, nothing.
Dr. Advedier, could you explain the insurance issue? Because since it was in the consent agenda, I mean, this is still a big deal for the...
Ma'am, last week, we met and an email was sent to all the governing bodies because Gallagher came and they were able to find us an insurance company that will insure the city. And an email, was sent to all of you.
Yes, I know, but I mean, I know when we talked about this, that I want to make sure that the public was clear on this particular issue.
Because we have Gallagher, right?
I know you were clear that you wanted to hear from Dr. Ada Darren on this, but we have to appreciate that this issue has been developing over a period of years, so it is an issue of some vintage. And Dr. Ada Darren came in, has come in on the tail end of this. Krista Gilbert brought it to our attention because obviously she's on the risk management side. She's been dealing with the broker, and they came to us. And I don't know which council member said it previously, but it's correct to say that this has been brewing for a while.
5 years, yeah.
To the point where Gallagher Bassett said that we were headed down the path to self-insurance for quite some time. We've accelerated that based on the number of claims that we've received over the years. And so this issue isn't based on things that have happened in the last several weeks or the last several months. Headed down towards the self-insurance model is a path that we've been on for a period of time because, per capita, College Park has more claims. I happen to be city attorney in 11 different cities, and some of them have 100,000 people, some of them have, 3,000 people, but per capita, College Park gets more anti-lighting notices than anybody else I represent. And it's just shocking. Even when my former law partner, Steve Fincher, sat in this chair, he said, my God, College Park gets a lot of anti-lighting notices and a lot of claims filed against the city. And so this is just the trajectory that we've been on. What I will say is that the brokers came back to us and said that it is, you're not quite uninsurable, but you're the thing that's just next to that. And so this was what they proposed, and they were fortunate to be able to procure us some insurance that would cover us on high claims, but in the main, we're mostly self-insured. I think they were here, or they were going to be here by call, because a lot of it is, technical stuff that an insurance broker needs to explain to this council. I believe they've had some individual calls.
Yes.
With the members of
we met with them.
And City Attorney, I was on one of those conference calls.
Yeah, me too.
And one of the things they did mention, Gallagher, was that this was not from this year and what's been going on. They mentioned that several municipal insurance agencies and companies were getting out of the municipal business altogether. Gallagher even mentioned on the call several local cities that insurance companies were just pulling out of the city business altogether. I won't call those cities names because that's their city business, but they did mention several cities surrounding us. So this is not an uncommon thing or a unicorn for College Park. It's a trend that's been happening. So, yeah.
I think, well, when I had the conversation with them, they did indicate that some of the current instability did move the timeline up, that this was perhaps something that would have happened next year, but this was a decision that was made because our current insurer didn't want to reinsure us. So I do think that there is some impact as to what's happening right now that is playing out in this particular situation. At least that's the way I understood it in the conversation.
It's true, and we have you to thank for some of that.
And there's other people to thank for it as well. But I think that we can all do our best to try to remember that we're here to represent the citizens of this city, and if we are all afforded the opportunity to do that, should run pretty smooth. But we'll see how things go.
City Attorney, I have a question for you on this. I know that we don't discuss litigation in open session, but in terms of when we look at lawsuits, my understanding from Gallagher was it was more, it's not like we have new lawsuits this year. A lot of the lawsuits that we are dealing with were from last year that have carried over. They were just thinking that it's the possibility of, there was, from what I only know of really one major new lawsuit, which is the one against the city by one of the members of the governing body. But, and that is not being covered under insurance. We're paying out of pocket. The city has to pay out of pocket for that lawsuit. So, how much can you say in the open meeting to kind of let us know how much litigation are we really talking about that's happened in the last 4 or 5 months that would cause this insurance to be in question?
Yes, ma'am. One of the things, to the mayor's point, when insurance carriers are managers of risk, and how they define risk, the number of claims you have is a part of it, but that's not the only way that they measure risk. And this is not my opinion. This is what was reported to me by our broker. One of the ways that the carriers are measuring risks is reading headlines.
Oh, okay.
And so yes, the number of claims, but they read the headlines, and I'm sure there'll be more headlines after tonight's meeting, and that affects how they evaluate the risk of insuring the city of College Park and other cities. As to actual claims, which is probably the main component of how they assess risk, there have been not lawsuits per se, but there have been anti-litem claims, some of which are blockbuster. Doesn't involve the governing body or anybody on the dais, but just kind of, you run a city the size in our location, a city of an operation of this sophistication, you're going to get some claims. I think we get more than we probably should, and as part of our insurance package, some risk mitigation strategies should always be a part of what we do. But so it's the claims, it's the headlines, it's a lot of stuff, and it's the fact that most governments are headed towards self-insurance anyway. Fulton County, DeKalb County, have been able to self-insure forever, and I just think we were headed that way anyway. The mayor's correct. They probably accelerated it by a year or so based on the number of claims and recent events. So the suggestion that this is some unforeseen disaster based on things that have happened in the last couple of days, that's not accurate, but certainly what's happened recently contributes.
Okay. But these, like I said, what I think is important for the public to understand that a lot of these lawsuits that we are dealing with have nothing to do with the elected officials, that these are things that come across through incidents within the city. Yeah, right. So, and if you look at the actual those of you that have access to the agenda packet, you can look for this agenda item that we're talking about with Gallagher, and you will actually see what those numbers or what the amount of money involved in each of those claims has been probably for over the last 10 to 15 years. And like I said, a lot of them happen to be with car accidents, that kind of thing. It's not, we don't have anything recently, from what I can remember, that had to do with an elected official. Those were several years ago in terms of lawsuits. And so I just want to clarify for the public, since the mayor did want us to give clarification to the public, that a lot of what we're dealing with are not what the governing body has done, but however, these are just things that happen in the city, people who sue because of incidents that have occurred within the city or on city property. That's the majority of this.
Oh, I was talking about instability because they said that the instability amongst our staff too was a factor. That's what they told me. I mean, that was part of the conversation. I wasn't talking about lawsuits from this year.
Okay, and just to piggyback on that, Mayor, that has been happening for the last 4 years. I won't even get into how many people who have quit, have resigned, the lawsuits that have been filed against the city by former members. I just think that we need to be realistic in terms of understanding that there's nothing crazy necessarily going on now that doesn't happen every 4 years. When you have a change of government, you do have quite a few people that will resign. Sometimes people are terminated. You know, we have an election coming up in the United States at the end of this year. And depending on who wins that election, you're going to see the whole entire White House change, the flavor. And even if the same president stays in office, there will be a change of the guard. So I just want our people to know that are worried. Like a lot of what some of this is the headlines. It has nothing to do with the reality of what's going on in this city. It has to do with the perception. But the biggest piece is that there's nothing new going on in College Park that didn't happen over the past 4 years or didn't happen exactly 4 years ago.
I think we'll probably have to agree to disagree on that based upon my understanding of the conversation. But anyone else have anything to add?
No.
All righty. I'm good. Councilmember McKenzie?
Yeah, as I stated, and I'm going to start, the clock is ticking. All right. Hey, everybody. It's good that thank you all for hanging in here with us. It's been a really, really long meeting. You know, I'd like to just acknowledge the fact again that this is National Pride Month, and a beautiful thing that we embrace all people of all different genres, sexuality, and races and religions. I mean, so it's just, but I know that's not what Pride is about. We also will be celebrating Father's Day in the next week, and so by the time we come to our next meeting, I think it will have been Father's Day. So I want to personally say Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. On my way in a few hours to fly to New Jersey to spend time with my dad and my mom. Juneteenth again will be on June 19th, and we'd like to invite everybody. There'll be a parade up and down Main Street, and we're going to have lots of activities going on here on Main Street in this area. Want to get everybody, invite you to come out. We had a fantastic ribbon cutting at Barrett Park on Friday, I think it was the 24th of May, for our new smart, safe restrooms, and pretty much the first of its kind. And I'm glad to see Mr. Hicks here for and Ms. Johnson, who have worked diligently in making that come to pass. Not only do we have smart, safe restrooms, we also happen to have Wi-Fi in Barrett Park. And I know that some residents have reported a couple of issues with that, not with the Wi-Fi, but with the keypad. And Mike, I'm going to talk to you about that, and the city manager, sometime in the next few days to see how we can continue to rectify. So just have patience with us. Had the opportunity to celebrate Mother Viola Ford Fletcher. She's 110 years old. She is the oldest living survivor that we know of the Tulsa race massacre that happened several years ago in Tulsa, Oklahoma. She was here, we celebrated her, and I was honored to be able to present a proclamation for Miss Jasmine Young, who did that Black Wall Street. It was a wonderful program. She had an expo. We had a lot of businesses, and businesses that are here in College Park were part of that. Probably got 2 more minutes. Was able to attend the Favor House annual pool party this past Sunday. It was good to some of these young people that lined up here and took pictures. We spent time with them, and I'm just so excited about the organizations that we have in the city that continue to give back to our youth, such as what Rex and Sabrina Willis do. I attended a litter prevention meeting yesterday with Miss Frances Kennedy, and we're getting ready to do a real big campaign with picking up cigarette butts. So we'll introduce more on that. But it's kind of funny because I hadn't realized how many cigarette butts are on the ground. And yesterday I was sitting talking to some people like, oh my gosh, look at all those cigarette butts. So we're going to do some stuff to get that litter off the ground. I also met with Eritropoulos about the Flint River project on yesterday, or in the last 2 days. We are still working on that project. We're planning to close on the MARTA property within the next few weeks. But I'm also excited about the fact that we will be hooking the belt line onto the city of College Park, and there's millions and millions of dollars that are being given to us by the government so we can make this a reality. So I know you haven't heard a lot about Flint River Preserve, but we're still working on that, and I have been meeting with members. Last but not least, I'm very grateful to have been inducted or accepted into the regional leadership. It's called the Regional Leadership Institute, and this is a part of the Atlanta Regional Commission. And one of the, I think we've only probably had maybe 1 or 2 people in the history of this from College Park actually be put in this. My classes will start this summer, and I'm really looking forward to being able to meet with other leaders in the Atlanta regional area to see how we can continue to create the communities that thrive, working together to do that. And you all already got a chance to meet my 19-year-old legislative intern who will be here with me. She's a fantastic person. I'm really proud and honored to have her. Is my time up yet?
22 minutes.
22 seconds. Okay, so I did it in 5 minutes. 5 minutes is not bad. So just want to wish everybody a happy rest of this week, and look forward to seeing you guys on June 17th, which is our next council meetings in 10 days.
Councilmember Carn?
All right. Looking forward to the Juneteenth celebration. That is going to be history for this city. Long overdue. Long overdue. I talked about Juneteenth throughout the years and having it here in the city. When I was county commissioner, I managed to sponsor Juneteenth as a countywide paid holiday. I had to work out a deal with my North Republican colleagues, and I made a bet with a department head and didn't think I could do something, but I was able to do it, which is I got a unanimous vote for Juneteenth while at the same time eliminating Columbus Day on the same vote. And they didn't think it could be done, but I did do it. City manager, we have got to double our efforts regarding our substandard apartment communities. And I don't have to tell you, I've been pushing for this since forever. We've got to rekindle what we are doing, and I want to see a daily increase in inspections. I expect code enforcement to follow up on these standards that we have set. Those building standards apply to other cities, and when they see the quality of those units, they don't let them rent. There's no reason our standards should not be at a higher level in terms of what we allow to be rented in this city and what we do not. If we stop allowing substandard rental to go on by, I can bet you pretty fast those slumlords and owners are going to straighten out those apartments quick, fast, and in a hurry. And I don't want to waste a week on it. We have to step it up and double the efforts. Double the efforts. I think that's one of our biggest Achilles heels, our apartment communities, and stepping things up in general there. Georgia Works. It's probably one of the best cleanup crews that I've seen, and that's truly a blessing to this city. I want us to double the efforts of Georgia Works. I talked about it with Ms. Kennedy about doubling up with what they're doing, because I can tell you something, it's working. It's working. I want to double that effort up, and if it's not in the budget, I want to put some extra in the budget to double what they're doing. They're doing a very good job. A couple other things. I heard about the Novella Care, chronic disease management, the remote patient monitoring. All of that stuff sounds really good. Only one problem. Our residents, the vast majority of them who are in need of that, don't know about it. We gotta communicate directly to our residents that have chronic disease, that are suffering from that type of stuff. Awareness. So we wanna make sure we're doing that. We talked about a night inspection of apartment breezeways with the lighting being out in many of those apartment complexes. And we gave inspections what they asked for. They asked for extra folks. They asked for extra trucks. They asked for extra things. We gave it to them. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. We need a night inspection of these apartment complexes, the breezeways, every complex. It's a nighttime job, and I would need them out there and soldiering and getting that reconnaissance done, so we'll know who's not doing it. The boarded up windows and doors ordinance is in effect. I want staff out there fining and making the requirements known, and no exceptions. No exceptions, city manager. If we're going to clean this city up, it's going to take following policy and getting it done. Last thing I just say overall, this budget, I am very proud of the staff. I am very proud of the city manager. I'm very proud of this council for the way we supported and put this together to address the residents' concerns first. This budget is simply an attempt for equity in our city. This is our attempt to address some of the effects of poverty. And I don't see anything wrong with that. But there are residents that don't want their money going that direction, and I can understand that. We had the same issue in the county. Lee Morris would tell me, Joe, listen, my residents don't want any social services going on with their money. They don't want anything outside of keeping their property taxes low. They don't need any of these services and don't want any services, and they're not interested in handouts. And that's understandable for an area. But most of our community is in need, and we need to keep that in mind. So I'll wrap it on up. Thank y'all.
Councilmember Arnold?
Thank you. It's no secret that our roles, that we are required to develop and maintain relationships with people inside and outside of our community. When I taught my children the importance of relationships, I used the analogy of a bank account. First, you'll need to make a deposit to that account. And you'll need to make sure that that deposit has the opportunity to grow over time, earn interest. You may even need to make some more deposits before you make a withdrawal. Or you might find yourself quickly overdrawn and in the negative. One thing about being in the negative or being in the red, and after all the fines and the fees and the surcharges, before you know it, it's going to take a much larger deposit before you even can get back to zero. And that's the way that I feel about relationships. didn't run for office for personal gain, to earn a living, to get a job. I have a career that I love and I enjoy. I also did not run for office to become famous or to make a name for myself. My parents gave me a name when I was born, and I'm very proud of that name. And I certainly didn't run for office to make friends. I made my friends in kindergarten, middle school, elementary school, when I was a teenager. And don't get me wrong, you know, if I make a friend or two during this process, during my tenure doing this, that it will really be nice. But my purpose for running for office was much higher than all of those things. And those of us who grew up in old Atlanta is what I'll call it. We are the direct descendants of social activists and community leaders who instilled the importance of civic engagement. Our schools and our churches demanded our participation in community service. And these are a couple of examples of the reasons why I ran for office. But ultimately, I wanted to make a difference in my community by utilizing my professional experience, my time, and my talents in an official commitment and capacity to my community. And in spite of what some may think, I'm not going to be moved by bullying, disrespect, retaliation, name-calling, lies, innuendo, misogyny, or threats. Like it or not, I am here, and if you're having a problem with me, it's going to be a rocky ride, especially for those who think that they are going to make me do something, and especially if it's not something that's right. I am not perfect. I never will be. And I will never profess to be. I'm human just like everyone else, and humans make mistakes. I will continue, though, to do my best at making decisions that are ethical, moral, and legal in representing and advocating for the constituents of Ward 3. Regardless to whether or not if I have the support of my colleagues or not. Lewis Carroll, the author of Alice in Wonderland, once said, "One of the deepest secrets in life is that all that is really worth doing is what we do for others." And I think that we've heard that statement over and over again this evening. But yet, I did not get the support for what my constituents wanted for their neighborhood, which is truly unfortunate. I'm looking forward to engaging with the community on tomorrow at the pop-up event that will be at the fire station for the Healthy Looks Good on You. That'll be at noon. And there was an incident that took place. I think that Mr. Glenn Spivey sent information over to us with the car break-ins on Virginia Avenue. I want to put in a request if we could just make sure that those devices are doing what they do to make sure that we keep our citizens safe. And finally, I'd like to express my sincere condolences to the family of Ms. Louise Harris. She was very pivotal in my election, my run for office, and it just hurt to get the information about her passing. Outside of that, I want us to continue to pray for her family as they continue to go through their grieving period. And outside of that, I don't have anything else to say. Thank you so much.
All right. Is there a motion to enter into executive session for purposes of discussion of litigation?
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of personnel and litigation. I was too quick to, when the city manager said personnel earlier, I realized that we do have personnel and litigation.
Second.
All right. Motion made by Councilmember McKenzie, seconded by Councilmember Carn. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous. We'll go into executive session at 1:59.